Hello and welcome to the damn show. Live election coverage of the damn show. We're going to be here this evening, and Andy Hall's going to be with me. Nokasuchi's going to join me. John Peterson. Man, I'm busy right now, brother. I'll send you that thing. Right, I'm running the show. I'll send you a thing as soon as I can, and we can get you in here. We're going to have lots of people joining us as we watch possibly the fall of democracy or the last minute saving of democracy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll be right back. Today's world is confusing, and there's too much information for one person to make sense of it all. Which credit card should I pay off first? Is non-fat milk good for me? Who should I vote for? Let's face it, if you can't figure out high-interest milk, then how can you be expected to make political decisions that influence a country of over 325 million people? Well, that's why there's fascism. Fascism is the political, social, and economic system for today's world. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines fascism as a political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts a nation, and often race, above the individual, and that stands for a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, severe economic and social regimentation, and forcible suppression of the opposition. Choose this ideology and life will be easy. Did you ever look at someone who uses really big words and think, I wish those libtards would just disappear? Well, under fascism, your dreams can come true. Under fascism, you won't have to worry about the pesky little things like brown people or atheists, or who in your country is entitled to basic human rights and who is not. Hint, hint, the answer is nobody. Yes, friends, this truly is the final solution you've been looking for. And if you're concerned if this form of authoritarianism will be up to your high standards, don't worry. American fascism will be the best fascism in the world because it's been endorsed by Jesus. So go out and destroy freedom and democracy by getting fascism today. Paid for by the Fascio Conservative Party, formerly known as the GOP. I got to change the name. All right, so thank you all for joining us. Andy Hall is with me today. Thank you, everybody who's watching. We've already got quite a few people watching. Thank you all for joining us. Andy, are you ready for some election shenanigans?
This is not a stress test. This is the exam. Pencils out, booklets ready. Who knows how it's going to end, ladies and gentlemen, but it's going to be a ride. That's what it is. It's been a crazy 4 years. Tonight, something's going to happen, Chris, and I don't really know what.
I don't either. I'm just not, but I'm excited. I'm ready to have it over with, to be done. D-U-N, done. You didn't know I could spell, did you?
Well, you are Texan, my friend. You are Texas. See, is that Texas spelling right there?
Maybe it is. I don't know. Hey, let's not beat down on Texas. Texas ain't done nothing. All right. Hey, looky there. We have got Daniel Fisk. They might turn blue. If Texas turns blue today, you owe them a hug.
All of Texas?
I can do that.
Oh my.
All of Andy. Talking to Andy. No reach arounds, Andy.
No.
Well, okay.
No. I promise my camera will not fall down. I vow. I do have. My girlfriend has people in Texas, so the next time when COVID is over, I promise to hug as many people as I can if it does go blue tonight.
Wonderful. We've also got John Peterson's going to be joining us in just a second as soon as I can get him set up in our system. Thank you, John. It'll be his first time on my show that I know of. I'll be probably saying this several times every time a guest comes in because we don't really know our guests. We don't really have the time to brief them beforehand. It's a morning show. It's not a morning show, but it's kind of like a show. Let's try to keep our language down. Not a lot of harsh cussing, please, if you don't mind. I'd see it as a kindness. So you guys carry on. Let me get John in here with us and see what kind of shenanigans. Oh, I don't know. You got to close your eyes first.
What are we closing our eyes for? The hard cussing?
Yes.
Or the hard rushing? Yes. I don't know. There's some kind of Russian cussing joke in there somewhere. Yes. How you doing, Daniel?
Oh, I just kind of woke up and the brain's dialing up.
The brain is dialing up. So for people who don't know you, give us a couple of sentences about who you are and what your shtick is, what you're all about.
I am Daniel Fisk-Bennett. I am a psychology major. I started the organization AAPN, Atheist Against Pseudoscientific Nonsense. It is a large debunking, kind of like the Snopes for Atheist organization. We have over 110,000 subscribers on Facebook. We have a website, scientificatheist.com. We are pretty much the bane of every quack, fraud, and charlatan's existence.
That's fantastic. You do good work. You do the Lord's work, Daniel. That's what you do.
Thanks.
Why you want to insult the man?
Mr. John Peterson. Hello, sir.
Yes, how are you? I remember
so far, so good.
I remember my first meeting with you because I was so pleased with myself that I made a comedian laugh.
That's right. We have met before, and I forget the exact circumstance or what show I was on.
I think you might have been on Nokasuchi's channel, maybe.
Maybe
for an open room, I think.
It could be. I just remember having a good time. This is the.
Well, no, I was going to say, and given Chris's heads up while I was backstage, I can't tell the joke I told that day again here.
Got to keep it clean until
Please
it's
say.
After hours.
We had that conversation earlier on the morning show. We're like, well, at some point, if things go really bad, we may just toss that no cussing thing out. And you're like, how do you know? When Chris starts going off and is like, you need a cuss word, and you need a cuss word, and you need a cuss word. Yeah. That's whenever it's okay. Just carry on. Just ignore it.
I have to say, I crack up every time during your intro when you say fascism is the final solution.
Yeah. Chris is he did a magical job on that short. So, gentlemen, what states? We should just go for first-time listeners and people who don't know us. What states we are in? I am in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Chris,
okay.
Where are you at?
I'm in the Commonwealth of New Mexico.
I don't think that's a Commonwealth, but we'll just avoid that.
I thought you were just being classy. I'm in New Mexico.
You're in New Mexico. How about you, Daniel?
I am in the rainy state of Washington.
Washington State. And you, Mr. Peterson?
I am actually in the actual Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So what part of Pennsylvania are you in?
The smart part.
The part that I don't want the whole world to know where I live.
That part.
It wasn't. I was talking to a guy.
I'm in northwestern Pennsylvania. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I had never heard of the term Kentucky before a few months ago. And from what I understand about Kentucky
would be. Oh, I was going to say. I guess Kentucky would be like in the Appalachians, in Pennsylvania.
Right.
It would be Kentucky. Are you having audio problem?
Yeah, it seems like
we have an audio problem.
Yeah, it seems like Andy, you're having a bit of a connection issue, and Chris, I'm seeing as like using sign language over here, but I'm not seeing anything. Hearing anything coming from him.
I'm sorry. I had the damp lung earlier, and I was trying to be polite and not hack into the microphone. Andy was roboting. We weren't trying to talk over you, Andy. It's just that you were kind of there for a moment roboting. It's kind of cool. Went out of fashion in the 80s.
It did. So I'm going to try to do a few things and try to get my connection good.
You're max headrooming.
There you go.
I don't want that. I do not want max headrooming.
That is unfortunate. I kind of forgot to say hello to everyone. I want to say hi to all of our viewers on the various YouTube channels. We're streaming live on the Daily Atheist Morning Show channel, the Laughing in Disbelief blog, and YouTube channel, and the Nokasuchi's channel. John Peterson is Nokasuchi's partner in crime, I believe.
I create help create content on Nock's channel. I think he would agree with your assessment. But the star of the show over there is Nokasuchi.
Gotcha.
And he's very gracious to allow me to appear on his channel and gives me, all the powers I have on his channel. So I thank him for that. Especially the labor of love that I've been doing over there, the Apostate Alliance. We're gonna move that to a different day and time and try and get some more eyes on it. We believe now that maybe Sunday morning's not the best spot for that.
Maybe not, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot going on Sundays.
Yeah, Sundays gets busy. You know, it's the Lord's Day. We were supposed to have Nokasuchi was supposed to be here, and we thought he stood us up. He didn't show up, and then you showed up, and you weren't supposed to be here. And now Nokasuchi's showed up. I can only do 4, so I'll have to bounce you here in a minute to get Nok in or switch y'all out in a minute. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Just letting you know.
I'm just surprised you can only do 4 on StreamYard. I never.
No. I can do as many as you want on StreamYard. I do run my stuff through OBS. Go look at my show. It's not StreamYard.
What to make it simple, to make it straightforward, is that we decided to have a maximum of 4 people on because after 4 people, we feel that the conversation becomes a little unwieldy, and we do want to stay focused on what's going on with the vote right now. And with more than 4 people, it could just be a little crazy.
Yeah, and my show, I've been doing the show almost a year now. Matter of fact, next December 23rd will be a month or a year that I've been doing the Daily Atheist Morning Show. And I don't think we've ever done 6. It's just too many. Too much.
Problem. I must have misunderstood what John was telling me, or what Nok told me, because I thought he had said there was going to be people coming, a bunch of people. That's the only reason I asked for a link. No, I thought he had said there was going to be a bunch of people in there. That's the only reason I asked for a link. That's no problem. Nok was supposed to be here, so boot me. It's no problem.
Well, I was just going to say, at one point I had talked about going ahead and adding a couple more slots on the show, but it took a lot to overhaul my show to get it to where it is for the election. And then, like I said, me and Andy went ahead and talked about having the thing. So let's not talk about that. Before we boot you, let me just get your thoughts on the election. You're not a Trumper, are you? Because we may boot you early. I'm just checking. Now, what are your thoughts on the election? Have you voted? I'm assuming you voted.
I voted, and I had a little snafu voting. I was supposed to vote at the fire hall, which is like half a block from my place. I stopped by the front of the. Now, interestingly enough, if I had walked to the fire hall the way I would normally walk to the fire hall, by crossing the street, going through my neighbor's backyard, I would have ended up behind the fire hall. But instead, I had gone somewhere else in town. I walked up Main Street. I went and I tried all the doors, what I thought were all the doors, the side door, the front door. There was no signs up or anything. And I look across the street to the Borough building, and there's people going in and out of there. So I yelled over, and somebody, there's voting going on here. So I went in there. I stood in line for like half hour, 45 minutes. And then when I finally got up to the desk where they check you off in the book, they couldn't find my name. And then she asked me, do you live on that side of Main Street or this side of Main Street? I'm like, I live on that side of Main. Well, you're supposed to be at the fire hall. I said, I was over there. There's nobody there. She says, well, you got to go all the way around back. And so I go around back, and here's a line, 200 feet long, one sign on the back of the building next to the door where you're going to the vote. And I was like, well, why isn't there a sign up front, like pointing back here? But so then I ended up going home, and then I came back a little later in the morning and was able to get right in and voted. But yeah, I did vote.
Good.
I did my part to make America not orange again. And
very good.
Absolutely.
That is handy. Yeah, not orange again. I haven't heard that expression yet.
I think I just coined that earlier today.
But you didn't have any you didn't see any Trumpers there giving anybody crap. That's good.
No, I mean, and it's kind of surprising that everything was orderly. There wasn't anybody. There was one person that I saw that was like getting exit polls and stuff and wasn't bothering anybody. But no, there was no, which I'm sure it's quite different in other parts of the country because, there was nothing untoward going on at all.
Well, good.
That's good to hear.
And then I had some other good news when I went and saw my elderly mother. She said that I said, hey, you want me to walk you over there so you can vote? She said, nah, I'm not going to go. I don't feel like going. And I said, well, why not? Like, you're not going to take your chance to negate my vote? Because she would vote for Trump for sure. And she's like, nah, I just don't feel like it. I'm like, well, I'm all for that because I know who you'd vote for. So
it's a miracle.
Yeah.
One up for us.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's been several people in our family who have not voted, who are voting for the first time this year.
Really?
Mother-in-law included, son-in-law included, who just have never done it. They're really motivated this time. Yep. Neil is in the chat. Are you John, do you want me to slide you out and bring Knock in, or are you gonna hang around whenever Knock has to step away later? Going over to Granny's show or something? What's your plans? What's
I'm supposed to be going to Granny's show too. So.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just y'all check in with us.
Let me just say this. I'm hardened. I'm thinking that that's going to turn out well. I mean, and the reason I think that is I think that I've seen a lot of Republicans out. They got the Republicans against Trump. There's been a lot of ads where Republicans are saying I can't vote for him again. There's a lot of people that didn't vote for Hillary in the last election because they were sore about what happened to Bernie. I just think that, and my prediction has been, which who knows if we'll be right, is that Trump is going to take like 4 to 6 states. I think it's going to be a landslide for Biden, and there has to be a mandate, because if not, Trump is going to try all kinds of nonsense.
Well, I think you're right about that, sir, is that if we don't have a really large margin of victory in this election tonight, then there are a variety of dirty tricks Trump and the Republicans can do to get him the presidency. So, yeah, it's important to go out there and vote for everyone. Thank
you so much, Chris, for allowing me to come on.
Thank you for joining us. I don't mean to rush you off, but I mean to rush you off.
Not a problem at all.
Thank you. Hey, come join us on the morning show one of these days.
I will do that.
All right. Thank you, Chuck.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
Yeah, no worries, man. Good seeing you.
All right, so if y'all rattle for just a second, Andy, your stuff is very blocky. It's looking like what's that video game we're playing with the little 8-bit?
I have no idea why. Let me restart.
I would suggest refresh your web page.
Yep.
And come back into the show and try that.
I'm gonna click off and then come back on. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. This thing be a little Space Invader thing, shooting
I'll
up
be
at
right
Andy.
back, gentlemen.
He's got that Nintendo 2-bit going on, or 8-bit going on.
Yes, sir. Let's see here. Now let me take just a moment to get everything. So, Daniel, when and how did you vote?
Shoot, I voted like almost 3 weeks ago. In Washington State, we have early voting, and we have a very male-centric vote up here. We've been doing it for as long as I've lived up here. I've spent my entire adult life pretty much in Washington State, and that's how we do it. And it works. We have good voter turnout because of it, and it's safe because I don't have to worry about going to a poll and having to deal with jerks or playgrounds.
Right. Or playgrounds. Yeah, that's kind of part of the concern right there, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's always one.
Nokasuchi, let me get him in here.
Ooh, look at that background.
Uh-oh. That's all fancy. He's fancy. Let me do the thing. I'm learning here. I've got a lot of screens open, people, so no laughing. Nokasuchi goes there. Look at you. Let's get you in here. We're going to just have to miss Andy for a moment till he gets back in. So, hey, Nokasuchi, how's it going, brother?
Y'all? Oh, pretty good. It's I'm stuck at home. I couldn't find a babysitter, so I didn't expect to be in this early. I'm not going to stay too long. I was telling you, keep John. John, I must have misunderstood me, because I've been telling people in and out. If you're going to come in, you got to come in, give your thing, and get out. So yeah, probably just a little miscommunication there.
That's fine. It's my first time of running this kind of show where we've got people coming in. Normally we have a limited number, and we got everybody. We've been throwing out links to everybody who's going to show up. We don't know yet, so we'll just get through as best we can for now. I'm sure everything will be okay. Andy, I don't know. He's having some tech problems, so he'll be back in just a moment.
Usually it's me having those issues.
I know, right? I didn't know what was going on. So, hey, Nokasuchi, did you have any trouble this morning whenever you went down to vote?
No, there was no poll watchers there. No Michigan militia that I saw, which I really didn't expect it at my where I go to vote, because it's a more affluent area inside of a super church, So it's yeah. I was shocked by I didn't see a single red hat. I didn't see a single red anything. I heard a lot of banter about Biden, so I was a little shocked by that. My area is traditionally Republican, so a little encouraged. But yeah, no troubles. I wanted to go down to the hood. I was hoping to get a babysitter and hit a couple of the polling stations down in the hood today, because I think that that's where, if there's going to be any trouble in this town, that's where it's going to be. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do it. So I'm going to make a couple of videos. I'll be in and out this stream as well as other streams, and getting information. So I'm going to have my eyes peeled to the information as it's coming in.
That's awesome. I'm so busy, distracted, running the show and everything. So if you see something happen, and shoot me a message, let me know, and I'll go, oh yeah, let me go over here to CNN, because I'm just so distracted. I don't want to miss anything. The polls, first exit polls at 5 p.m. Eastern, according to CNN.
So I'm waiting on. That's kind of what I'm waiting on now, is the first exit polls to get a feel. From what I'm understanding, turnout is insane.
Absolutely.
Could be the biggest turnout since 1908 is what I'm hearing right now. So that's very encouraging. I started the day. I was nervous, but I'm a little more encouraged as the day went along.
I'm more optimistic about it. Yeah. Hey, Andy's back. Let's see. Oh yeah. You look beautiful. You look No, you don't look.
I don't look
Yeah,
beautiful.
you do.
I just
You
look
do.
like me.
Hey,
I just
no,
look
you
like
look great,
me.
just as long as you don't move. No, you're all right.
I'll try not to move.
Blow myself up and put myself.
Rage, you're still with
Yeah.
us. I'm glad that nothing bad happened to you while at the polls.
Yeah, nothing bad. No. What are they called? The Wolverine Watchmen. Didn't see any sovereign citizens or Boogaloo boys.
That's good.
So yeah,
That's good. Excellent.
So I'm gonna go ahead, Andy.
So I was just wondering, where are we in the conversation right here now? What have I missed?
Well, we're just getting caught up. I thought I would say real quick, we had John. Nakasuchi's going to be in and out. John may be able to fill in for Nakasuchi throughout the evening if he's up for it. But Andy's the one who's been running the schedule. So I'll leave it to you, up to you as to who comes and goes.
Is John still in the back?
No, I think he's gone for now, but he might be coming. He may not be too far away. We need to get Daniel's view on things, because Daniel's time is limited. We're going to get some other people. He's got a list as long as my arm. So we want to find out what Daniel's thoughts are upon these wonderful issues. And
No pressure, right? Got to ad lib.
I'm gonna make you big on the screen.
So yeah, I do agree with what Andy was saying, that we need to have a absolute blowout election in order for this to actually carry some weight. If we don't, there's going to be a lot of crazy uncle banter coming from Trump. That's what I like to call it. It gets pretty out of control, and we need to have a very clear message that it was a very one-sided victory, no ambiguity. If there is any ambiguity at all, it's just going to turn into an absolute nightmare situation. So,
absolute nightmare situation is exactly one of the possibilities that we could be facing, even though 538 gives Trump only a 10%, actually 11% chance of winning. His chances of actually staying president of the United States is higher because of the chaos that he could cause after tonight is over. If it is close, then there's a real possibility that he steals the election, even though he doesn't get the popular vote or the official electoral college vote too. So that's why we need a blowout tonight, folks.
Yeah, it's one of the things that was making me a little nervous is his constant talking about, as soon as this night is over, he's going to be breaking out all these sleazy lawyers of his to try to eliminate those legal counts that are still up in the air.
Yep.
And that just goes to show he is not interested in a democracy. He wants an autocracy. He wants to be the Putin of the United States. Is why it's that narcissism that he has, and he just cannot accept a loss, no matter, even if it's through the democratic process. He doesn't care.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with the fact that he wants to be the Putin of the United States because Putin has made Russia a fiefdom of his will, and Donald J. Trump would like America to be, or the United States of America, to be a fiefdom of his own and his family and his clan.
Oh yeah, he wants to have the Trump family be the royal family, and the reality is a lot of his fervent cult following, is what I refer to it as, seem to really endorse that idea. If you look at how they talk about it, they talk about Trump running effectively until he dies, and then either Ivanka and or one of his two Tweedledee or Tweedledum sons taking over.
Tweedledee. There's something about the royal family of Trump, and there's an inbreeding joke in there somewhere. I don't know. Somewhere there's an inbreeding joke. But we're above those kind of things here on this show.
Maybe a little. Maybe a little. Hey, we've got Jonathan Pearce has joined us here in the back.
Got mad respect for Jonathan.
I believe he is our next guest. Am I right?
He's our fourth.
According to you.
I can jump off and come back in later, Chris.
Fantastic.
Because you're gonna go away anyway. Okay, I will swap y'all out then real quick, and we will get him. We'll buy Daniel Fisk Bennett a few more minutes here.
Got this whole Brady Bunch thing going on.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I'm juggling. No laughing. All right. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your patience. I'll go ahead and get Jonathan in here in just a second.
Okay, fantastic.
Should get like a whole bunch of our screens just put together,
Thank
and
you,
all of us looking at each other.
Jonathan MS Pearce, it is great to see you.
It's even better to see you, and quite excited, strangely excited as a Brit to be a part of this smorgasbord of electoral entertainment.
You can always tell how bad things are by how happy people are seeing me. If they're really happy to see me, it's like, oh, my fictitious God, it's that bad, isn't it?
You know what? I feel pretty good about today. I think the cosmos is shining down on the Biden camp, and I think that really the polls are looking good in a way that is beyond the margin of error. So I'm feeling quietly confident. I think it would take a minor miracle or mishap miracle for something to go drastically wrong, but it could do.
Jonathan, I didn't even give you a proper introduction, sir, and now I'm going to say, Jonathan MS Pearce, fantastic guy, smart guy, does a blog over on Patheos Non-Religious, a tippling philosopher. Written how many books have you written, Jonathan?
407.
That is an impressive number, and I am somewhat skeptical of that, sir. I have to tell you about it.
Question everything, particularly yourself, and more often than not me. Yeah.
How thick are all these 407 books? Or are we talking like
they're about 3 pages. They're really small. No, yeah, I have a habit of writing quite a lot. I'm not saying it's all brilliant, but it is all brilliant. And so still going on that front.
Jonathan actually wrote, besides some scholarly works, he wrote a book on the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, it's happening.
It's happening.
we call the zombies Trump supporters.
I've seen about 41% of them queuing up in places.
True enough.
How do Brits in general look at the dumpster fire that is the United States of America right here and now?
So I think there's an interesting thing there. I don't think a lot of British people understand the electoral system. I took it upon myself a couple of days ago for my Facebook friends to put up a US electoral system simplified status, and I put up a long spiel just to help people out, because I don't think there's a great understanding of the kind of trifecta, how it all works, even down to the fact that a presidential election is very different, because we don't have that here. We vote for a party, and a party who wins here, the leader of that party becomes prime minister. Okay, so over in America, it's a presidential election, so you're voting for a person, but they don't quite. I think a lot of people don't quite understand that if the president gets in, they're kind of just a figurehead, a toothless figurehead, unless you have the Congress, which is the two parts of the Congress, with in the same party as the president. So I think there's a lot of confusion with people in Britain, but ostensibly most people look at Trump as a bit of a joke, and I think not everyone but certainly over 50%.
Interesting. So do you have any questions for us Americans about the system that we could help you with?
No, I'm pretty sweet on the system. It's just, what I find I find loads of stuff fascinating at the moment. I think it's very interesting that the difference between the national voting, the national polls and the statewide polls, and the national polls are ostensibly kind of irrelevant, by point of fact that somewhere like California has such a massive population that they're going to skew the national polls, and Californians are effectively irrelevant, with all due respect, to the outcome of this election, because they are in the bag. The electoral college votes are in the bag for the Democrats, and so that's done and dusted. However, all those millions of people are feeding into the national poll that then you look at it and go, well, 10% for Biden's going to romp this. But actually, it depends on where those votes come in, as well, So really, it comes down to these fine margins in particular states that are going to decide it. And that 10% actually can really put people off properly understanding the nature of the battle scene. And so in Britain, I think when people look at the headline, "Oh, Biden's leading by 10%," they think, well, he's got that in the bag. But actually, he hasn't got that in the bag. However, if you really look at the state polls and the margin of error, he really should have it in the bag. And I think the only thing that can really, apart from challenging in court, which will happen, I think the only problem that could happen on election day, i.e. today, is that the Republicans could be more invigorated or enthused than Democrats and come out in record numbers. However, have Democrats in anti-Trump mode been equally as enthused and invigorated? And so it's really interesting. The surprise of today, it appears it could only be if Republicans come out in record numbers.
What's interesting, and we talked about this earlier this morning, is that there are more Democrats in this country than there are Republicans. And the real mystery is, how do independents vote? Because I think 33% or so, or 35% of the electorate are independents here. And so do these independents go Republican, or do they go Democrat?
So this is the first year that independents have overtaken Republicans as a voting bloc. Okay, so independents are a larger bloc than Republicans. But I think if you put lean independents, so when they do these surveys to find out what your voting desires are, then if you say you're independent, I think you declare whether you lean Republican or Democrat, and I think lean Democrat is like 50% of the electorate, and I think lean and Republican plus lean Republican independents are 38% or something like that. So even then, even taking into account independents that are going to go one way or the other, you're right, there are far more Democrats, like by quite a large majority, right? So that quite a large, substantial margin. So this means, and this is why we know, the more people that get out to vote, Democrats win. The fewer people and the more suppression you have, the Republicans win. And so the whole battle is about turnout, down to the individual states where you've got North Carolina saw from Obama to Clinton a 3% reduction in black turnout. Right, and that 3% reduction in black turnout saw it flip from Democrat to Republican. Yep. So it's about turnout. So if you lose certain important segments of turnout, then you lose that state. It's fascinating, and every state has a different sort of a matrix of what's going to happen, or what could happen.
That is true. People in other countries may not really understand the federal nature of our government here in the States. And, there is a real culture to each one, and a lot of idiosyncrasies in how people vote, and in particularly the technical aspects of how they vote, whether or not they're paper ballots or, what kind of voting machines they're using. It can be a lot of weeds, getting easily into the weeds.
Do you know what? So my massive criticism of America is that kind of federal nature in terms of voting, in terms of COVID response and being able to delegate to the states because they didn't want central responsibility. Trump didn't want responsibility. So it's like, it's the states. They can make their own rules and then he can blame them if it all goes wrong. Well, the same in electoral kind of mechanisms and rules. So you're following all these legal decisions being made in each individual state. And more sensibly, this should be centralized. You should have a nation that knows how to vote, and you should have a system that is encouraging.
Wait. You can't come here on this channel and say that we should know how to vote.
That's crazy talk. You and Bouncy Mandy. We ain't got to put up with that crap around here.
That sounds like that educated talk, if you ask me.
God, it's been lovely knowing you guys. Anyway, you know. But in all honesty, if you don't have consistency, it's just a nightmare. And if you have a lack of clarity in voting mechanisms and what to do, then you are going to lose voters. If you're going to lose voters, you don't have a fully functioning democratic system. And the whole nature of democracy should be not suppressing votes, but you should be encouraging. They should be bending the rules to get as many people voting as possible within reason, right? So I think, you know, and this gets back to the Republicans want fewer voters because they'll get a greater chance of winning, and Democrats want more voters. But for goodness sake, democracy, you should be encouraging voting as much as possible. Drive-through voting. See, this is interesting. So things that will have changed due to COVID that makes voting easier will stay. I can't. Well, at least they should stay. So drive-through voting, right? Yeah, if that's going to make people get out and vote, keep it.
Yeah, that was a concern of mine when I saw that in Texas. Those Republicans there were trying to throw out, what was it, some 130,000 votes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not democracy. That's cheating.
Yeah,
they do that. They've been doing it all over the country. That's been their thing this whole election. Worse than normal. They've been getting bad about it. A voter suppression over the last decades. But I tell you, this election, that they're not hiding it. There's no shame. They don't want people to vote.
It's one of the reasons why I would always kind of laugh when Trump would make that remark of saying Republicans are the silent majority. And it's like, well, if they are, then why are you trying to suppress the vote? It's because you know you're full of crap.
Right. That's right.
Well, yeah, it's just, as we said earlier, that's just empirically wrong. They're not the same. In fact, I had this argument on Facebook the other day with someone saying, you know, the majority of the electorate are Republican. It's like, well, you don't know what you're talking about because that's empirically false. And so therefore, I mean, I fully understand why the Republicans do what they do. It's all about power, right? And if you are really cynical and you're not, you don't really care about morality and doing things openly and fairly, then I understand why you're making those decisions, right? I get that. So it's why we were expecting suppression, intimidation, litigation. So those three things in that order: suppression, intimidation, litigation, and that's their modus operandi.
Mm-hmm.
That is the only way they can win a national election at this point.
Which is sad, isn't it?
Of course, yeah.
It is.
But I think what's interesting in this whole 10% Biden sort of Democrat advantage, you have this whole range of things that could happen. So we could, if the polls are accurate, we are looking at a landslide Biden victory. So a landslide blue wave. However, with that same landscape, we could also have the tightest race you can imagine. Right. Yeah. So it's just amazing the range of possibilities. I think Biden will win, but how he wins is going to be really fascinating. And I think it comes down to tipping point states. The great thing for Biden, the great thing for Democrat-leaning people like myself, and I assume you guys, is that the path for Biden, there are many paths to victory. Yes. Right. So you can sit back and watch this, and you can go, "Oh, he didn't get Florida. Oh well, on to Georgia. Oh, he didn't get Georgia. Oh, well, onto Ohio or whatever, right? You've got these multiple parts. Whereas if you're a Republican and you're like, come on, you've got to get Florida. Oh, thank God you got Florida. Right, you've got to get Ohio. Oh, God, we got that. You know, Trump has to win every single state one last time. And if he loses one of them, he has to then go into Democrat territory to regain that balance. And he has not expanded his electorate. He has consolidated his base. He's played to his base. But if he loses 1 in 100 votes in the Midwest, he has lost the election.
He has lost the legitimate election. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that he loses the presidency.
That's true. That's true.
Because
Well, we have a
that's-
question real quick from the chat about Andy. I'm sorry, man. There's a delay, brother. I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak over you more than normal.
Right.
We have a question though that plays into what you were saying, Jonathan. If we do have that blue wave, and if Trump loses tonight, and things go very poorly for the Trump people, DeVos asks, which cities will Trump supporters hit when their cult leader loses, or how bad do you think that'll get? You think there'll be some frustrations tonight on the streets?
Well, when it comes to extremism, this is something that is typically we see on people on the far right. I mean, we see it all over the world. Jonathan could attest to that. Far right views tend to lead to violent extremism. And there is that concern in the United States that there is going to be possible right-wing terrorist activity. I would say look to those areas where militias, private militias, are prevalent, and those would be the areas that would be of high concern, especially in areas like Oregon, in some places in the South, in Michigan.
Andy has a list.
Yeah.
I do have a list.
I think this is really interesting because, as you say, right-wing terrorism is statistically now the biggest threat to America with it internally, but also globally. So it's following a global trend that is particularly worrying. And I think it also is interesting to look at the urban-rural divide in the US. So, and this follows global patterns as well in voting habits. Is that the right wing generally is favoured in more rural areas, and perhaps it used to be more suburban areas as well, but actually that's retreating from there. So and the left wing more urbanised, greater population, more experience of other people. You whack a load of people together, actually you do get harmonisation generally and openness to new experiences, which feeds into this kind of left wing psyche. So when you're talking about right-wing extremism, I would expect that in states that probably have very Republican rural areas, and actually some of those Midwest states that are historically the Rust Belt, that are historically blue states, have these very Republican rural areas outside of the city limits. Where you get these really strong Republican majorities in these smaller population spots, but those rural spots that do breed kind of militia activity.
I do think it's interesting how in this kind of election cycle, how they've effectively written off everybody who's had a college education as, oh, they're probably already going to be voting blue anyway. So let's focus on the uneducated electorate, and that should say a lot about people and their views. I mean, not people without a higher education. There's this level of perceived ignorance, and that is a concern amongst.
I think that's interesting. I think there's a larger thing going on within the Trump campaign, which is I don't think he sought to unify at all. I don't think he sought to go outside. You know, at least Biden is attempting with his messaging. I mean, he's got quite strong messaging about unifying America. That was because I think he realized that Trump didn't have that as a message. Yeah. So that's naturally the space he's going to fill. Whereas Trump is all about playing to a certain in-group. And that in-group is your whites, working class generally, but certainly white, your Anglo-Saxon Protestant type, classic Republican core base that's shrinking and shrinking. And if they want to sustain themselves over time and going forward, they're going to have to appeal beyond that for sure, or they're just going to lose, you know, going on in. And I don't think they've done that this election. I really think he's just consolidated that base, shrunk it, and they are fervent, right? They love Trump.
This is why I refer to them as a cult following. You look at the fanaticism that they exhibit. It reminds me of other cults. I mean, I shared something not too long ago about cult mentality and how cults operate. And if you juxtapose the two with Trump supporters and large cults, they do act very similarly, and it is very chilling to look at see those correlations.
There's huge amounts of culture. Yeah.
The 5 states most likely to be violent, according to a recent report.
Michigan?
It is Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Oregon. There was a new joint report that came from the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, an organization that maps crises, and the other organization is Militia Watch, which researches U.S. militias. So once again, those states most likely to see violence, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Oregon.
I mean, of course Oregon's going to be in there, but you've got to feel sorry for Oregon. Such a lovely place, I'm sure. And just like is the pitch battle for Antifa versus neo-Nazis. It's just like the fascists against anti-fascists, and it's just that's like the chosen state to go and kick off. Well, it's like, oh man, just a lovely house in Oregon, just gonna chill out in a beautiful
Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon is just to the south of me, and I've been to Portland, and when you go there and you speak to the people who live in the Portland area, you can see it's like a bastion of progressive values.
Yeah, just want to be a hipster.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go on the other side of the Cascades, I mean, we have a phrase here in the Pacific Northwest that every so often a knuckle dragger makes it across the Cascades. And if you look at Oregon and Washington too, there is this red-blue dividing line where you can see in population centers, which concentrate on the coast, is a solid blue block, and across that divide right there where the Cascades are, it's solid red. And
but this goes back to the rural-urban divide again. I mean, you look at the electoral map in Britain, right? So blue is Conservative in Britain, and red is Labour, okay, left-wing. So the opposite colours. But you look at a map of Britain, and basically the whole thing looks blue. Even when Labour win an election, the whole thing looks blue because Labour win all the cities, and they have tiny constituencies that don't show very largely on a map, and yet these large rural counties that are geographically huge make the whole country look blue. And it's the same in America when you go to the States. It's like even a blue-leaning state will be predominantly red because the rural areas are huge tracts of land with not much population, but they will overwhelmingly, as you kind of seem to point out, overwhelmingly vote Republican. And it's that rural-urban divide which is so pertinent to the US as much as anywhere else.
Right. So this is one of the things that I was going to talk about is what happens is essentially you have antagonistic individuals, these right-wing individuals who tend to migrate on their days off whenever they're not doing whatever they're doing in their home life, and they'll come over to Oregon into the Portland area to antagonize those individuals that are there. And it is a constant stream of BS. We have these people who are just trying to live their lives, and they go and harass the LGBT community. They harass left-leaning, like Planned Parenthood. They just go in there and stir up crap, and then they go back to the bridge that they live under somewhere on the eastern side of the state, and then repeat process. And that's why Oregon has these issues. It's cyclical. They come in, tear up the place like a bunch of Mongols, and then they ride off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like a band of Mongols.
Yeah.
Very vivid.
That's how I would do it.
Yeah, we have the same kind of issue here in Washington, where you have these Trump caravans come from rural areas that are not from anywhere around, and then they come in and they terrorize the place. That happened on Bainbridge Island up here. There was this caravan of Trump vehicles that came from who knows where, and they came onto Bainbridge Island, which is known for being a very progressive center area. Progressive area, and also where the governor mansion is. And they came on that island and just messed with the locals left and right, yelling slurs and epithets at people as they go by, because there's a very large LGBT community there that's been relatively safe for the longest time. And they go and they're stirred up hell, and then they left.
So
boiling everybody.
in those sort of situations, rather like the convoy that was harassing, and I found that really insidious and intimidating, but the convoy that was harassing the Biden van, with armed militia inside and hurling insults and all that kind of stuff, what I wonder is
Don't
what
let the attention to detail lead you to believe that a Honda is a delicate machine.
We got sponsors?
You'd be wrong. Underneath every surface that carries a Honda badge,
Are we being funded or supported by Honda?
capacity to amaze.
What
From the
happened?
core of everything we have ever
Yeah,
built,
it
all
sounds
the
like-
way to the top of where you want to go. Rise to the
This should
challenge.
not be- there
Rugged
should not be
performance, the
monetized.
Honda Pilot, Passport, and
I don't know
Ridgeline.
what
definitely
what
not
are you
me.
talking
Yeah,
My
we got.
glucose readings to my receiver every 5 minutes.
Sounds like
Are y'all
the
hearing
Pull it
TV
out of my
something?
pocket.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
hearing
we got-
something.
Yeah,
I
we
have
got
to prick
TV
my
playing
finger.
or something.
Yeah, we've got some adverts coming on here.
about? Did
Oh,
it
that's
stop?
It's
Yeah,
now
yeah.
stops there, yes.
That's cool.
Okay,
was
thank
strange.
you. Okay, that was my
So
fault.
what-
Technical glitch.
So what I was going to say is what I wonder is when those sort of those forms of intimidation happen, what do your middle of the road voters who are just tipping Trump or just tipping Republican, how does it affect them? I wonder, is this something that people are so horrified by that they could actually change their vote, or is this just accepted behavior for Republicans? You don't generally see that kind of intimidation on the Democratic side, although Republicans will talk about Black Lives Matter movements and Antifa and all that. But do you know what I mean? I wonder how those kind of convoy stories affect swing voters or people who are just inside the Republican camp.
Well, these
I don't think within the Republican camp they are immovable. Most of them, as Trump said, he could shoot someone in cold blood,
Fifth Avenue, yeah.
and his people will still support him. In terms of the independent voters, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, well, of course, we know that there are relatively few independent voters. There are relatively few undecided voters, and that's one of the reasons why. So what happened with the Hillary Clinton the election in 2016? The polls were generally pretty right. They got one Midwest state wrong and a couple of others a little bit wrong, but broadly nationally they were correct. They were within a margin of error, and you had what you had was Clinton tanking in the last couple of days.
Yes,
and you had independent voters going in much greater numbers over to Trump, and of course you don't have the independent voters. There are no real third-party candidates that are viable this time round, and you don't have the undecided. So there is those group of people can't flock to Trump because they don't exist. And you don't have the Comey letter and things like that are going to and these Hillary Clinton tanking in the last few. That hasn't happened. Biden's had the most consistent polling pretty much ever, and so this is why deep inside it, my rational self is like Biden should surely carry this.
John, you should come on more often because you say things that I say, but you say them with that lovely accent, and people take you seriously.
Not only am I incredibly good looking, but no, I think that no one else.
This is interesting. I saw it on the live blog on 538. The name of this post is "What Have Pollsters Changed Since 2016?" And I found this interesting. This paragraph. Perhaps most importantly, close to half of the 15 pollsters we talked to told us they now weight their samples by education. This adjustment could help deal with the real problem the polling industry had in 2016, when surveys tended to underrepresent voters with little to no college education.
And that happened, and it happened up in the Rust Belt. So it not only probably, I don't think it happened particularly nationally. I think it happened in polls in certain areas, and they happen to be the key areas, right?
Yep.
So where Trump won by less than 1% in those three Rust Belt states, 77,000 votes across those three states, that's what won in the election. If he loses Pennsylvania, like tipping point state, if that goes, it's gone. It's game over. So if the pollsters have learned, which they say they have, and that weighting of uneducated white voters is better calculated, then the polls are going to be more accurate. And even with the margin of error being maybe 4% or something, when you've got states that like Michigan and Wisconsin that are 7-9%, they're going Democrat. They will have to. I mean, I hope I don't get egg on my face, right?
You know what is, I think, what I find terrifying. Let me talk about me for a minute, because I don't think I've done that enough. What I find terrifying is when Jonathan says polling error of 4%, and Pennsylvania is 5.1 points for Biden. Those are the things that actually woke me up at 3:30 this morning and made me think. That's
exactly. But it's all about probability, and this is why 538 dude is all about probability, and yes, but it's more likely to fall for Biden, and it's outside the margin of error. And 1.1% is probably quite a lot of votes still. I mean, it doesn't sound like a big percentage, but that's probably a fair number of votes. And you know, I think it's places like Arizona. Well, actually, I mean, Texas, man, Chris, you are in the zone, because Texas is the place that fascinates me the most in this whole election, because the groundwork that the Democratic activists have been doing since 2016. With Beto O'Rourke in 2018 closing it to like 2.6%, and you've got, but right down the ballot, right down to the legislative elections, you could be flipping a house in Texas. You've got a potential blue wave, and even if Texas doesn't go presidentially blue, and I think it really could, because I'll come on to that in a second. You've got a lot of other things that are going on in Texas that are just important. But I think what's going on in Texas, and what might be really on the Democrat side right across America, is that most polls are done on likely voters, and likely voters looking at people who have got a voting history. And it doesn't really take into account people who have never voted before. So first-time voters are generally not on the rolls for pollsters to phone up and find out about. So you're missing a massive tranche of voters. Who are they most likely to vote for? Overwhelmingly Democrats. Somewhere like Texas, where the demographics are shifting younger and more liberal, and you've got massive growing areas, Harris County and all these places, you have a chance that they are missing like 1.7 million Democratic votes or something like that. So if that is the case, and you're looking at a tied vote, or maybe 1% here or 1% there, with those extra votes, you could have a blue win, really realistically.
Jonathan, you make me believe in Father Christmas now.
Hey Andy, who you got coming up next? It's almost 5. It's almost 3 o'clock.
Caitlin Bailey should be clicking. No, Caitlin's not on until Godless Engineer, I believe, is coming in at 5 p.m. Sir.
6 o'clock, 5. Oh yeah, all right. So we should see him popping in here in a minute then.
Yeah. Okay,
as we go on, we'll just carry on until we do, and then we'll excuse Mr. Jonathan and Daniel as we get there.
Right.
As we get through the thing. Thank you.
Right, because we can do what we decided. The choice we made was that we can handle 4 people at one time, having a good conversation.
12 hours. And I can say whatever I wanted for 12 hours. Jesus, you bastard. I mean, I can't swear. Sorry.
By the way, I want to point out, isn't it 1 minute away from having some of the first polling data?
That's what I'm watching over here. I'm watching on the screen. Wait, they're on a commercial. Commercial.
Oh man,
Chris, I'm really interested in what your views on Texas are, mate.
Well, you know, I'm near Texas. I'm from Texas. I'm really hoping Texas will go blue. I'm hoping. I mean, I'd like to see it. Like you said, they've been inching that way. 2016, 2018. This could be our year. Oh yeah, I'm hoping.
Do you have any anecdotal evidence of like family members or things shifting?
None that are good down there. I've been to Mexico.
Like the lowest form of evidence, and you can't even bring that to the table.
It's all bad news, Jonathan. It's all bad news. He can talk about anecdotal evidence, brother, but it's not good.
I can tell you about the people I don't. I can tell you about the people I don't talk to. You know, that list is a lot longer. Yeah, I just don't know. Have they changed their views as the Trump train has gone more and more off the rails? I don't know.
So this is why cognitive dissonance and other psychological mechanisms are so prevalent. Is that it's like chasing good money with bad or bad money with good, isn't it?
It's
chasing bad money, where you're just like, man, I've invested in this, I've got to keep going, yeah. And so you rationalize all these mental things, and by the end of, you can imagine 20 years down the line, you're rationalizing genocide or something, and you're just like, whoa, mate, you've got to cut your losses at some point, and that's tough, because you have to admit you were wrong. And that's a really difficult thing for people to do, and they don't like doing that, so they stick on that train.
That's a heavy lift for people to admit that they're wrong. My the girlfriend in my chat says all my liberal Texas friends have moved away from Texas.
I think they're fixing to give us the early polls. Do you guys want to listen in?
I want to listen to it.
Polls?
Yeah,
let's hear it.
Yeah.
All right, let me get some magic working here. I remember that noise we were hearing earlier.
Right now, this is a truly historic contest to win the White House and lead this nation.
Jesus, is that
this
you?
is CNN's coverage of election night in America.
Oh, well, you guys keep working on your thing, and I'll get us up there as we go.
I'm
no
Wolf Blitzer.
worries.
Right now,
I knew there was going to be a sound issue because of how we're doing stuff.
Am I supposed to keep talking now, Chris?
We're about to get our first look at what those
well,
voters
really, you guys
care
should be
about
hearing
most.
Wolf
The first
Blitzer
exit information will be revealed just minutes from now. And we're only about an hour away from getting the first votes of this night.
Oh, you just can't see the screen anymore.
As well as our first chance to make projections in this
right,
presidential race. That could happen in the 7
and you
p.m.
guys, I don't know if y'all can see it. I can't hear it correctly. Let me get it. Because remember, I have my button. I got to work on my buttons
Carolina,
here.
Vermont, and Virginia.
There we go.
Those states have a total of 60
where
electoral votes. That's a little less than a fourth of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. The first key race we'll be watching is Georgia to see if that traditionally
and therefore
red
Trump will be like, we're winning, because he's got the early votes, which are counted from the election day polling station. And
I want to listen to this.
So I think there's going to be a roller coaster of a ride throughout the night.
Or not.
Chris, do you need us to be quiet?
Maybe. I'm just thinking. Do y'all want to listen to this or
not? Let us be quiet and listen to this segment.
I don't know what they're doing just yet.
We do know that Joe Biden is now heading home to his home in Wilmington after making a couple stops here after really a day-long stretch of campaigning. And there has been some question about what he plans to do this evening. He told reporters just a few moments ago that he will address...
I didn't mean to interrupt y'all for this. I was trying to Giant Meteor 2020. Yeah, we got it. Yeah. I was trying to get it with the polls. I'm sorry they didn't give us the polls right there.
They like to tease us, Chris. They like to tease us.
As soon as they pop those numbers up, I'll get back to interrupting.
Yeah, so what's going to be interesting is how Trump plays this and what he does legally. I mean, I don't know how he can just hang on to the early declarations or exit polls or whatever it is that he wants to hang on to, the early numbers. Because there'll obviously not be the full amount of votes. I mean, that's the only way you can get by with the claiming victory or going down the legal route that way. It's just completely ridiculous, because you're saying I'm admitting to not wanting to count half the votes.
I think his goal is he probably won't declare victory, because he said, but I don't think he's going to declare. He will not admit defeat tonight. I think he wants to keep the door open for winning the election as long as possible.
Something about
he won't admit defeat this year.
Something about Trump's narcissism. I would not honestly be surprised if
he's got.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gives a preeminent victory speech, even when it's obvious that he's losing. He's probably gonna say something like, "So there's a buzzing." Oh, anyways, there's that crazy uncle banter that I'm just expecting. It's going to be some crazy far out thing, just like how he did back in 2016 when it became apparent that he lost the popular vote. Millions of illegal votes. I'm waiting for that. He's going to come up with some piss poor excuse.
Well, so this post-truth sort of society that we now live in, he gets up. So it's interesting. Last night I was watching live on CNN Obama do a speech that was absolutely brilliant. He was so competent. I was like, this guy should still be president, obviously. And then they switched over to Trump's live speech, and it literally, as they switched over, he just spewed lies. They were just flat out lies, right? And you're like, you can just stand up in public and lie so openly and obviously, and it doesn't appear to matter. So if that's how you can operate, then do you know what? You can say anything, you will believe anything, and whatever. It's irrelevant.
Reminds me of Joseph Goebbels or whatever the heck that guy's name was. You tell a lie often enough, it eventually becomes the truth. That's what I kind of think was going on with a lot of these radicalized Trump supporters is it doesn't matter really what the actual truth is. They keep hearing the same lies over and over, and they're brainwashed.
Yeah.
So in psychology, that's called the mere exposure effect. If you're exposed to stuff over and over, it's like how advertising works. Eventually, it's given credibility and you believe it. And what's interesting on the CNN feed that was just on there is the Hatch Act. So the Hatch Act is the presidential, for those who don't know, any British watchers, any kind of presidential federal thing that's been given over, being used towards a campaign for a particular political party in an election type thing. So the White House being given a war room and being used as a place to campaign from breaks rules as far as the Hatch Act is concerned. But Trump's already done this countless times throughout the campaign. And it's yet again just flagrant. I mean, it's not the most serious of problems, but it's just flagrant abuse of power and disregard for precedents and disregard for rules and disregard for honesty. And it's just the sort of stuff that man, there's nothing sacred in this democratic landscape for Trump and the Republican Party.
His enemy is democracy, and his enemy are the democratic institutions of this country, ultimately. That's why he lies. That's why he doesn't like the truth. He needs to, he feels to gain power and to keep power, he needs to undermine as many democratic institutions as he can.
Reminds me of Goebbels, or whatever the heck that guy's name again. Goebbels, yeah, sure. There we go. Gerbil. Where he said, the lie, when the lie becomes like a necessity to protect, because the truth becomes an enemy to the party. I don't know the exact quote, but I do remember that it was all about if you are lying to the people, you need to protect that lie. Therefore, the truth is against you. So this, what we're seeing is them constantly fire hosing lies to all these people and undermining the truth, because the reality is the truth is damning and is obviously the enemy to his campaign.
I love the imagery of fire hosing lies. That's fantastic. Well done.
Well, I mean, I guess in 2020 you'd be like pepper or the tear gas. I mean, that's.
I just want to bring up a few dates that are relevant. On December 8th, any disputes about the vote within states are supposed to be solved by the individual states. So if there is an issue in Pennsylvania, it needs to be done or resolved by December 8th. December 14th. That's when the electoral votes are actually cast. January 6th, when Congress says, hey, those votes are pretty cool, guys. We're going to accept them. Nope, the language. Congress accepts the votes. And of course, January 20th is Inauguration Day. This is what we call the extra innings. If things are not resolved tonight, we are now into double death overtime where those dates become significant.
Yeah. And
so you forgot one date, which is December the 25th, when Jesus wasn't born. And on that point, because that is important for this election, it's good to know that 71% of religiously unaffiliated voters are backing Biden. If you break that down a little more, that's 88% atheists and 79% agnostics back Biden. So it's a massive, as you could imagine, as we know from our experience within the atheist community, this is, there is definitely a liberal bias. And I'm interested in that connection between skepticism, atheism, and the left. I think, is that necessarily, should that be the case? Does one necessarily follow, or predominantly follow from the other? It seems like it does to me. But
it does, because of the incentives in blue states. The incentives for everyday citizens in blue states are not to be mean and nasty to each other, because we feel safe and secure, and that means feeling safe and secure means there's less religiosity in general. When you go into red states have less social safety nets. They have more and they have more incentives than to be religious because people don't feel as safe. And that means red state people have this way of being just more assertive, because blue state people, we're comfortable, we're relaxed.
Absolutely.
And we're kicked back by and large.
Well,
I think there's an awful lot going on. Yeah, I think trying to tear down bastions of privilege as well. I think when you see religions as privileged, or certainly Christianity as privileged, and kind of break that down, I think there's a connection between atheists trying to break down oppressive ideologies and structures of thoughts and privilege, and the left doing that as well. I think there's an interesting connection there too. Sorry, Daniel.
Oh yeah. Well, what I was going to also bring up is to dovetail off Andy. You see, obviously, we know this, that people with liberal values tend to be in city centers, while those with conservative values tend to be in the rural areas. And those individuals with those liberal values have to learn to live with people in close proximity, meaning you have to learn to get along with people and not be an a-hole. So when it comes down to, you go into the other parts of the area, they have, these big lots of land with big old signs that says, trespassers will be shot, survivors will be shot again.
Right.
Things like that.
So in political psychology, openness to new experiences is something that defines liberals, right? And conservatives don't feature high on the metric of openness to new experiences. So therefore, if you are, as you say, if you're forced to live with lots of people, you are experiencing new things all the time, and you are normalizing differences. It's like so the other week we were watching a Netflix film, my partner and I, called The Old Guard, right? I don't know if you've seen it. It's a pretty cool film. And about halfway through the film, I turned to my partner and said, I bet you haven't even realized yet that the two protagonists, main action heroes in this film, are women, and one of them's a black woman. I bet you haven't really thought about that. And she's like, no, I hadn't actually. In other words, it has now been normalized, where it was, you've got to force that kind of tokenism initially. Eventually, after 20 years, it's not tokenism, it's just how it is. And eventually you don't have to force it at all. It just becomes a natural choice for people to make when making films. And so as a representation builds up, it plays greater with larger audiences. That normalization is hugely important in a kind of liberal outlook, which happens in those urban areas, because you are just thrown together and you're normalizing all these differences all the time.
That's part of what I've talked about in the past. For those people who tune in regularly to the Daily Atheist, who remember some of my conversations I've had with Chris, talking about the Overton window. When you're trying to normalize something, you bring something so radical on either the left or the right, either gay marriage on one thing or banning all abortion on the other side. What they do is they incrementally, bring the conversation way over here. That way, anything before that seems less bad, or less, or would be easily more palatable. There we go.
Right. So we're talking about putting kids in cages, for an example, and once you go over that line of putting kids in cages, what becomes what becomes crazy then? What becomes off limits? And that's the danger.
Or then again, though, you also look at the other way. Well, at least we're not putting kids in cages. We're just putting them in big pens. If you bring something so extreme to one end, it makes everything less. So people are like, well, they're not putting the kids in cages. They're just holding them in hotel rooms, and we just can't access them, and we don't know what's happening to them.
So this, in psychology, this is called, I think this is an interesting parallel here to something called the anchoring bias. So if I was to come up to you and say, hey, I've got a house for you to sell to you, it's normally like 600,000 whatever spondoolies, but I can give it to you for 400,000 spondoolies. You'll be like, awesome, I've saved 200,000. The fact is, I just picked a completely nonsense number up here just so I could sell it to you at what I wanted to originally, and that's that kind of, which was 400,000. So you feel you got a bargain, but that's always what I wanted to sell it to you for, which is, hey, kids in cages, but hey, you don't mind us still, locking up immigrants in pretty horrific detention centres. Okay, we won't put kids in cages, but we're still going to do that. You're like, well, that's brilliant, thanks, yeah, but deal.
Just want to talk about early voting for a second. There's once again on the live blog on 538. For the first time in U.S. history, a voter is more likely to have voted before Election Day than the day itself. It continues that we have approximately 100 million people who already voted before Election Day, and they project that at the top amount, 160 million votes are going to be cast for the 2020 election. Yeah.
So that goes above their original going to smash it to an even greater smashing.
It looks like there's going to be a lot of smashing.
Yeah.
Jonathan, that was Caldini that you were quoting, right? I was trying to remember off the top of my head who was the one who initially proposed that concept of, the ridiculous high number, so everything below it seems reasonable.
I know it's a Daniel Kahneman thing, but might be someone he worked with as well. And election, there've been no policies. I mean, what the hell is Trump actually proposing? He's going to like Fox News softballed him twice to say, right, what are you going to run on? What's your second term? And he's like, blah, 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 complete bile and nonsense. Didn't give an answer at all. The guy has no. What is he campaigning on? He's just campaigning on slagging off other people.
A lot of times we'll refer to him as your crazy racist uncle.
He has so many autocratic tendencies. He is like, I think one of the Louis. I think it was the Sun King who said, the state, it is I. And so Donald Trump is basically running on Donald Trump. It is not on his policies, not on his history. It is more about who he is in the world.
So this is interesting. When we talk about elections over here or in Europe and stuff, and we say it's a presidential. So sometimes I think in the last election, when it was Jeremy Corbyn, who was a left-wing Labour guy, up against whoever it was it Theresa May at the time? But it is like this is a presidential style election, which is to say we're not really voting on policy. We're looking at these two figureheads and saying who do we prefer more, because that's what you generally do in America, which is Trump or Biden, who is a human being who is least despicable, and I'm going to vote for them, rather than actually what do you stand for on a policy basis, and what are you going to bring to the table as far as leading this country and the changes you're going to institute. And I think that's a shame, because that takes away from actually what the whole point of the process is.
Right. It's important to know what the policy statements of the party that the candidate represents. It's also really important to understand who the person is in terms of the candidate for the president of the United States, because character, and character, when I mean character, it's about decision-making ability in the pocket. Like JFK during the Cuban Missile Crisis saying to the military, no, we're not going to attack Cuba. We're just not going to do it. And you can see the mirror image of that with Donald J. Trump, just basically showing no character, no ability to really navigate the COVID-19 crisis, and just giving up all responsibility of it.
Look how close we got to war with North Korea before he cozied up to Kim. He was talking about fire and fury like the likes have never been seen, which is essentially he threatened nuclear war, which is absolutely terrifying. And you got to think about China's perspective. It would be like China threatening nuclear war with Mexico. We don't want that on our doorstep. So how do you think China reacted to that?
So here's the thing about Trump is that he's an empty vessel politically. I mean, he's a political nothing. He doesn't have an ideology. So before he was voted in 2016, he had 5 different public views on abortion, right? And so as an empty vessel, he's just filled up with whatever the people around him want to fill him up with, and he says whatever he thinks the most important people to him want to hear. So he says whatever he likes, or he is beholden to people who are very nice to him. He's that classic narcissist who loves adulation. So if he goes and meets Kim Jong-un, who's just blown up his brother with an anti-tank gun, then says, hey man, Trump, you're an awesome dude, I love you, man, and sends him a love letter. Trump's like, hey, this is cool, I love this guy, he's brilliant, And you're like, no, he's not. He's a murderous dictator. What the hell are you doing, you absolute imbecile? But for him, because he doesn't have that moral idealism, whether it's conservative or liberal, I mean, do you know what? I'm actually not attacking him for being a conservative. I'm attacking him for not being a conservative. And I'm attacking him for not being a liberal. I'm attacking him for not having any stance on anything and just being open to be manipulated by the worst people around him.
Well, I think that what Trump cares about is Trump and the accumulation of power. He does not care about what policy gets him to that power. And evangelicals are happy with that. They are happy with that because they think they can control him in the long term, or long enough to get what they want. And there is a good argument for that strategy because they've gotten all these Supreme Court justices. So they've made a deal with the devil and they've gotten their justices out of it.
So, Andy, I've talked to you about this before, which is, I think, a large proportion of America are single or very few multiple issue voters, which is to say, I feel so strongly about abortion. I'm so anti-abortion that I am going to vote for whatever party is anti-abortion. And you know what? They can come and repossess my house. They can put up my taxes. I can lose my job. But if they are anti-abortion, they have my vote. And if they are gun Second Amendment advocates, then they've got my vote. So you end up having this weird situation where working class Republican voters end up voting for the party who is most damaging to their interests in the long term, outside of these very small areas of abortion and gun control and religion. When it comes to tax and the economy and unions and helping your workers' rights and your wages and your equality of opportunities, you are biting off your nose to spite your face. And this is a massive problem.
I would say that the single issue voter, I haven't seen any peer-reviewed journals on this, but I'm going to guess that they have a lower education than many people do, and they are probably evangelical because, the fundamentalist Christian worldview is very black and white.
Okay. Well, I'm going to support you somewhat there, which is to say that there is, it depends how you define intelligence. But if you're going to link intelligence in some way to education, or forget intelligence, talk about education.
I did say education. I didn't think I said intelligence.
You actually did, but
okay.
So what I can say is some people say intelligence. What is the link between intelligence and religiosity? And it turns out that in other words, like, are religious people stupid type thing on average, and that's a very dangerous thing to say. But what you can say is that the least on average over large numbers, the more religious you are, the less educated you are. So the more fundamentally religious you are, so your evangelical fundamentalists are on average less educated than your liberal atheist. But there are many religious people who are very educated who don't fall into the evangelical fundamentalist paradigm.
Were you going to say something, Chris? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Sure. Sure. Well, I you're not even on the screen now?
There we go. Now I'm back. Yeah, so let's talk about 538 and their polls, and we've all kinds of stuff have been going on, and we got, like I said, other guests that are coming. So we need to cycle. No offense to the folks, but get other people in and get other people out.
Well, who do we have waiting? Do we have anyone waiting?
Not yet.
Okay, all right, that's good. So what do we have going on with CNN? What are they, or MSNBC? What are they? Do we have anything in right now, or
they've been doing some polls here? I wanted to find out about, but these are pre-election polls. The kind of let me get them over here.
Yeah,
go ahead, Andy.
Pre-election polls. I mean, at this point, just to go over what we've been talking about, is that Biden.
Carry on. Go on with what you were talking about.
Is that Biden is highly likely to win the election. He has a 10% chance. Trump only has a 10% chance of winning. There's a 1% chance of a tie between Biden and Trump. And in case that there's a tie, that means the House of Representatives decide it. And if the House of Representatives decides it, then it is clearly going to Trump. There is no doubt about that. So so that's what's going on right now, or what has been going on in terms of the 538.
So you've got
What's that?
You've got a 97% chance or thereabout you've got a 97% chance or thereabouts of the Democrats holding the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
You've got sort of 75% chance of the Democrats flipping the Senate. No, it's more than that. Sorry, it's more than that. And then you've got about a 75% chance of a trifecta, Democrat trifecta. So having the president, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. And I think that there's, again, it comes down to probabilities. I think what's going to be interesting is seeing a slight change of topic is Latino voters. So Latinos who are not a monolithic, there are lots of different groups of Latino, and you can talk about Cuban voters in Florida, but 69% of the
it'll be interesting.
Voters nationally back 6%, back Trump, and 57% of Latinos in Florida back Biden. So that's still a majority of Latinos in Florida.
The stupidity of the Republican Party, and I'll tell you about the stupidity of the Republican Party, is how they have drilled so much into white people and have not expanded the GOP more outreach into the Latino communities, because a lot of Latinos are culturally conservative, and they could really get some traction and cut the Democrats' legs from under them if they really put their minds to it. But they have been so focused on white evangelicals, they are not going to expand the party unless they absolutely need to.
Well, when you have a reliable base platform, they're not going to try to remove that block. I mean, it's one of the reasons why Trump refuses to disavow white supremacists. He knows that they are reliably voting for him. So why would he disavow them?
Exactly. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, there is that connection between sort of Latino and Black communities and religiosity. Again, to go back to religiosity, but if you're talking about the GOP's sort of core support from religious voters, then you're right. They could do an awful lot to gain quite a bit of Latino and Black voters through going through that religious sort of angle. But they don't seem to be able to capture that effectively in each election cycle.
I'm just looking at at a blog post on the live blog on 538, and they're talking about not just the issue about voters wearing masks to vote, but there's actually issues with election officials who refuse to wear masks at the polls. Yeah, dude. Let me read this. More complicated than what to do with voters who refuse to wear masks is the issue of what to do with election officials who refuse. Now, which state am I going to talk about? Make a guess about what we already mentioned this state before, but this is a particular. It is Texas. It is Texas. Okay. In Texas right now, an election judge and her poll workers in Dallas are refusing to wear masks, despite a GOP chair asking them to do so. According to Lauren, I'm going to butcher her last name, McGaughey of the Dallas Morning News, there's no way to remove this judge unless both Democratic and GOP chairs agree. And while the GOP chair has said he wants mask wearing to happen, removal doesn't seem to be on the table.
Wow. Isn't the COVID absolutely exploding in that area right now too?
I just think COVID's exploding everywhere, to tell you the truth. We're in this third wave. It's fall. It's just going to be a crazy COVID winter. The governor of Massachusetts basically told everyone in the state to put on a mask if they're going outside, regardless of how close you are. And you have this person in Texas, an election judge and her poll workers, refusing to wear a mask while doing their job. It's absurd.
I would be interested to know.
I was going to say this fits into the narrative that coronavirus is actually what is going to lose or who knows, but potentially lose Trump the election. So when you look at the Midwest states,
Uh-oh.
I think you got choppy.
And they've got
You got choppy there, Jonathan.
Yeah, we lost you there for a while.
So yeah, sorry. So looking at the Midwest and looking at how coronavirus has affected the big outbreaks up there, then this is reflecting on Trump's management of the pandemic. And if he loses the votes in those key states, then it's because he missed coronavirus.
I think the Tories are trying to block your signal, Jonathan.
Oh, right. I would be curious to know though what the if they were able to poll these people who are anti-mask, what their other views on science were. You know, climate change, what they understand about basic sciences like biology, math, etc. Just to see what they are. If there's a correlation between just across the field. I mean, are these anti-mask people the same people who, and I don't want to seem like this is confirmation bias, but it is something that I have seen, that I've been keeping a note of, is people that I see are anti-mask tend to have other very outlandish anti-science views, anti-vaccine, for instance. They were against things like evolution being taught in school. They have that higher instance of very high religiosity. These are things that I'd be interested in to know that are these same individuals, can they be kind of clustered? And I don't like monolith, taking people and putting them in a monolith, but it does seem to be a commonality with their psyche when it comes down to individuals that refuse to wear these masks. And it is concerning because these people can do very real damage to the community with their views.
Indeed. Yeah.
So there's an interesting part thing on the 538 live as well, that Trump may declare an early victory tonight.
See, that's what I was saying earlier.
Which, again, it goes what we said earlier, which is like, you know, how he can do that is quite beyond me.
Well, you know, he can do it because he is Donald J. Trump, and we've just accepted, or at least a good portion of the population has just accepted that he's just going to do what he's going to do. And the fact that, you know, and this is a difficult thing for people to understand, is that politics have totally
quick type.
That is pretty quick typing there, Chris, brother. Okay. Chris cannot hear me when he's typing this rapidly, so I will send him a message. You type loud.
But yeah, so just to read you what it says, is Trump might falsely declare victory. It's the man to have to write this sort of blog post since it doesn't say great things about the health of our democracy. But Trump could misleadingly declare victory tonight, even if the final vote count is uncertain and there's no clear winner. In fact, reporting from Axios over the weekend indicates that this is a possibility Trump has been discussing with his team for some time. For this to happen, the report said his allies expect he would need to either win or have commanding lead Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Arizona, and Georgia. So again, all those swing states would need to be looking to go his way in the early voting for him to declare some kind of early victory quite falsely.
Right. You know, if I was Trump, to tell you the truth, and I hate trying to put my mind into his mind, is that I would, like I said before, at the very least, I would not concede defeat, and at the most, I would just be, I won. And that would set me up for extra inning play, basically, and try to manipulate the process. Because once again, I just want to reiterate this, and I'm going to say it like a million other times tonight, I'm sure. Trump doesn't need to win the popular vote. He doesn't even have to win the Electoral College to be president of the United States 6 months from now. And it is... And if he was going to
I'm sorry to interrupt. I can't hear you. I'm trying to get the other computer on for the. So so the wife can watch this on another computer. Clearly, we're not going to be able to actually watch the election in here. So I'm getting it set up to where the wife can watch it in the other room. Sorry, I don't mean to be hiding from you. I'll be back, guys.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I've been watching everything, trying to see if any results have come out yet.
No, it doesn't look like anything. But Andy, what do you think is the most likely pathway for Trump to victory?
The only way for him to win, he's not going to win the electoral. He's not going to win the popular vote. We already know that. I mean, knowing as in the best guess, right, is that it's very unlikely he's going to win the popular vote. 538 will say that. There is a chance that he does win the electoral college. And let's say he doesn't win it legitimately. Let's say he doesn't win the electoral college legitimately, which I don't think he will. What he will do is that he will use his operatives in states to try to undermine the legitimacy of the vote and cast into doubt, because that's what Donald J. Trump is good at. He's good at casting doubt on the process and casting doubt on democratic institutions. So there is a real possibility that there is one set of electors. Let's just pick a state. Let's say Pennsylvania. Let's say Pennsylvania has a set of electors that are supposed to vote for Joe Biden. However, if the governor and if the legislature decides that the vote is too chaotic and we can't trust the vote we got, we will send our own electors to, and they will have their vote. So what will happen basically on December 14th is that Pennsylvania could send two sets of votes from two sets of electors to Washington, D.C. Now, what does Congress do with that? Well, Congress, especially a Republican Congress. And if this happens enough times with enough states, the Republican Congress can just say, look, the entire thing is invalid. We will just do our constitutional power. And none of this is illegal, by the way. The Republican House can just take a straight vote, one vote for each state, to see who is the president of the United States. And I have to tell you something, that is the most likely way Donald J. Trump will be president, sitting president in a year from now, if he is going to be sitting. So in other words, there are more Republican states here in the Union than there are Democratic states. In this nightmare scenario in the House of Representatives, if it comes down to this, there'll be more votes for Donald J. Trump.
Right. Absolutely. And I am still very concerned about how he will react tonight, especially if he does lose.
Yeah.
I honestly wonder if he will go down that narcissistic self-destruction pattern. So it is kind of interesting to speculate, but with his comment about using the lawyers.
Yep.
Chris, you got something?
I believe we have Caitlin Bailey here waiting for us. We're going to kick you guys off, I think, and going to have Caitlin on. Jonathan, MS Pearce, thanks for coming on the show. This has been a lot of fun. It's always great talking to you. Thanks for smartening up my brain.
Yeah, no worries, man. And it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to bang on about American politics.
It's a shame. It's a shame we didn't talk about Brexit at all, but maybe we'll do that on my channel at another day.
All right, we got to hold on.
One last thing, I won't be voting. I know you guys are, but I'm sorry, I just refuse to vote.
Very good, sir. Very good.
Yes.
All right, I'll see you later, sir.
Cheers, Daniel.
Yep. So, Daniel, do you mind if we kick you off too?
All for it.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming on. This has been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. It always is.
All right, thank you. I'm going to bring Miss Caitlin on, then I'll fix her name. I apologize for the...
Caitlin Bailey.
What's up? Hey, Andy, how are you?
Wait, I just have to let you know about the curse, the PG-13 rating that we have here on this show.
If you don't mind, yes.
That's fine. I think hopefully I can handle that. We will all do our best.
That's as Bart Simpson said, I can only try to try.
Right. There you go. I can try to try. You got me.
Caitlin Bailey, this is Chris Mallard. Chris is the co-host or the host, and I'm just a co-host, an accessory maybe, of the Daily Atheist Morning Show. Caitlin should be given a special stipend because you're in the great state of North Carolina, as I understand it.
That's true. I am in the great state of North Carolina, and me and my husband voted. So we're part of the count.
That's good.
Do the math.
And you could have been in New York City, but you came down to North Carolina, and I would like to think you did it just for those 2 votes.
Let's pretend that that's what happened. Let's not pretend that it's just been one cascading catastrophe after another. But yes, my husband and I are in North Carolina. We took advantage of that fact. We're voting. We're doing our civic duty and making both of our mothers uncomfortable.
Oh,
so,
no.
Yeah, that's good. No, it's fine. We're just...
Now, did you vote in person today?
No, we voted early, and thank goodness, because the place that we were staying at had a construction emergency. So my husband and I are refugees at my friend's house right now. We're back in girlfriend of mine and her husband. So cohabitating, it's nice.
I imagine it is. So, Caitlin, for people who don't know who you are, I didn't give you any introduction. We just jumped right into it. Tell the audience who you are and what makes you amazing.
Oh man, what an existential question. My name is Caitlin Bailey. I'm the host of the Oldest Profession podcast, which is both a podcast and also an organization that tells better sex worker stories. And we have the position that old pros have always been part of the story. So I am a storyteller and a sex worker and an advocate. And here to think about things differently the way that most provocateurs do.
Well, you're a comedian too, so that makes you a professional.
A professional provocateur, exactly. Saying things in short, jabby, oversimplified sentences.
So about this short, jabby sentences, what do you have to say about the election so far? What's your vibe? What's your read?
I've just been eating candy and potato chips in suburban Raleigh, North Carolina. My best friend is out in the living room watching Downton Abbey. My husband and I both worked full days today, in our respective bedroom offices, the rest of this dystopian nightmare. So, I feel very detached from reality. I'm also on some Ativan. So I don't know, I feel just weirdly and unnaturally copacetic.
Wow, I am so... I am just. I wish I had some Ativan, to tell you the truth.
We're doing the old pro panel tonight. I'm looking forward to trash talking Melania Trump a bit, but I don't know. I'm feeling a weird slumber party energy. I don't know. I'm anxious, but I feel like I don't know enough to be anxious about the specific. I've just hit the snooze button on my anxiety, and I'm I will start having specific fears after 9 p.m. tonight, when I have numbers based on things and not tea leaves or whatever it is.
Numbers based on things and not just on myth.
Things, yeah, and that's it. And that's right around when the Ativan will wear off, and then I'll get my calculator out and turn into a monster. If I said, "This is my Super Bowl," politics used to be my sport, and now I didn't realize it became a blood sport recently, and I don't like it. It's not as much fun anymore.
So I don't want to cover I don't want to cover the lead here, but your show tonight about Melania Trump is going to be the sex worker angle?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to do a deep dive into in what ways specifically has she engaged in the oldest profession, right? Whether it's her capacity as a provocative model, whether it's her I think unapologetically transactional marriage, or whether it's how she survived as a 26-year-old model in New York without any other income.
They're asking in the chat what you mean by a sex worker. Do you want to kind of break down, explain a little bit more?
Oh yeah, sure. Sex worker is a really broad and big umbrella term that includes everything from full service hourly escort work to foot fetish model to
in relationship perhaps to Miss Melania Trump. I think I'm just going on the question.
Sure. So she sued a blogger for saying that one of the modeling agencies that she worked at was actually an escort agency. And so there's not a lot of evidence to suggest that Melania Trump engaged in like hourly escort work, that you could like scroll through her picture on a website and click on her and then pay an amount of money. But there's lots and lots of evidence to suggest that Melania engaged in what we would call sugaring, or like transactional dating and relationships. And there are lots and lots and lots of sugar babies out there that are like, oh my God, I'm not a whore, but like you're trading sex for money or something of value. So we're claiming her. There's more evidence to suggest that Melania Trump was a sex worker than Victoria Woodhull was, who was the first woman to run for president. And we're trying to build a broad political coalition. So, you know, whether you ever sucked a dick in exchange for a specific amount of money, or, oh, I'm sorry, that's probably not PG, or, you know, you married well and feel dead inside, you know, it's like or you're a Hooters waitress, you know, like join the movement, pick up a red umbrella, fight for your rights, know your history.
I never thought of a Hooters waitress being on the spectrum of sex worker.
I mean, it's one sex work is one of those things where like the closer you look at it, the fuzzier it gets, you know. But yeah.
And you know, I was going to ask you if Melania Trump is like maybe a saint of really successful sugar babies in a weird way.
Probably, possibly. She certainly belongs within a tradition of courtesans, I think. The way that her sort of like high profile consumption, there are a couple of wives that have also stepped into this role, sort of like, I think famously, Marie Antoinette would be like sort of another public figure with sort of like decadent courtesan level consumption, and where that is a form of winning, right? Or you're being paid and experiences or money, etc. You know, like Melania Trump like will spend $45,000 on a bathrobe like as a dare. Like I feel like that's the drug that she's doing, and it's a kind of power, that like level of purchasing power, but it's not the kind of power that other old pros that we've focused on the show have gone after, right? Like Victoria Woodhull, who fought for suffrage, or even, you know, Stormy Daniels. We did an episode on Stormy Daniels, who is out there, you know, declaring her right to sort of stand in truth and not be bullied into silence haphazardly. You know, if you're going to make somebody sign an NDA, got to make sure that it says what you think it does.
So for those of us who aren't completely up to date on the Stormy Daniels, Donald J. Trump situation,
Stormy Daniels is an American hero. Stormy Daniels, all right, just as a provocateur, right? I know I'm talking to other provocateurs. Stormy Daniels forced the White House to take the official position, I did not have sex with that woman, and she loved it. That's amazing. That's an amazing thing to have done for the American people. And what clarity it brought to the political discourse. I mean, we didn't get better than that. Like, you're being gaslit on a massive scale, and Stormy Daniel tried to tell you first. It's old pros now.
That's a good one. Well,
Indeed.
Yeah. This whole thing has been a move up one step towards anxiety, towards more anxiety, towards more anxiety, towards more anxiety. Here we are today. I came in this morning. We did the morning show. I'm like, oh, I'm not anxiety. I clearly have been having some anxiety. Ask Andy. I'm an anxiety-ridden Chris today, on top of being extremely distracted. And now here we are, the cusp of the election. We've got just over 10 minutes before the first polls close.
Oh my God, it's like Christmas morning.
I know, it's on the screen.
But nightmares.
I just want to let you know I had a very traumatic series of Christmases.
Yeah, I was like, wow. I mean, Christmas is a dark holiday for me too, but not authoritarian dictatorship dark. Yeah, that's just...
If it makes you feel any better, from what I understand about North Carolina, 538 is predicting North Carolina to go for Biden.
Good. I hope that's true. Good. I know, like, I know so many people who have been working so hard on the ground here to make that happen, and I think it's amazing. It's amazing to see.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, have you heard any interesting stories from friends or relatives about voting or dealing with Trump supporters?
I mean, no. I mean, we voted early. It was we walked into a quaint fire department in Warrenton, North Carolina, and like dropped off our early ballot and spoke to, some lovely old ladies all wearing masks. I hold on to this fantasy that like we still live in a world that's run by like pocket pen sort of bureaucrats and like can-do middle-aged ladies that are just like organizing our little micro communities, and I felt very much a part of that. But we are pretty deep in the woods here, and no one's been watching the news yet. So like the news that we're watching now is like my first exposure to it today, except for Twitter.
Jack Maturko has shown up.
Oh, Jack Maturka. He's Caitlin knows
Jack.
Yeah. Oh my fictitious God! It's like the Naked Diner series of Jack Maturka. Are we calling you a Satanist these days, Jack? Publicly,
yes,
Satanist extraordinaire. Caitlin Bailey was first on our show. I don't even know. Before the apocalypse, apparently.
Before the apocalypse,
Before the
before time.
Yeah. And I agree. North Carolina is going to be interesting. That's one of the places I'm watching. It's kind of like my bellwether. I would be remiss as someone who went to college in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I would be remiss to not point out how important everything north of the 476 in northeastern Pennsylvania is going to be tonight.
Yeah.
I think if you watch those places, watch those counties, Lackawanna, Luzerne, Monroe, Pike. That's going to be the bellwethers for Pennsylvania, if you ask me.
Yeah, I lost a heartbreaking campaign in the Wilkes-Barre area. I was organizing Scranton in 2010. Yeah, for former.
I had evacuated by then, but that's part of why this is interesting. Part of the reason that that part of Pennsylvania is so interesting this year is because of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. You have a lot of brain drain that left that area from 2000 to 2015. Kids would go to college and then move to New York or New Jersey or Philadelphia or somewhere civilized. And now they're all moving home because they lost their jobs. And you also have a lot of people in that area who had, vacation homes and weekend homes and stuff in the Poconos who left Manhattan and moved into their vacation residences full time because they could telecommute. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that chunk of Pennsylvania.
So, dude, if I can call you dude, since we've known each other for so long, you're in Arizona. What does Arizona look like?
Yeah, how's that looking?
Boy, the last poll I saw, it was a dead heat. My feeling is that Maricopa County is going to turn out hard, and Pima's going to turn out hard. It's a question of how well Trump can rally those other more rural counties that exist up and around Colorado and northern New Mexico and Four Corners.
Are you guys seeing or expect to see any, more blatant voter intimidation than the voter suppression tactics we've already seen at play?
In Arizona?
In Arizona and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and any of these battleground states.
I saw an incident of it on Twitter, actually, of some harassment. Nothing really crazy, though. There was a study that came out that said 5 states are particularly possible or open to physical violence, and those are the states that you would expect. States that are really close with heavy militia action, like Georgia, unfortunately Oregon, and not North Carolina. So you're safe, Caitlin. And so
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think I'm safe because I'm deep in the woods on a cul-de-sac. I feel like trick-or-treaters don't come up here. Militia's it's not worth it. Like, we're not, it's too windy.
Too windy. This is scary.
I think that Arizona is one of those states where it's not, because our mail-in voting turnout was so high. I think most of the people who have voted for Biden at this point have, unless they just couldn't or something went wrong. Because our state has had a pretty good system of sending your mail-in ballot early. They sent you a text message as soon as it was received and counted. Worked out great.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So the high voter turnout early on with the mail-in. And I'm not sure about Arizona. Is Arizona one of the states where the counting couldn't start until Election Day? I don't remember.
I know
Pennsylvania is that way.
I know Pennsylvania is a bane to my life right now, because a lot of counting their mail-in ballots don't start until tomorrow, or at least in some serious counties, some important counties. And so they have a stockpile of ballots already, and they cannot count them until tomorrow.
Right, and that's why I'm watching North Carolina and Georgia, and I think Texas so closely, because if any of those three flip, I think Trump's done. Right?
Well,
I'm hoping.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
it's like
the first time Georgia's a
cautiously
toss-up
not
state.
panicking is how I've been
Well,
putting it.
does anyone foresee a possibility of Biden handily winning both the popular vote and the electoral college vote, and then Trump pulling some, like, I don't know, commander-in-chief shenanigans to just
Absolutely.
okay. Cool.
Yep.
And he's been talking about that.
I've been talking about, Jack Macherko might be surprised at this, because we were talking about this in 2016 on election night, about the apocalypse happening and the nightmare scenario, which actually did occur. So yes, there is a nightmare scenario in which Trump loses the general election. He loses the electoral college too, and he still becomes president via totally legal means. A totally legal way.
Yeah.
And
You're
that
talking
is
like faithless elector stuff.
faithless elector stuff, dogs and cats living together, end of the world stuff. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know if he'd think it that far through. That, like, I mean, they've already built a new wall around the White House, which
I saw that.
There's not enough jokes about, oh well, he finally built the wall.
Indeed.
His own little,
yeah.
And
yeah.
I think what we've been missing is, there's been all this talk about, well, what happens if he doesn't want to leave the White House? And we just say, and it's entirely within Congress's power to say, well, the president doesn't live at the White House anymore, and just move the presidential residence to somewhere else and move Joe Biden in, and that'll be the end of it, right? And he'll just be in his little walled garden, and he's just not allowed to leave anymore.
I don't know. I feel like after 4 years of Trump just doing shit that I was told and reassured and, patted on the head, that was just impossible. I feel like I've stopped, I've stopped underestimating the cowardice of my allies.
Hey, that's a good way to put it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and tell me more about that, Caitlin, because I want to hear about specific instances of the cowardice of the cowardly actions of allies. Because now
why is Brett Kavanaugh on the fucking Supreme Court? Right? Why isn't Gorsuch or the fucking guy that Obama, right? Like, I was there for the supermajority that
If we
had
can
from
with the
2008 to
PG-13.
2010.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
All
sorry.
I know is the answer to that question
sorry,
has
Chris.
something to do with whatever the hell happened to Mitch McConnell's hand.
What did happen to Mitch McConnell's
And his face. And his face. Because he also had his face too, like he fell and he hit his lip, or there was more to it. My wife was eyeballing him. She's a nurse. She's Wiley, and she was saying there's some things going on in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got issues.
I think what happened with Sesta Fosta is a perfect example of conservative and liberals aligning themselves to back up bad ideas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I will say that I voted Green Party here in Massachusetts because it's a deep blue state, and we're going to go for Biden one way or the other.
It's funny. It's fun. The Green Party thing came up. I was talking to Dan Arrell on Twitter not too
Dan
long
Arrell's coming on later on tonight. Dan Arrell's crazy.
Well,
yeah.
He had made some rather curt, glib. I'll say glib thing about not voting for either of the two major parties like Dan does. And I think I found the bridge of Biden voter and the far left when I said, Dan, here's what I want you to understand. It's not that I want Howie to lose. It's that I want Trump to come in third.
Oh, I like that. I want Trump to come in third.
Bridge that divide.
What did the Green Party do? Are they still trying, or did at any point
they are on the ballot. Tari Hawkins was on my channel the other day after doing a barnstorming tour around the country, and they're on the ballot in many states, and he's there to push the conversation to the left. And of course, as I mentioned to Caitlin the other day, the Green Party is officially for the decriminalization of sex work too.
Yep. Absolutely. They are the third official party to take that position behind the Libertarians and the American Socialists. So, yep. I mean, but, you know, the Green Party may be on the ballot in several states, but so was Victoria Woodhull, and nobody thinks her candidacy was real.
Most people don't know who she is.
She's the first woman to run for president. Okay, it's fine. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. 1872. Can you believe it? All right.
Okay. If Andy wasn't alive, then it doesn't count. Andy's very
old.
Well, I'm the oldest one out of the four of us. I know this is becoming more and more normal. You know, I'm the oldest one here.
I do think that is the thing I said to Dan about, you know, wanting Trump to come in third. I do think that it would be really great in terms of finally starting to shove the Overton window back to the left. If in a state like Maine that has ranked choice voting in a presidential election for the first time,
yeah, you know,
that actually became a reality. I'm not hopeful it would happen, but I think it'd be awesome if it did.
There are things that can happen. I mean, ranked choice voting was on the ballot this year in Massachusetts, and I voted for it. So I think it's going to pass, and I think it's on the ballot in at least one other state. So it's going to be a way of increasing democracy in our neo-democratic or neo-oligarchical system. I guess it all depends how you want to flip that coin.
Yeah, you know, I'm still surprised that it's illegal to begin with.
Yeah,
the sex work. I mean, it just I don't look up enough. It's not something I partake in. No offense. I'm not against it. I just never have had a need to do the thing. I'm not against it. I just why is that still illegal? There's I mean, like a coal miner gives his body away as much as a sex worker, or more so, really, if you would ask me.
Right.
When you think of like black lung and all those things.
Sure.
I don't know. It's just one of those things. Maybe my mind ain't right as far as how society works, but I'm surprised it's still do that way. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I would take the position that you're not wrong, but society's been wrong about this for a long time. Right. So yeah, I mean, I was raised by a soldier, so like I see what the state can do to people in exchange for wages, and it's not.
I would say that the reason why sex work isn't legal, it starts with a patriarch and ends with an E. Maybe that.
Yeah, I will say that it is the decriminalization of sex work and the destigmatization of whorephobia essentially is an existential threat to the patriarchy. You can't have a patriarchy if you don't know who the dads are. It's impossible.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, we've got the first statewide polls closing now. They closed just a few minutes ago in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. So we should be getting results for them soon.
That sounds exciting.
Very exciting.
I'm glad for that because I was this close to. This is going to devolve into a conversation where I bring up Silvia Federici at this point, right? Like I think there's no way we can talk about the whole.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, sorry. the whole sex work, patriarchy, feminism thing without bringing up, you know, using women as the means of production of the labor force, and that's her whole jam.
The creation of a labor force, yes, just being basically
in utero, correct? Is that what you're talking about? Literal birthing of a workforce?
Yep, the literal birthing.
Yeah, that's the appropriation by the state of the means of production of the workforce.
Yep.
Because they need women to have babies in order to keep a workforce.
Well, it's not just it's a uter-us, not a uter-you.
Oh, hey.
Sorry, I stole that from
but
Homer
it's
Simpson.
Uter-mine.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
We're going to have to keep her, Andy. Where'd you find her?
In a basement somewhere.
Great.
That's where we're going to keep
chained
you.
to a radiator, false consciousness, just, in a haze.
We were on a micro budget movie set where I got to play God. That's where I met Caitlin. Hilarity ensued.
Right. Oh, that's right. I played Lilith. We have an episode
Lilith.
about her coming out in December, a 3-part episode.
And I was God.
Excellent.
Yep. I played Lilith. And that movie is it's strange. A strange and beautiful film.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever. What was it? Is it a little indie thing? Can we find it on Amazon or something?
I'll send you the link over to it. It's like a 20-minute movie. It's a black and white silent movie.
It should be 30 minutes, but it is 30.
Oh, film critic Caitlin. Yes, I might agree with you with that. But yeah, it is done in a Georges Méliès, I believe is the proper way to pronounce it. The man who did From Earth to Moon, that story where the moon gets the big cannon bullet in the eye. So it's in that style. The guys who did it put a ton of work into it, a ton of CGI, and they did a really nice job. Though it could have gone a little short, but hey,
it's beautiful. Yeah, it's got 10 extra minutes of very laboriously done, beautiful footage.
Hey, Chris.
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
Is there where you can move the closed captioning to the bottom of the screen on the CNN feed you've got? Because
maybe
I'm really trying to read the stats.
Let me try to put that up for everybody to read on this screen here. You're reading this. Oh, they moved them now.
Yeah, it's up top and it was covering so I saw a poll, but I couldn't see what it was really about. Like I couldn't see the title.
What I was seeing earlier was I'll leave that up for now. We've got everybody on the screen and we'll leave up what they're saying. We can even hear them a little bit. I guess I possibly could turn it up where you guys could hear it whenever we're ready, whenever they start releasing polls. But yeah, I'll leave it up there and I'll try to, if you see something, let me know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's less white.
I'll try to do the thing.
This country is less white, but it's not
so
the
you
Republican
can hear them.
Party. And
a little bit, yeah.
Everything working okay? I'm just testing.
Yeah, everything's working fine.
Everybody good? All right, good. So whenever we get those polls dropping, I'll be a jerk. I'll be like, wait, there's polls.
Wait. We got to put the sound on. Yeah. Okay.
For a minute there, I was going, is she white-splaining that America is becoming less white? Because that's what it sounds like.
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Yeah, there's just going to be a lot going on starting here in just very shortly. Hopefully we'll get us some results. This has been, again, very stressful for everybody, really, and I'm ready for it to be over with. I described it on the show, on the Daily Atheist Morning Show this week, as like being on a bus, and every day you got to go to work or got to be on that bus, and somebody walks by you, this big brute, and every day he tries to flinch and tries to hit you, and every day you just like, like I'm ready for that, to not have to get on that bus or for that guy to go away or whatever. Every day it's been like that since Trump has been in office.
Kayla, can you FedEx Chris some Ativan? Because I think that
it's like you're talking. I'm like, yes, I'm with. I know that I should feel stressed out. I feel guilty for sort of sitting here being like, I'm just breathing into my yoni, just feeling fine, trying to stay present.
Right. Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I'm on drugs. So like I don't.
That's my.
Oh, that's actually one of the other interesting things about Arizona that hasn't come up this cycle in the same way that it did in previous years. That recreational marijuana is on the ballot here, which hasn't actually been a part of the mainstream media conversation of what's going on the Arizona ballot. Like, but I think that's. Yeah, go ahead.
I do feel like the turnout motivation on that is more pro than anti. I feel like there's more pro pot enthusiasm than there is anti weed enthusiasm. Like none of my conservative Trump supporting uncles can even bring themselves to pretend to care about smoking pot anymore.
Right, but I can also see. I mean, I don't know how to say this without feeling like I'm being demeaning, but there's a lot of single issue voter people who want recreational marijuana who are otherwise completely disinterested in politics.
Understood.
That's true, but I do feel like if you pushed and shoved them at the polls, they'd be probably pro weed and also anti-Trump. I don't know, even if not
I would
pro
guess.
Biden.
Well, right, exactly. So that could be something that brings out more of a vote for the Democrats than I feel like has been part of the national conversation.
Psychedelic mushrooms are also on the ballot in DC, which is very exciting.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
And decriminalizing adult consensual sex work could have been on the ballot, but we didn't quite make it happen.
Was it a lack of signatures?
No, it was not a lack of signatures. It was infighting within the community to prevent a signature drive.
I have no idea. Okay, so let me just say this slowly so my stupid brain can understand it.
Mm-hmm.
The people interested
Yes.
in decriminalizing sex work in DC.
Yep. The most interested.
Had some kind of fighting.
Yes.
That prevented them from even getting a signature rally, a petition out there.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Even though we had both the funding and the polling, which are the two things that you need to win a ballot initiative. It's great. Okay. It's fine. It's cool. It's fine.
Is this one of those weird things where Congress gets a say on what goes on in DC?
It is, and so we were and so the sequence of events wouldn't have been we win the ballot initiative and now adult consensual sex work is totally decriminalized in DC. This would probably force a congressional issue. I'm not sure whether or not they would respond. I think it really kind of does, but it would force the issue, and we really wanted to have that conversation on a national scale.
So what was I'm going to ask you the next stupid question. So what was the issue or series of issues that created the infighting within the community?
Reputational, interpersonal issues.
So people had beef with each other, because that's what I'm hearing. People had beef.
And it's the dumbest, territorial, ego-driven, small. Like, you think academic pies are small? Let me tell you about the funding available for sex worker rights, because it is way less than the tiniest university.
There's this saying about academia that why is it so competitive? It's because the stakes are so low. Right.
Right. Yeah, but here the stakes are like actually high. People continue to be arrested every day in DC. Like if it would be funnier if it wasn't so tragic. But I just wanted to be bitter about that on election night, since we're
unless their client was the right senator.
Right. Oh, Lady G.
Oh, hey.
I loved how the gay male escorts of DC were like, no, we are outing you as a group and in the worst way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. That was great.
Yeah.
Loved it.
It's going to take all kinds of kinds.
Oh, look, he's right now circling where the bombs are going to hit. Sorry, Jack and Caitlin. The bombs are going to hit on you guys.
Everywhere I've ever lived is in play.
What are the colors right now? Why does it say that Trump has 278?
Absolutely. They're just like, we're just kidding around and joking, but these guys don't know. They don't know. The polls aren't in.
I think they just had the 2016 map up.
Yeah, there's no numbers. There was no numbers.
Cool.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
No, this is just feelings between commercials. That's what CNN is. It's just... Yeah.
Well, it's political porn. That's what it is. It's politics porn. Yes. 85% of reporting on either politics or on financial stuff, most of it's just, rhetorical hand jobs for all intents and purposes. And most of it's noise and not signal.
I will tell you that having done both sex work and political fundraising, only one of those made me feel like I was selling myself.
Oh, really?
Well, there you go.
That sounds like a chapter in your tell-all memoir.
Working on it.
So have either one of you experienced, how did you guys vote when you voted? Did you vote in person? Did you vote by mail?
I voted.
Did you have troubles?
I had a mail-in ballot, which I did not mail in. I didn't bring it to my center there. We have a dedicated ballot box, official ballot box, so it wasn't like a fake ballot box that some Republicans did in California. It was a legitimate box. It was 2 minutes down the street. My girlfriend and I went down together, did our mandatory selfies, deposited our ballots, did the double check to make sure. I don't know if this is the American Sign Language for double checking ballots and ballot boxes, but that's what we did. And then she went online and discovered that yes, our ballots did get counted.
Good.
So it was a little victory for us. A little happy.
I did it mail in. I dropped it in the mail, and Arizona had basically you scan the barcode on the outside of your envelope, and it would send you text messages as to status updates. So I got a text a couple days later that said it had been received and counted, and then I felt a little bit less dread.
You know, that scanning, that's how QAnon told me that's how the Satanists get you, Jack Paterka.
Yeah, that's how they do it. They get you.
Oh, yeah, the 666 barcode thing. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you got to watch out for them.
Oh,
those Satanist people are bad people. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Trump's they were all worried that they were all worried that we were going to be putting chips in vaccines, and now that Trump's pushing a vaccine, they're all, we want that vaccine, and I'm just saying.
Yeah, nothing turned me into an anti-vaxxer faster than Trump saying that something would be ready before the election. I was just like that.
It's that the way that they're doing the process and they've rushed it so fast. Like, I don't trust it yet. I don't trust that. Like, but whatever that vaccine is.
That feeling state made me very empathetic to all of the anti-vaxxers I know, where I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not injecting that into my body. I won't do it. I don't trust that man or anything.
I have two thoughts. One is that, yes, this is how some zombie movies start. Hey, look, there's a vaccine for this thing. We're going to give it to everybody. And then zombies, right? That happened.
Zombies, yeah.
Totally.
I Am Legend, I believe.
I Am Legend, exactly. And I thank my fictitious God that my girlfriend works in pharmaceuticals, but not in an evil way, if that's okay. I don't want to be an apologist there, but she has told me about, or she informs me about what is legit and what is not legit. And so far, everything looks good. There are several trials that have stopped, and this is normal because things happen in large clinical trials. And so even though they're doing this stupid Operation Warp Speed, and Jesus freaking Christ, Donald Trump, stop trying to take Star Trek stuff from us.
Yeah, don't corrupt good stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, look, hey, we have polls?
No, it's not a poll. Scrambles. Polls. Do we have polls yet?
Indiana says.
I'm sorry. Let me get that on the screen.
See, those numbers are.
The chat. Let me get that chat out of the way.
Well, Indiana's
like a snail's.
Well,
Indiana's going red anyway. We already know that.
Out. Let's just look at what we're looking at. It's always fun to get the first vote. Greene County gets that distinction in the United States of America this year.
Oh, this is one county in Indiana.
29.7,
about
half of the vote in. According to that, again, this is one county, so this is not instructive. But one of the things we're going to do throughout
they're
the
just desperate for shit to fill.
Took the words right out of my mouth, man.
If you round it up,
we're desperate for numbers.
Sometimes we look at the math too.
Okay, all right. Back to
is Gary Johnson?
He has clearly won one of the most red counties in Indiana. Good for him.
Great.
Yep.
I don't even think Gary Johnson is the Libertarian candidate this year.
They had flipped from the 2016 numbers to the 2020 numbers.
Oh, I understand. Thank you for making me smarter, Jack McCharkle. This is how we worked. This is what Chris does now too. They help me with my brain. Sometimes. I break. Scramble's no big deal from Albuquerque even says even 538, which is one of Andy's favorites, admits with the methods of voting this year, exit polls will not be as reliable, even for general reference. No surprise there. Yeah, what I'm looking for are the big margins, if there are big margins, because once again, the smaller the margins, the more likelihood there is for Trump to try to do cheating or try to do cheating in after tonight. Yeah.
But are there because one of the things that I'm really not sure of what the effect is going to be is something like the Lincoln Project, where you have Republican voters voting for Biden. Are there any staunchly Republican counties in Massachusetts that you're watching as a bellwether, Andy, that you would say, oh, the mainline Republican that is 40% of the party is coming out hard for Biden, that would suggest to you that maybe this won't be an existential nightmare?
I'll tell you about what I know about Massachusetts. Before I'll say something like, hey, that was a really good question, in which that's a way for me to put in filler in my brain to answer a question I may not actually know the answer to, but I'm going to tell you the words out of my mouth right now. Massachusetts is 34 points ahead for Biden in terms of, the statewide. Once you get past, and this is getting into the weeds a bit about the state of Massachusetts, when you get past 495 here in the state, you get to central Massachusetts, and there, you have some old mill towns, cities like Worcester, Fitchburg. They tend to be more conservative. The city that I grew up in, Brockton, Massachusetts, City of Champions, misnamed, is a red city. The small town that I used to live in, right by it, is a red city. So, there are significant red sections of Massachusetts, and if we were going to divide up our electoral votes like Nebraska and Maine do, there would probably be a few electoral votes going for Donald J. Trump in this election.
Okay.
Possibly so.
Did that make me sound smart? Or at least not?
It did.
No, good. I
It
like
did.
that.
In those moments when I was paying attention.
Yeah. The top of my mouth started to itch, which is always how I can tell people are talking about math stuff. So. And on that note, unfortunately, I do have to go. I hope that is okay.
That is fantastic, Caitlin.
Great, Andy and Chris. Thank you so much for having me. Everyone will keep crossing our everythings, and if I can check in later tonight, then I will.
Okay,
right.
fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you
See you
for
later.
joining us.
Take
Appreciate
care.
it.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Caitlin's always fun to talk to.
Always. Never. She was on our show. She was on our old show like 3 or 4 times. It was never a bad conversation.
Right. Really funny, really smart. She is one of the people that I say to myself, wow, maybe I need to check myself before the crap that usually comes out of my mouth, because she might call me on it. Yeah. Broadly speaking.
See, look, we're looking at little tiny dots on Indiana at this point. It's not, the numbers aren't going to be, I don't even, these are tiny little towns that are just trying to be the first ones, because what happened, isn't there supposed to be like some tiny little town in New Hampshire that's supposed to be the first one that...
They were actually the first ones, and I believe their votes were already counted, and that little township in New Hampshire went for Biden, I believe. I think there's like 5 people who can vote in that place. And,
it's a very small number of people. It's the worst data set ever.
Well, this is an interesting point, is that so how many people try to generalize data from only a few data points, and you can't do that. Like from what happened in 2016, I've met a bunch of people who think Trump's going to win because of the hat trick he was able to do in 2016. And it's like, that's an N of 1 you're going with. You cannot generalize that. And that's what makes predicting elections so difficult.
I think there's a lot of people who were basically traumatized by his win in 2016, who are now terribly gun shy to feel optimistic.
Yes.
About
Rage.
About Biden.
Hey, what's up,
Raging Atheist. This is Jack Maturko. Jack Maturko, Raging Atheist.
Hey, nice to meet you. See,
nice
now
to meet you.
Your bald guy quotient has gone up, so we're already ahead of the game.
Yes,
I'm getting there.
Very bald.
I just want to say right now, and I'm going to make this all about me. Once again, I am the shortest person amongst the 4 of us.
And so he's immediately defensive.
I am immediately defensive about this gentleman.
Is that Napoleon syndrome kicking in?
Usually I don't have to deal with it.
You
But
don't
now I
have that
do.
problem. How tall are you, Jack?
6'1", depending on how I stand.
Yeah.
I'm getting older. I start to slouch now.
Yeah. Well, that's parenthood doing it to you. That's the weight of being a parent.
I have new calluses on one foot because of holding the kid and walking around. It's very, very weird.
That's true. I want to take a moment and say hello to the Messenger Reveals. Of course, Scramble's no big deal. That's the first time Scrambles has ever been here. Brian Stevens, Leo is here. The Maverick is here. Lots of nice people, wonderful people that we haven't seen in a while or before. So it's nice to have you all with us tonight on this election stream. We're talking about it, the Nokasuchi, and then John was here earlier, and I was like, John, you need to get the hell out. And John's like, well, all right. And he left. And hopefully he'll come back later, or he'll be a guest on the show later. It's been one of those nights. So Nokasuchi, what'd you learn, man, while you were gone?
Well, I've talked to several people that I know in the Democratic Party here, and I'm calling it now. Michigan's going to go Biden.
You think so?
Yeah, Michigan's going to go Biden. I'm hearing reports are starting to come out that out of the Trump camp that they're not feeling too confident in Michigan. But from the people that I'm talking to, they're ecstatic with joy, as opposed to the same conversation in 2016 where there was, apparent dread and doubt. So, I've talked to about 4 different people in the party that I know of here in Michigan, and they're all very optimistic, which makes me optimistic for Michigan. I think we're going to take Michigan tonight.
And just for everyone who doesn't know Rage's story, Rage had COVID-19.
Yep. He did have the cooties.
And now he is immune for a small window of time. So that's why he was out and about and mixing it up with folks.
Yeah, rubbing elbows.
As the president said,
you're in Michigan.
Yeah, I'm in Michigan. And as the president says, I am immune now.
You are the cure. I think you're the cure now.
I'm a cure now. Yeah, I'm a cure.
What has the Democratic ground game been like in Michigan?
Oh, it's been atrocious compared to what we're used to. And I've talked with Chris and Andy about this several times. It's been one of my biggest criticisms. It does appear that like their COVID awareness does seem to have worked here in Michigan, but there was no ground game. The Trumpers were knocking the doors, and Democrats were sending text messages. So that's pretty much how they made up for it.
Was there any like external, like kind of outside the DNC? Because I feel like I haven't heard as much from Michael Moore as we did last cycle, and I'm kind of hoping that maybe he was just running his own private kind of pack ground game out there.
Not that I've heard. Now we do have some elements in opposition to some of the more extreme right-wing elements that have me going around the state, Antifa and Black Lives Matter. But as far as like grassroots movements, progressive-wise, Michael Moore, I haven't really heard anything. And I think that he's kind of on board. I think it's the gamble that the left took. You have two options. You have what the right's saying about COVID and what the left is saying about COVID. And the left backed it up just as the right did. So we're going to see which strategy worked the best, I think.
Well, that'll be interesting.
You know, I'm going to say this, is that sometimes people do the right things and get good results, and sometimes they do the right things and get bad results, and sometimes what I guess I'm trying to say is that even if the Democrats win, which they will, we cannot attribute it to the fact that they are competent in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Very true. Hey, Ronnie, I think your microphone may not be working, or you're picking up a different microphone. I'm just saying, it sounds like I'm hearing a lot of. Sounds odd.
I can help troubleshoot that because my kid's awake and I gotta go.
Okay.
Oh, well, we'll blame you then. All right.
Let me figure it out.
No worries.
We'll all get through this together. Carry on.
Thank you,
Jack,
us,
for showing up, man. It's been great.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Let me get us switch weighted over here back to normal. Now that we can kind of get back to normal here.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going
is that
to take
better?
a small break.
Okay.
Because I got things to do for like maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Everyone will be a lot happier with me gone, I'm sure. All right, sure. I understand.
Nobody said that.
No one had to say that. Hello. I'll be back.
I will do the thing, and I'll get us up here. Let me do the thing. Hey, Ronnie. How's it going?
Yeah, it should be better now.
I believe so. Good enough.
All right. Yeah,
the girls I go with.
I was somehow my settings got jacked up, and it was the camera microphone was the one that was going. So
we were getting a lot of room noise.
And that might explain somehow my settings got jacked up. I don't know if my daughter got my computer, but that might explain my audio issues in my streams lately. So,
hey, it's some kids, man. It's some kids. So what's going on? Did you pop over and already do Godless Granny's show?
No, that starts at 8:00. So.
Oh, okay.
Is Messenger in my chat or is he in yours?
I don't know. I think he's in yours. He's stalking you. Let me look though. Let me find him.
Like, why don't I see him? Like, I don't see you, Messenger, in my chat for some reason. That's really weird.
He may not be. He may not be. Let me look here. Over there. He might be in my chat. Hiding, sneaky like. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. The Messenger reveals. I see him. Hola. Hope you guys are doing good.
I see him in the combined chat, but I don't see him in my chat. He's adding me like he should be in my chat. I don't see you, Messenger. I don't see you. That's really weird.
Are you talking about the Messenger reveals? Yeah, he's in my chat.
All right, so he's in your chat.
Yes.
Yeah, stop adding me, Messenger, when you're not in my chat.
It don't work. You can't see it. We're gonna figure that all out. We're still getting started here with things. This whole being able to stream to multiple channels. We're gonna have it to where Nokasuchi can watch his channel and pop them up like I can pop up stuff and do things. Well, it's gonna be nice. We've got some polls closing. They don't have any firm results yet, but we do have some polls closing. It looks like I don't know yet for Indiana. I don't know how Indiana falls. How is Indiana?
Indiana usually tends to go red, I believe. Or am I thinking Illinois? I don't know. Where was Pence from?
Sure.
I think Pence is from Indiana.
I think so. Let me get this stuff right up here. Now they've got, I think we're looking at Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky. Okay, yeah, so we should be seeing results. I moved all my stuff around, so I'm trying to get things going here. Somebody said, was it your guy? Said there was going to be a red wave earlier?
Yeah, that was Messenger Reveals. And I'm like, Trump might squeak by, but a red wave? No models is predicting that. None.
I'm really hoping not to, that we don't face something like that for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to watch here. We've got different ones. I've got CNN and MSNBC up here on this thing over here. So we'll watch them as they come in. And you said Godless Grannies thing is at 8 o'clock Eastern? That's 6 o'clock our time? Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, that'll be 8 o'clock Eastern.
What are they doing? Are they doing an election stream or is it something unrelated?
Yeah, I believe it's an election stream.
Okay.
I believe so.
Go ahead.
She usually will send me an invite on Tuesday nights, and now that I'm back to work, I usually don't do it, but I'm trying to switch up my nights. And so I got the election night off, and she asked me, so I always turn her down. So I'm like, nope, I'm going to say yes this time, and hop in for a little bit. I told her I probably wouldn't be there the whole time because we're doing our thing here, and
and we've got other guests coming too. So we're gonna be plenty busy. I'm gonna pop us over to this other section and put us up on the screen. We can actually, I'm gonna make us listen here. We can listen to some of what's going on.
Almost all day. This slow, steady pace, but that's because
4.6
million early votes were cast in the state of North Carolina. More than 95% of that total 2016 turnout, and more than 62% of all registered voters. Now, they had decent turnout amongst both Democrats and Republicans in this state, and it is tight here. Polling has shown that former Vice President Joe Biden is just a little bit ahead in that polling, but really it has been neck and neck. And they're also here in this state focused on a very close Senate race, Jake, something that everybody here is waiting to get at, again, 8:15, those numbers.
All right, Diane Gallagher.
Wow,
North Carolina.
extending
Let's
it
go to Wisconsin.
I heard that.
Where favorite son Bill Weir is in the state capitol, Madison. Bill, the National Guard is now playing a role in the election in the Badger State.
Really? I hadn't heard that.
Yes, Jake. Otherwise pretty smooth as butter here in the Dairyland, but the one hitch is Outagamie County. It's near Green Bay. It's Appleton, Wisconsin. Big Republican stronghold. Due to a printing error, they thought they had about 13,500 ballots that would have to be painstakingly hand transferred onto a clean ballot. Otherwise, it would throw off the counting machines. The problem is not as bad as they thought. They actually went to the Wisconsin Supreme Court for guidance, and they decided, handle it yourselves. Hire more people. They brought in 20 National Guardsmen who are helping transfer things. But it doesn't sound like as many of the ballots were affected as they originally feared. But still, Appleton, which is a key return area there, probably won't be in until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Meanwhile, here in Madison, which was kind of like a blueberry in a bowl of tomato soup 4 years ago, it will be bright blue tonight. Things are going so smoothly here. The count should be in. And as one veteran poll worker here told me, Jake, the reason it's going so well here is that they finally figured out how to use the counting machine. She said, it's like a baby boy. If you don't know your way around it, it'll pee all over you. Just one more example of why Wisconsin, I think, is really the most charming of all the states.
All right.
Well, we got some things to look forward to tonight. I'm just eager for those first results. Now, I've heard that what may happen, we may get a wave of a Trump may get a kind of a wave in the beginning, and then it'll kind of go back the other way for Biden.
Well, yeah, I'm hearing that it could be the southern states that we actually get results for first. Georgia, Texas, Florida could be a day or so. I mean, Florida's always late anyway. So, I mean, every election, Florida's like the last one that comes in for some odd reason. I think that it could be a Trump early night, and that's where we could get that really early Trump declaring victory before it swings back. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I will say I'm even more optimistic than I have been, and I'm really surprised because I've been really nervous all week leading up. Yesterday, I was extremely nervous. It seemed like the town was nervous. Everybody was just really, really quiet. Seeing Trump's press conference earlier, and for the first time, I heard Trump mention the word "lose" and how that's a possibility. So I'm like, I don't know. I feel really good, and I hope I'm not setting myself up for another 2016, liberal tears on some stream or another, whether it be this one or. But I feel good. Tears. I feel good.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. It's just I've mentioned it several times. Watching Rachel Maddow's face that night during the election, and man, it went from good to bad. I don't want to be that. I want to be all yoo-hoo. I even have a special button prepared just in case, or for when Joe Biden wins, I'm gonna press that button. It'll do special things on the stream. I'm mucho excited about it.
I hope it's tonight. I really do.
Me too. Well, a lot of times they'll even do they'll even do concession speeches on the night of, if it's that far one way or the other. So hopefully we'll see some of that. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to see Trump concede. No, there's no way that's going to happen. But the numbers will be so much that people will go and, well, he should just succeed. We know he won't, but he should. That's kind of the thing. James Hogue has a question. Has anyone encountered any militias today?
I haven't. And I haven't really heard many stories. I was planning on watching the local news earlier, but I didn't get a chance to. But I did hear a story about it earlier. Maybe it was ABC News or something, to where that was a strategy Trump was counting on, but it really isn't a winning strategy, and it's not really interesting. Like, so even if they do show up to these polling stations, you're going to sit there and yell at people that are going to outnumber you and yell, it doesn't make much sense. So
yeah,
I'm not hearing many stories. It doesn't seem like that really is a thing. Now we're in crunch time right now. Like here in Michigan, we got like an hour and a half left. I think now would be the time, now that it's dark outside, we might start hearing some stories,
True enough. I saw some numbers there a minute ago. They were good in Kentucky. For the president, 96,800 against 75. I mean, he's winning. He's winning Kentucky. I see that as a good thing. It may swing. Obviously, it'll probably swing. It'll change as the night goes through. But that's good for Amy McGrath, for so many people who down balloted, and bad for Mitch McConnell. That's what. I think. You want to listen to them real quick while they?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Andy.
Hello.
We were going to listen, Andy. To these people.
I'm ready to listen too.
In Kentucky right now, 8 electoral votes. 8% of the estimated vote is in. In Indiana right now, Trump is way ahead. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. He's up by about 25,000 votes, 67.2% to 30.9%. Kentucky, John King, a pretty reliable red state, so I wouldn't necessarily say this is the bottom line, but let's take a closer look at Kentucky right now. Maybe for a few minutes, Biden will be ahead.
I wouldn't say it's the bottom line. And if you're a Democrat at home, especially a Democrat from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, if you want to use your phone to catch a quick screen grab, take a picture, be my guest. Kentucky is blue at the moment, but let's pull it up. Look, we don't expect Kentucky to end blue at the end of the night. Doesn't mean it won't. Doesn't mean it can't. But we certainly don't expect that. This is 77% of what you're seeing on your screen right now is early vote. And what do we know? What do we mean by early vote? We know it was disproportionately Democratic.
Yeah, I don't hear it anymore.
Democratic voters
I don't hear it anymore either. So let's fill this up with some clever patter rage, because we're both professionals. And this is the miracle of live shows, people.
55.
So
shit happens.
44.
It does, man.
Remember,
So,
2016.
so Frankfurt, it's no
Presidents have won the
surprise
state
that
by nearly
Frankfurt's
30
blue in
points. So this is
Kentucky.
not
It's one in
expected to
Louisville
stay
because they're
where it
both,
is.
you
We're
know,
just looking at
urban
early votes, and
areas.
this is one of the courses
And
we're gonna
so
have to go
you would
through all
think that
night.
urban
In
areas
states
go
that are
blue,
competitive,
typically.
in states that are not so competitive, as we
Overall.
don't expect Kentucky will be at the
Well,
end.
yeah,
We have to
and
walk through transparently
it
with
does
people
seem to be
about why
early,
The Cincinnati suburbs in
but
northern
that's
Kentucky,
a
there's
that's
one
a
blue
significant
county already
lead
up there.
even for
again,
early.
this is
Trump's got a lot of
77%
makeup
early
room,
votes. If
and,
this
you know, me and
holds,
John
if
Peterson were
Kentucky
pointing something
holds
out
blue,
earlier
this would be a
because
huge
I think
deal. If it
I'm
holds
fairly
blue by
certain I've
that
heard all
margin,
day that they said it's close
a
to 100
ginormous deal.
million
I wouldn't expect that to happen. But why is
votes
that
already.
important? Because this is
votes,
the county
you know, like
that
early
President
voting,
Trump won, you know,
mail-in
60
voting.
to 34, if you do the
There was like
rounding there. Why are we
120,
looking at it
a
again?
little
We
over
expect
120
Kentucky
million people
to
that
be
voted
red.
in the last
Covington, if you've ever
election.
flown into the Cincinnati-
Like we could be seeing an overwhelming turnout that the country hasn't seen in a very long time, and if that happens, then Kentucky is up for grabs, and Mitch McConnell is in really big trouble.
No, you raise a good point. We could have up to 160 million people. I mean, that's just an approximation. 160 million people voting. So yeah, anything can happen. That's how crazy this is.
Yeah. But again, very early. I don't want to get too overly optimistic.
This is the most I've seen you smile, Rage.
I know.
This is the
It's
most
been
I've
all
seen you
day.
smile.
It's been all day. I can't seem to get it off my face. So hopefully, Messenger later in the night, you won't be the one smiling at me. You ass. You ass.
Yeah, well, again, you know, watching these numbers in the beginning can be very misleading.
Yeah.
For one. And then Trump said whenever it looks like he's won or there's a winner, he's going to declare himself a winner. So, I mean, if he even just barely gets ahead, he's likely to try to declare himself a winner.
Once again,
You know?
I if I was Trump, I would, at the very least, I would not declare defeat tonight, because just declaring defeat means that you're limiting your options in the extra innings, and that's his best chance of winning.
Yeah. Yeah. Brian Stevens says, he's talking to Messenger Reveals. He says the Kentucky map shows Biden taking 2 more districts than he did in 2016 so far. I'm sure it'll change as we go throughout the night. And I guess nobody really, I haven't seen any reports of violence at the polls. Have you guys seen anything like that?
I haven't seen anything.
We were worried. Thought tonight was going to be crazy. It's not over.
They could very well still be on standby for when he loses. So
yes,
standby.
We
That's
mentioned
right.
that. Remember, we were talking about
Standby.
that. One night we had a vote, didn't we? It was like one of our polls was at what time in the day or something. Is he going to call for him to stand up? I don't know. I think I threatened to poll that one. But, you know, you never know with that guy. What time in the night, whenever he realizes, you know, he's going to get ousted, is he going to call for his peeps to step up and do their thing?
Right. I don't even think Trump has tweeted a whole lot. I put up a Twitter alert in case he starts tweeting, and I haven't gotten anything. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's my Twitter account acting up.
See, go check it out. But remember what I said earlier is usually whenever whenever something is going down, something big important, he doesn't tweet a lot. He goes dark on his tweets.
Well, he is okay. So here's something from 27 minutes ago, all in caps in classic Trump style. Okay. We are looking. I'm not even going to yell because I'm not going to do this. We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you. All in caps, because that's his style.
And that's it, huh?
Yeah, that's that. That was 27 minutes ago. And before that, it was 3 hours ago, talking about how the economy has grown 33.1% in the last quarter. And of course, he averaged that out to make it all 4 quarters. So the economy didn't actually grow 33% last quarter. That's the high and low of it. And if it did, it's only because he killed it. He killed it so badly. And killing it in a bad, negative way, not in the comedian way of killing it. He throttled the economy like it was a newborn baby in a crib. That's what he did to the economy.
Yeah, yes, he did. And, you know, again, we've talked about this several times. Had it not been for the cooties coming along and shutting down the economy, therefore making it to where, the economy's shut down, we need to dump $1 trillion or $2 trillion. Had it not been for that, we'd be seeing the economy be collapsing right now or close to now because of all the taxes he gave away, no taxes coming in.
What vexes me if I was on Trump's team and if I was going to talk to, and if I had no heart, then I would have told Trump, it's like, why aren't we doing a second stimulus, boss, right? Because we want to make people feel as if they aren't poor and it's the end of the world. Even if we are going to screw them after the election, you would want people to feel pretty confident about you until November 3rd. Right. But they didn't even do that. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't understand why they just didn't push and just for something to get through to make people feel better about voting Republican. But they didn't even do that. It's the ring of stupidity. I haven't talked about the ring of stupidity for a while, but it is Donald J. Trump and the self-imposed ring of stupidity he has put around his own, head, neck area.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I'm looking at his Twitter feed right now, and he pinned this. I don't understand it. It says vote, 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 and it's clips of him dancing, but it's like, I'm like, why do you think that helps? I'm laughing. I'm sitting here laughing. This is hilarious that he would actually put that up.
I like his moves though.
Yeah.
He does the points. He does the hammer blows.
It's the same thing. It's like a really awkward white dude trying to dance for 10 seconds.
Like, granddad, your doctor told you can't be doing that. Stop it.
Or one of those zombies from a zombie movie where they're all twitch walking.
Twitch walking, right?
Yes. Oh man, it's horrible. And he pinned it to the top of his. Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah. Well, so far there's still not a lot. I'm eagerly waiting for some decent results to come through.
It's only 6:46. It just seems late because for some crazy reason we decided to start doing this at 4 p.m.
Yeah, I know, right?
And so there was going to be.
I'll tell you. Had these right-wing nutbags been all news and drama and guns and whatnot, me and you'd have been all over. Would have been high in the sky. These guys had the edge of it, but nope, nothing happened.
But I have to tell you, the guests that we had on, we had Jonathan MS Pearce, we had Daniel Fitzbennett, Caitlin Bailey, and Jack Materko. I had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun so far. Yeah, and we got a great group of people coming on. Jack and Rage,
and of course Rage, yes. Jack, Jack was a lot of fun this time. Whenever he was on the morning show, he was not awake.
I don't think he was awake, brother. No, he wasn't awake. Jackson, as the stereotype of Satanist extraordinaire that he is, I think he's more of a night person than a morning person.
As one might imagine. You were going to say Rage?
Oh, I don't know. I was going to say something, but I'm
just. Must have been a lie.
The weed is good. The weed is good.
Yeah. The only thing I miss about, not doing weed is my short-term memory.
Yeah.
My long-term memory and my middle-term memory.
And your memory.
All those other memories. Yes. So, all right. Things are going good now. I think pizza will be arriving soon.
I already got some Chinese food. I just stuffed into my mouth hole a little while ago.
You?
So yeah. Got some vegetarian. I'm not here to shame anyone about eating murder meat because I never talked about being vegetarian. But my girlfriend and I are vegetarian. We got some lovely vegetarian Chinese food.
Vegetarian Chinese food sounds delicious.
Yeah, well, it's all fried. The fryer later forgives all sins, my friends. That's what it is.
I'm going to put you guys up for just a second. The wife just got home. I've got her all set up to watch the thing. She's going to do the food thing, but I got to kiss her. So I'll be back.
Wow. Talk about needing to send thoughts and prayers for her,
Oh, yeah. Yes. Good night, Andy. Good night.
So far, so good, my friend. So far, so good. It's
we'll see.
We'll see how it all plays out, right? Yeah. Because Pennsylvania and Florida. How many times has my heart been broken by Florida?
Yeah.
Way too much. Way too much.
Well, I hope Florida doesn't fall for the crap ads that I've been seeing the last 3 days in particular, where Donald Trump is like, Democrats are coming for your Medicaid and your Social Security, and I'm going to save it. And I'm like you guys have to know, he's trying to take away Social Security right now, right? He's trying to take away Medicaid right now. So hopefully they'll see through the because we know Florida's, their population is older.
Well, that's like that's like saying a union is out there to take away your weekend. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
And that's what I said. Like, I don't think that it's been really since George Bush versus Al Gore that I've just seen just lying ass ads like I have seen from Donald Trump this go around. Like, just straight out lying. No, we're not going to take away your Medicaid. What you talking about? What court case? No, that's the Democrats. That's the socialists.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It is insane, and you just gotta. Well, you know how Trump works, right? He just thinks of a lie, not that it's coherent or logical, just so that it gets him to the next lie. He is like an improv performer in this way. Many times in many different places I've talked about Trump being a stand-up comedian, but in certain ways he's doing improv because he's just doing lie and then yes-anding the next lie and then yes-anding. He's like a grand chess master of lies, and the fact that he has lies set up for the next 20 years if he needed to.
Yeah, well, it's like his brain has been wired specifically to recognize the truth and then mouth the opposite, right? So, I've never seen anybody as good at it as Donald Trump is. Never.
And the thing is that he is good at it.
Yeah,
he is good
really
just
good
at
at it.
lying through his teeth and just saying facts. I don't even know what facts you're talking about. His closing argument to the American people is that I'm going to fire Fauci once things are done. This is his closing argument.
And half of the country's like, hell yeah.
Yeah, isn't that scary? I mean, goodness gracious. And, even before that, he was bragging about, he's talking about, if you elect Biden, he'll trust the scientists. Like, that's a bad thing. Danger, he'll trust the scientists.
Well, this is Phil Lister in my chat asked a while back, are you optimistic? And I replied, I am when I'm not feeling it's the end of the world. And that pretty much, that's my... That's how I feel right now, is that I'm feeling good as long as it's not the times I'm thinking it's the end of the world.
I'm surprised I haven't seen a Trump ad, you vote for Joe Biden, he's going to teach evolution in school. And I'm like, how have I not seen that ad yet? Like, I just don't understand how I haven't seen that ad, because of course, we should see that ad.
Oh, yeah. Well,
evolution.
His people understand that between him and Betsy DeVos, or DeVos, so however you pronounce her name, that evolution will be banned or defunded or some kind of lower brainstem assault on a scientific theory, which is different from a regular everyday theory. I hate to tell creationists that and evangelicals that a scientific theory is not the same as going out back, smoking pot with your friends and thinking about the stars. It is different.
Yeah, it is very different. And I'm just surprised we haven't seen him go that far. I did see an ad, I think it was 2 days ago, where he said Donald Trump's campaign paid for the ad, so it's not like a super PAC, where he literally said Joe Biden is for late-term abortions across the country. Like, right up until birth, Joe Biden is going to let you kill that baby. And I'm like, no, he's not.
He's not. He is not.
I don't know. Late-term, late-term... there's something else he like post-term, like post-birth abortion.
He wants to abort your kid until they get to be in the 3rd grade.
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen.
I think he said right up to and after birth was what he said. Something like that. They want to abort babies right up to and like people just sit around and going, you know what I'm going to do today? Woohoo! Let's go abort some babies. That's nobody does that.
My second grader's been giving me some lip lately. I think it's time for a late-term abortion. That's what the Republicans want us to believe.
An ultra mega late-term abortion.
Mega.
I went into a Christian room really late Saturday night, and I thought they were talking about the election. They were showing Trump's State of the Union, and I'm like, all right, they're talking election. I get in there, no, they're talking abortion, and they hit me with that immediately. Like some Democrat governor somewhere said a thing that could have been interpreted as like post-abortion. I don't even know the context of it, but that's what I got hit with, and I'm like, hold your roll, yo. Like, I don't know, what did I walk into here? Because it was like I never even heard that post-abortion. Like, that's not a thing, right?
Yeah,
that's murder. That's not abortion. At that point, it's murder.
That's right.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of these, my understanding of the situation is that in the cases of those things where there are late-term abortions, it's for reasons.
Yeah.
Just type of reasons. You don't need to know what those reasons are. You're a white man. You don't have any of the equipment to need to know what those reasons are.
And it's very rare.
Right.
Barely ever happens. I think there's like 2 facilities in the entire United States that you can get that procedure done.
Yeah.
The last time I looked into those stats. So like this is just something it's basically like the woman's life has to be in danger, you know, for that to happen.
Absolutely.
And in danger from the baby, from the fetus. So I mean that's the only way that happens, you know. So it's just absolutely crazy for them to put that on Joe Biden, you know.
I just want to thank my fictitious God that Kentucky only has 8 electoral votes. I just saw how many it has, and it's like, and Indiana only has 11 electoral votes. Way too much still. But,
yeah,
you know.
too much.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what makes Pennsylvania so important is they have what, like 20, something like that.
They have the amount that tips it either way. They're like the fulcrum point.
I think I saw like 36% chance Pennsylvania determines the election.
Oh yeah,
so that's pretty big.
Yeah, I mean when you think about Florida maybe going red, being red, and Texas being red, then a lot of it boils down to Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that and I'm going to say it again, and I'm sorry for people who've been listening since those 2 people who've been listening or watching since 4:00 this afternoon, but Pennsylvania, in many of its swing counties, don't start counting their ballots, their mail-in ballots, until tomorrow. And so are we going to really know what happens in Pennsylvania tonight? Sure, if it's a blowout one way or the other.
Yeah.
But there's a good chance we're not going to know until not tonight.
I think that if the Pennsylvania in-person count is close, I think it goes Biden easily, because I would have to imagine that the vast majority of early voting was done on our side. So.
No, you're right.
Yeah, hey, do you guys smell that? Is that Seamus?
Is that Seamus? Seamus?
Seamus is here.
Oh, Seamus, you got to bring this guy in.
I'm gonna pop him in here just a second. Sorry, Seamus. I'm not sorry. Hey,
Seamus. Free thought prophet.
The free thought. Listen, we got to get him up here. Where is he? There he is.
John Hamill, his partner, John Hamill in crime, was not able to make it because he had a dental emergency. He told me this on Twitter, and I didn't even make a joke about an Irishman having problem with his teeth. That's what kind of gentleman I am. I do not stoop to that kind of humor. Seamus, how you doing, brother?
Good. How you guys doing?
Seamus.
You guys are way too optimistic, though, I gotta say.
Good. Bring me back down. Bring it back down, Seamus. Tell me how it is.
I don't know. I just see the same thing. I've seen this game before, right? I mean, I just feel like it's the same playbook that the Democrats ran. I think the only curveball is COVID, whether or not that changes enough hearts and minds. But I don't know, man. Just don't feel good about it, especially I told you before, I live like in a tri-state area, pretty much 5 minutes away from bordering states of Ohio and Pennsylvania, and talking to a lot of people, and then what I've seen as well, there's a lot of support in both those states, and of course I'm in West Virginia, which is like his backyard anymore, which I still don't freaking understand, but it's just I got some bad news for you guys. I don't know. It don't look good. So that's at least in this area. And that's I get people as far as Pennsylvania goes, just outside of Philly, which usually we MF each other pretty well. But they're pretty much telling me the same thing as a lot of Trump support. So I don't know. I know that's not a good polling data or anything to go by, but
are you taking in Trump delusion syndrome into account? So.
Well, that depends on which side you look at, that too. You know what I mean?
Well, I do think
so.
the different dynamic this time as opposed to 2016 is in 2016 you did have what they call the shy Trump voter, and that is what they're counting on in this election. I don't think they have it anymore. I think we've had 4 years to be entrenched one side or the other. So I think Trump supporters, if they support Trump, they say they support Trump at this point. So I don't think you're going to have that shy Trump supporter this go around. So I think that's where my optimism at least is coming in, the way the polls looked the last week.
I'm going to tell you my anecdotal story, which means nothing. I was listening to I was watching CNN maybe like 11 o'clock in the morning, and a reporter was asking a very nice elderly white woman who she voted for, and the woman said, "I'm not going to tell you." And I'm just saying to myself, well, probably a Trump supporter, to tell you the truth. Now, that doesn't mean there's a whole bunch of people out there who are afraid to say that they support Trump. But like I said, it's a crappy data point, and you should ignore me on this point.
Probably so.
Well, historically, though, isn't it? It's usually if you're trying to go out and vote against somebody as opposed to for somebody, you're going to lose. It's usually the vote for that wins. And I'm sorry, what has the Democrats done? What has Biden and Harris done except for alienate their own base for the most part?
I will have to tell you, the point that you mentioned was about COVID-19. I know we've talked about this before, but I think I would be winning money tonight because I put money on Trump a year ago, and I would be winning money and I don't like Trump, of course.
Sure.
But if it wasn't for COVID-19, Trump would be walking into. Oh, you want to put this on, Chris? Because they just called the winner for the Indiana.
Okay, yeah, let me do this.
A key battleground state with 16 electoral votes. Too early to call there. In Virginia, too early to call there. 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. Also, too early to call right now in South Carolina.
Did we
9
lose
electoral
Nokasuchi?
votes in South
Oh
Carolina.
no, I'm here.
Too
I'm
early
here.
to call in Kentucky. 8 electoral
I'm doing something I
votes
can't
there.
do on camera.
Too early to call in Vermont.
Quite all right.
3 electoral votes right there. All right, let's take a look at where the electoral college map
that's all bullshit
stands
numbers,
right now.
except for Indiana.
Donald Trump has 11.
Well, this just came in breaking. West Virginia goes to Trump. So
Yeah, right. They tell you Indiana, which, and all these other numbers are non-numbers because it's all too early to tell. Though, Vermont, I cannot even imagine what kind of world we would be living in if Vermont went for Trump.
Right?
Yeah, it is a statistic impossibility.
Yeah, if Vermont, Massachusetts go, then it's just, we just need to start moving. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
The godless engineer is with us right now. He has joined us. I'm going to step away from it. I'm going to slide him into my position here on the stream, and I'll let Andy take over for just a few minutes and do the thing. So I'll be back in a bit, guys.
Cool.
It does look like Trump has not only caught up in Kentucky, but has a pretty significant lead there now.
Who would have thought that?
Yeah,
Who
but
would've thought?
Indiana, not a surprise at all. One of the most fundamental states in the country. So,
Godless engineer, sir, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How are y'all doing?
So far, so good. For people who don't know who you are, Godless engineer, could you give us a slice of wonder about your YouTube channel and your work?
Yeah. So I'm the Godless engineer. I do a lot of atheist content over on my channel. And I post pretty much every day. Today was a Bible study podcast, so I had a lot of fun doing that. And tomorrow we're going to be handling Braxton Hunter and his recent Hunter's Dilemma that Capturing Christianity designed, I guess, or came up with. So yeah, we have a lot of fun over there. You just find me here on YouTube as Godless Engineer.
Fantastic. With us, Godless Engineer, is Seamus from the Free Thought Prophet podcast, and of course, Raging Atheist with his own fantastic YouTube channel. And I'm just a dude who talks a lot. Yeah, I have a YouTube channel, sure. And we've actually met. I mean, we've talked to each other you've been on my channel before. But what's your read on the election, sir?
Well, I mean, I think tonight what'll happen is Trump will look as if he's come out ahead. But, we really won't know until all the absentee ballots have been counted. And, that's a substantial number. That's 100 million ballots. Of course, the Trump administration's working really hard to try to suppress all those votes because they know that most people that vote Democrat are going to mail in their votes because they're reasonable, about voting and being safe with the pandemic going on. So, I mean, it's I think that it's really going to come down to counting the absentee ballots.
Right. So what state are you in, Godless? I remember that you're in the deep south somewhere.
Yeah, I'm in I'm in Alabama. So we're most likely going to be red. I think it's pretty much always going to be red.
Yeah, that would be a shocker if Alabama were to go blue. Like that would be a shocker.
It definitely would be.
So I think that you and Seamus could exchange red state stories. Seamus is from West Virginia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, the dude from Alabama goes, wow, when he hears that you're from West Virginia. That's hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's really messed up because historically we were a Democratic state until Bush. And then, it's just been red ever since. So, I don't know, man. It's really just not a good situation. But what are you going to do? Could be a lot worse, I'm sure.
Right. Well, we had a guest on earlier who was on Ativan, and that seemed to be working out for her pretty well.
Seriously? I missed that.
Yeah, you did miss that, Caitlin Bailey. She was just like really chill, and it's like, I voted. Life is good. We'll work things out. But that's the miracle of Ativan right there.
I'm drinking in honor of you, my friend. Whenever I went to the store today to grab some beer, I thought, I haven't had Boston Lager in a while.
Oh, my girlfriend got me a couple of Zams.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
It's been a while.
My chat is talking about what hard liquors they're gurgling as they prepare for what's going to happen tonight, and I'm like, yeah, this is like my first election sober.
So far.
Oh, I'm
the wrong one.
Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna be getting pretty sloshed tonight. I got some moonshine in preparation. I'm gonna be drinking either that or I've got some peach Evan Williams whiskey and some Jack Daniel's apple.
I don't want you to incriminate yourself, Godless. However, did you make the moonshine yourself?
No.
Okay.
I didn't. It's legal. It's legal moonshine. So it's moonshine in quotations because it's not actual moonshine. It's just unaged whiskey.
Gotcha.
But it's a pretty high. It's a pretty high proof and alcohol content. So it's definitely gonna. It's definitely gonna fuck me up.
It's like the moonshine we have up here in Michigan. They'll even put it in a mason jar to pretend. But it's still really good. I had some last year that knocked my socks off. I'm not gonna lie.
I was going to ask you if it came in a mason jar because I believe that is the natural habitat for moonshine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does. Most, I would say probably most moonshine they do it in either a mason type jar or like a like one of those. I don't know. It's not really a jug, but it definitely looks like a unique kind of jar. So it comes in one of those two.
Cool. So, guys, what was the most important, besides fascism, right, or whatever? I don't even know if everyone agrees that Trump is a fascist. But what was the most important issue for why you guys voted the way you voted in this election cycle?
Oh, I just hate Trump. Every single thing that he does, and he tries to push in our society, I think is very detrimental to a progressive society. So that's the reason why I voted. I voted for Clinton last time, and I'm voting Biden this time, which, to be fair, in the primaries I voted Bernie both times. So that was my preferred candidate, but Biden will do in a pinch.
Yeah, I would say that I'm not, I didn't vote for Biden. I voted for normalcy, I think. I voted because Trump lost my vote 2 weeks in when he signed his executive order allowing Dakota Access to continue with their pipeline, breaking the law and destroying the victory that we worked so hard to achieve. So yeah, he lost my vote back then, and it's just been nothing but a crapshoot ever since of atrocious laws, breaking out of the climate accord, policy on Iran. I could go on and on. What he did in Syria, pulling out our troops there, putting our allies at risk, being a laughing stock across the world. So I mean, yeah, to me, if you're voting for Trump at this point of time, you're an idiot that just doesn't know how to follow the news.
You live up to your name, Rage.
Yeah.
Rage, do you really think, though? I'm not pushing back on your vote, obviously, but I mean, do you really think that Biden's going to reverse what's happened in Dakota? I mean, look how long it took to Obama act, and Obama only did it as kind of like
Biden doesn't have to, because we've continued the fight. We've won several court battles now. In fact, one of Trump's appointed judges went against Trump in a recent victory that we've had. I do think that Biden's an oligarch, so what we're going to get is back to that reversion back to normalcy. So progressives, I'm a Bernie guy myself, so progressives, we can then stop looking at the fascist on the right and start looking at how to clean up our own house finally.
Well, I tell you what, I had a good conversation with Mr. Andy there the other night about the Overton window, and that carried on to a conversation I had with somebody else, kind of very much on the same page. And this person kind of pointed out, well, the problem is with the Overton window, we're actually moving the Democratic Party even more to the right.
No.
If we pick a Biden-Harris.
Well, the thing is that you have to compare it to, and I'm gonna, you guys can hit me and you can sucker punch me the next time that you see me in person. Is that it's the lesser of two evils, obviously. With Biden, at least instead of arguing against fascist stuff from the right, we actually get to start arguing about lefty stuff. And so, I'm in a blue state. Like I've said before, I voted for Howie Hawkins, Green Party candidate, but that was primarily because, Biden's up 34 points in Massachusetts. So I felt it was important to push the conversation a bit over here to the left. Regardless, do you have conservative family members who are going for Trump? Have you had any friction with them?
Well, I don't really talk to a lot of my family, especially the Trump supporting ones. But I mean, a good portion of my family is, very conservative. So if I had regular contact with them, I probably would.
How about you, Seamus? Have you gotten into any confrontations?
A little bit. Tried to debunk some of the stories, like we talked about this the other night with the whole a lot of things that come from the right is fear, right? Because that's what motivates a lot of people that have a more conservative mindset. Fear will motivate them more than anything else. Once they feel safe, then they're more open to progressive ideas. But as long as you keep them scared, then you're kind of able to push that propaganda and rhetoric on them. And one that's been reverberated back to me was Sunday, that they found a box of uncounted when they were
condoms?
When they started doing the counts, right? They found a box of uncounted ballots that were all from people out of state. Well, the problem with that is Pennsylvania isn't counting ballots yet.
Yes.
But of course, that the people hearing that news don't know that. So they're just, again, freaking out. Oh no, here we go again. What's all the Democratic tropes? All the dead people were voting. All the illegal immigrants are voting. People were being bused from out of state. All that kind of stuff gets revved up to 11. So it's just it's unfortunate. Again, but if you're on the left side, you also get propaganda from that side too, I guess. But it's just. It's interesting.
I'm going to jump in real quick because Chris is backstage, and I'm going to be in Godless Granny stream in like 45 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop out. I'm going to let Chris come back in. I wanted to say real quick when it comes to the Overton window, I don't think that I think Biden definitely pushes it further to the right for now. I think we can pressure Biden to move even farther left than he's willing to go at this point. But like when you're talking about Trump and far right extremism, fascism, as I believe that he has shown himself to be, then that pushes it way farther to the right than Biden ever could. And that's pretty much all I really wanted to get in there. But I'm a political dork, and I will argue any point. And so, but Chris, I'm going to jump out, and you can. I'll probably be back in about an hour and a half or so.
Okay.
Cool.
See you in a
Good
bit.
seeing you.
All right.
All right.
See you later, G.
See you, man.
Get everybody situated here. You guys.
I feel
about your
situated.
room? There we
Oh,
go.
hey, Chris is gone. How about that?
I am here. They couldn't see me. Well, here I am.
I know you
Here
are.
I am to save the day. There. All right. I think mostly we lost Seamus.
No,
We lost-
Seamus is here.
we lost Seamus. No, I mean on the screen for everybody else.
Oh, okay.
I'll get it.
Sorry.
You got it. We'll
Nobody will
go on.
complain.
I got it under control. I ain't scared.
John Hamill is in my chat. Mr. Hamill, John Hamill, I have the Strand, New York City bookstore Strand hat on. It is probably my favorite hat that I have, and so this is the Strand right here, prominently displayed. New York City, down on Broadway, and I think it's 13th Street.
Awesome. There we go. Sorry, I think I got everybody back in place. All our names. Oh, my names are not right, but I'm almost there. And I think they've already called a couple, at least one state, Indiana. Wasn't it one state for?
Yeah. They
Trump?
they called Indiana, which is obviously for Trump. All right, there's no surprises there.
Okay, good. That's no surprise. Good. I didn't know that.
Yeah, both Indiana and Kentucky, I believe, are supposed to go to Trump.
What states?
No,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Yeah, they haven't called Kentucky yet, but it's projected that he would win that state.
And what's the other state? I'm sorry.
Which states?
Well, Indiana and Kentucky.
Oh, Indiana and Kentucky. All right. You see, the fear has gotten into my head so much, Godless. I thought you said Pennsylvania for a minute.
No.
And then I'm going, Pennsylvania. Why is everyone so calm for? I think this is like, I'm not saying it would be time to panic, but it might be time to get your bug out bag and head out.
Yeah. Me too. I'm going to Neil's. Look out, Neil. Here I come.
Neil, the 604 atheist in Canada.
Yes, heading up to Canada. Where are you, Godless Engineer? John?
I'm in Alabama.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I stepped away while you're doing your thing, so I didn't get to hear how things were going. You see any violence down there, or any poll intimidations, or anything like that?
Well, I mean, I voted absentee so that I didn't possibly get COVID or anything going to the polls today.
Didn't want the cooties, understood.
Yeah. So I mean, I've already voted. I haven't heard about any. That doesn't mean that none's happened, but I mean, we're a pretty red state to begin with, so.
Yeah, I would imagine that you and Mississippi, or not you per se, but Alabama and Mississippi are in a dead heat for the most reddest of the red states.
Probably. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I just know that we're usually always red. Right now, we've got a Democrat senator, but I think that we're probably going to lose him, just because. To a football coach, but
no way to a football coach.
No surprise.
Yeah,
I mean, we live in that. Go ahead, John.
Well, I was just gonna say we're pretty big, a dipshit state. So
I can see that on a T-shirt, Alabama, kind of a
dipshit state.
Dipshit state.
Hey, Ian, thank you for the $5 of $5 Australian dollars of support. We appreciate that for the
much
channel.
appreciated, sir. Much appreciated.
Nice little keep it up stream. Andy's been doing this. He had like a 10-minute break, but otherwise, Andy's been on the stream for hours now. How you holding up, buddy?
A lot of panic, a lot of anxiety, a lifetime of trauma. Yeah, it's working out for me pretty well here on election night, to tell you the truth, Chris.
Well, we should be coming to a head very soon. The next hour or 2 or 3, we will be learning things. We've been waiting 4 years to be either really happy about it or really, really, really disappointed about it. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the disappointment.
So what do you guys would want? What do you guys want to see out of a Biden administration?
Yes.
All right, that's a question. What would you want to
Things
see?
that we won't see, unfortunately. Healthcare. change in the environmental policies. I mean, I think we might see that, but not to the necessity we need. And the same thing with healthcare. I think they'll do minor revisions, but I don't think we'll get any sort of policy on either of those that we really need, to be honest. I'm very, very... I'm not optimistic. Can you tell? I don't know. So either way, I feel like we're going to lose tonight. It's just the margin of how much. Obviously, be nice to have less Proud Boy rallies, support of somebody in power. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I'm down with that. But I think we should. The other thing is, I'm definitely concerned post-election, no matter what.
Oh yeah, well that's
how
true.
this plays out. So.
Do you want to put this on, Chris? Because I think this is important. They're talking about how it looks in terms of Georgia
very,
and Florida.
very early right now, but Biden is ahead by about 2,300 votes, 72.2% to 27.8% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Vermont, also very, very early. Biden is ahead only by about 610 votes. Less than 1% of the estimated vote is in, 62.7% to 37.3%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look at Virginia. 13 electoral votes, very, very early. Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3,000 votes, 69% to 30% for Biden. Very early in Virginia. Also very early in South Carolina. Trump is ahead there by almost 700 votes, 63.3% to 36.7%. And Trump is also ahead in Kentucky, but 15% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is now in. Trump is ahead by about 35,000 votes, 54.1% to 44.3% from Biden. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at the big picture first, and then I want to focus in on Florida.
Florida.
Yeah, Florida. True enough. You still hear me?
So right now, Biden seems to be ahead by a thread in Florida.
Leading in Virginia, but
sorry,
I
thought he was done.
If the president could pull off that would be a dramatic story. We expect Joe Biden to win Virginia. It's very early and light in the votes. But these would be 2 big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early, everybody needs to be careful about this, but at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know we might have to wait. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait, especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or 3. However, if Joe Biden wins that, he'll rest comfortably waiting for that. So let's take a look at Florida as we go through it. Again, this one is always a roller coaster. So what you see now doesn't mean the lead won't change. When you were here last time, Wolf, it changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49 when you round up. 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at this map, number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County, which is St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida across the I-4 corridor. You get started, if you're a Democrat, by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton. All right, 64% if you round up to 34%. So this is something to watch. The Democrats, this is their basket where they need to run it up. So we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is Election Day voting, today voting here. So we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. If Democrats disproportionately banked early in Miami-Dade, we'll see as we go through. You move up to Broward. This is more what Joe Biden wants it to look like. But again, you see that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back to the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming at the moment Hillary Clinton by percentage here.
Trump just took the lead in Florida. If you go statewide.
So you pull back out. And again, this is going to be a roller coaster by 28,000 votes, right? And so this is what we're going to do. And what's
Tiger
happening?
King country.
This is, again, trademark for this president. Look at
King
the smaller
country.
counties, right? You see all that filling in red? Not a lot of people live here. If you look at it, it's 184 to 83 there. You come over here, 584 to 207. You think at home, well, that's only a few votes. When you have 10, 15, 20 counties, and you're doing that, 200 here, 20 there, 1,000 there, that's how Donald Trump gets his math in a lot of states. with these smaller counties like this. Interesting,
look at this,
though.
John, 41% of the estimated vote in Florida is now in. Look at how close it is.
Yeah.
Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because, just as you were here last time it flipped, you were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that Collier County is coming in for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative, 77%, but look how low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes and some change there. So see if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast-changing areas all across America. But in the Sun Belt states like Florida, you have the city and the suburbs around it, 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 45% if you round up. This was a Trump win, just barely. But Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs 4 years ago. He's expected to lose the suburbs this time. By how much could determine who wins the presidency side. So if you watch Duval County right here, it's the 7th largest county in Florida. That edge for Joe Biden, we always think about down here is critical for the Democrats, up here critical for the Republicans.
Let's not forget, John, in the
up to 67,000.
The central time zone, they're not going to close until the top of the hour.
Right.
The eastern time zone in Florida,
So we've
they've
got
closed.
some things going on. A little bit of ways to go there.
Yeah.
But I'm optimistic. Florida's looking better than I expected, to be honest.
I was talking to Dale McGowan, who wrote Atheist for Dummies. Couldn't come on the channel tonight. He's been on my channel a couple of times, and he lives in Georgia. He was saying earlier today, I was chatting with him, and he had high hopes for Georgia being blue this year. He said that the rumors of voter suppression is overdone or overplayed in the news, and that Georgia is gonna, at least this was his feeling. He lives in Georgia. That was his read, is that Georgia's gonna be blue by the end of the election, which would be fantastic. So, Godless, what would you want to see out of a Biden administration?
Well, obviously, fixing some of the ACA stuff.
Yeah.
And really working on the healthcare kind of situation. Getting back into the Paris climate accord, I think would be really good. Focusing on getting some more investment in the green energy sector, I think would be good too. Whenever we elect a new president, I really don't have I try not to have too grandiose of expectations for them. I try to have reasonable expectations of what they can accomplish in 4 years, and I think that Biden doing what he wants to do with the healthcare industry, being get like a public option or whatnot out there as like a next step, I think is a pretty good plan.
Right.
And then focusing on trying to open up the green energy sector, I think a little bit, trying to get some more money in there, I think is attainable. I just think that having attainable goals, other than that, I really don't know what to expect out of a Biden administration except competent leadership. And I think that's the biggest thing.
That's a radical idea, sir.
I know that it's kind of radical to want a competent leader, but I think that if anything, we'll have that. And I think that we'll have a lot better leadership when it comes to like the pandemic, because that's definitely going to run on into 2021 and beyond. So I think that all around it'll be good.
Right.
Godless, you're definitely more optimistic than I am, man. I hope you're right. But my question back to you, though, do you think that we'll be able, the Democrats, do you think they'll be able to swing the Senate enough so that if something like that comes along, they'll be able to pass it? Because, that's been one of the blocks, the road hills we've had to go through now, right? So,
yeah, I really don't know. I hope that we get enough Democrats in the Senate to make a difference and to where we can actually make the government function. I think that, we need to get rid of Mitch McConnell. Although I do believe basic health is going to probably get him before anything.
You mean he's him turning into some sort of mutant or whatever's going on with him? You mean?
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with him. But I think that, if we can get a government that functions, the problem isn't that, the Democrats hold the House and the Republicans hold the Senate. The issue is primarily with people like Mitch McConnell, who are acting as basically a puppet for Donald Trump and are basically just doing what Donald Trump wants to do. And what Donald Trump wants to do is block anything that the Democrats put through and only take up things that, Republicans want. And work in things that only Republicans want. And I think that it's that right there that's preventing our government from working for us, And I think that as soon as we can work past this whole, the Republicans control everything and we're only going to do things that the Republicans want to do. I think that once we work past that, I think that we'll have a really good government that compromises, and no one party is going to get everything that they want. I think that the government works best when there are compromises to things. And so that's the kind of government that I want to see, is a government that compromises with both sides and everybody gets a little bit of what they want. I think that's when it works the most beneficial to us.
Definitely wanted to speak to that, about the idea about people compromising with each other. And one of the reasons why our politicians don't compromise with each other, a reason, is because of districting, right? You have these gerrymandered districts, and what that does is it creates these safe zones for reps. And their most concern is not competing against the other party, but competing within radicals of their own party. And so to make this relevant is that there is a amendment on the ballot in Virginia for bipartisan redistricting, which, that's exciting because right now, current politicians in power control districting in states. And if we can take the power from sitting politicians to do districting, I think that would be huge, and do it in a bipartisan way. Or at least as in a bipartisan way as much as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Good point. What about anybody excited to see, speaking of the other leader, we were talking about Mitch, what about Nancy, Miss Pelosi? Is that race, is there a chance that she could be dethroned?
I don't see that happening.
You don't see it happening either? No, me neither.
Not
I thought he had some, I can't remember, I can't pronounce his last name. Every time I do it, I butcher it. But he seemed to have a lot of steam coming out of the gate, and it just kind of fizzled.
Yeah.
I unfortunately just don't see that. I wished. But
I will say the winning strategy that AOC is trying to do is to primary candidates. So she is supporting, and some of the other squad too, I believe, they are trying to organize progressive candidates in Democratic districts to go after moderate Democrats.
it's almost a survival strategy, right? Because the DNC came after them for blood. First, they tried to primary her and Omar right out of the bat, right out of the gate. I mean, come on.
Yeah. So that's what the Republicans did. That's what the Tea Party did to Republicans, is to primary them, and that's how they're able to get their agenda, through the federal government. And if progressives want their agenda to be pushed through, you got to primary, moderate Democrats.
That's right.
Or maybe I'm just full of crap. I don't know. I've been doing this for a couple of hours now. Somewhat coherent. I haven't even started drinking yet, Seamus.
What's wrong with
Just
you?
drinking coffee. Oh, I want to be coherent. I want to be coherent for at least a few more hours.
I think you need to start drinking because you're not very coherent.
You're a bad influence. You're a bad influence on me, sir.
Well, I hate to do this to you guys, but I've actually got to go eat. So
damn you, sir.
I know. I can't wait to see how the night turns out, and I hope you guys have a great night looking at all the results.
Can you give us could you call the state of Alabama for us, though, sir, before you...
Oh, yeah, I'll go ahead and come up for Trump. I mean, we're dipshits down here, so, it's definitely going to be Trump.
Well, you're doing the Lord's work, godless engineer. Keep up the good work.
Be safe down there.
Yeah, I'll try. Y'all be safe too. I'll talk to y'all later. Okay.
Take care.
Bye. All right, bye.
You know, I've said it once. I'll say it again. You guys who live in red states, man, you all should be getting stipends from American Atheists, the DNC. You know, that's you should be doing.
Who was the dipshit pastor or evangelist? You know that was trying to say George Soros is paying all the atheist
Hello,
money.
Everybody. I don't know, man. It's so difficult.
Yeah, they all kind of blend together. I know, but
it's
he
so
came
difficult.
out saying that. I'm like, where's my check?
It's like, you know, you got the one who's saying that the LGBT community should be thrown into ovens, and then you have, of course, Pat Robertson saying Trump is doing the Lord's work and he's going to bring about the rapture and the apocalypse with a meteor. I don't know. It's all this weird Christian fan fiction that really makes up the evangelical movement here in the States. It's just madness. That's what it is.
But what's scary is it's just bleeding more and more and more into the Republican Party.
Hi.
How you doing, brother?
So far, not too weirded out. I was just watching Chris Kornacki talk about Florida. So
Florida, you're gonna get yourself an aneurysm thinking about Florida. So, Jack, how late was it? We were doing this in 2016. Were we up to like, I don't know, it was well past midnight, I think, and we were talking about Florida. I think that was the bone of contention.
We were definitely up very late, but, you know, I lost track of time after I started crying. So.
Is Joe Exotic influencing those numbers at all? That's the question we need to know, really.
No.
No. Oh, okay. All right.
Chris Mallard, you're back.
No, it's Carol Baskin. That's what it is, right?
Carol Baskin. I'm sort of back, Andy.
You're sort of back. You're sort of not.
Sort of. I'm knocking back pizza. If you guys don't mind, I'm on.
I was gonna say it sounded like you are.
That's fine. This is a long haul. You got to top up now because it's going to be a long night.
Yeah. Carb load, man. Carb load.
Yeah.
I needed a Snickers earlier.
You did need a freaking Snickers earlier. Not being passive aggressive at all, Andy Hall.
Just skip right past the whole passive.
Did I miss something? Did you two have a co-host spat? Because I know
we might have had. There might have been a little something there. Jack would know this from co-hosting with me for years about this passive aggressive thing I have.
That's funny. Yeah, well, no, we're going good. See, now I'm topping off. I'll be able to tag out Andy for a minute. He'll be able to go.
Well, I'm going to do that now. I got a plate of Chinese food right here. So give me like a couple of minutes, lads, and I'll be back. I'm going to make a dedication. I'm going to kind of start drinking at least for another couple of hours because once again, want to stay coherent. We all know what happens when I start drinking.
I thought you'd already started drinking. So.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back.
All right.
He said make it a dedication. I got nervous. I thought he was gonna like start saying karaoke or something. So.
I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility, depending on how this night goes.
Yeah, I'm hoping it goes good. How's things looking now? Well, let's see. Yeah, it's all still for Trump so far.
What map are you looking at?
Florida. I'm looking at what's on the screen.
Still Florida, isn't it? That's what they're.
Oh, Biden and Florida is just doing this.
Yeah, that's going to be all night. I mean,
I imagine. Then maybe even into some of that counting tomorrow with that one. Hopefully not.
Oh, definitely. I assume Pennsylvania's going to be the same way. That's kind of why I'm watching, what goes on in North Carolina and Georgia seems to be my bellwethers for what's going to go on in the rest of in the states that, aren't on the East Coast and aren't subject to EST reporting times and are still open and still voting, like Arizona.
Right.
Several parts of Texas.
We won't know about Pennsylvania until sometime tomorrow because they're not counting.
They're not even trying to count all the absentee ballots until tomorrow.
Well, so a lot of, like I said earlier, and I'll think you were here for this. Like I've, again, not scientific at all, but I have tons of folks close to me in PA, and the majority of people are telling me that it looks bad. It looks real bad there. I don't know. What do you are you picking up anything on a way that might go?
It looks bad by way of exit polls, is what you're saying, because the exit polls are going to be problematic. Like the exit polls are not going to be an accurate report of what the vote is. That's just the way it is, because they're not even starting most of the absentee ballots until tomorrow.
Right.
So it's going to look like it's all Trump voters in Pennsylvania today. Like it's just the way it's going to look. But you know, when you looked at what early voting looked like in Philadelphia, when you look at what the early voting, I assume, for like Northeast Pennsylvania, that's where you're going to see those numbers. And I think Biden is really strong in West Pennsylvania doing his, unions built the middle class thing. I think that plays well in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, outside of Pittsburgh, though, he's having a lot of problems, and at least that's
just north of Pittsburgh, it's still a dry county,
and east. So the further you get into Philly, and that, believe it or not, seems to be problematic this time around. At least that's what I've been told. I don't know if that's true. Again, I think I have a feeling you probably know a lot more than I do.
You're talking about like the central southern Pennsylvania,
a lot of the counties that had pretty much historically gone blue, that there's been a lot more Trump rallies and so forth in those areas that people.
Well, Trump has had rallies there in an attempt, but I'm not even
just that, but we got other people now doing rallies on his behalf. There's been a lot more groundwork and that kind of like
Georgia
already.
So this is I was talking about this earlier when I was on before I came back. Where I think it's going to be really interesting to watch the red counties in Northeast Pennsylvania to see how much the demographics there has changed because of people who graduated college and left there for places like Philadelphia and New York, who have subsequently moved back because of the coronavirus and their ability to telecommute. I also think you're going to see a lot of people with weekend and summer homes in the Poconos who have moved into those to get the fuck out of Manhattan. And so I think that the demographic change there is potentially really good.
That's an excellent point. That actually might even translate into other places outside of Pennsylvania, obviously, because there's been mass exodus out of a lot of these places because of COVID, right? So that's a good point.
Yeah, and that's a lot of blue vote moving into traditionally red areas. And I think that's going to be something to watch. And I think Northeast Pennsylvania is a really good example of that because it's an hour and a half bus ride to Manhattan. Like there's a lot of people who live there, who like the Democrats who lived there already were people who would take a Greyhound from Mount Pocono to Manhattan to go to work every day.
Right.
And those people are just staying home and their friends are moving in that area. And, I think it's going to be a thing to watch.
Yeah. And the basement kids that are now stuck there, right? So they want out of mom and dad's house. So they got to vote the COVID guy out.
Exactly. That too, right? Yeah.
I have to get out of here. So,
yeah. I need to be able to afford my own place. We have to do something about rent.
Don't doubt this. That's an important demographic. Come on. All of us lived on Rome at some point.
You're talking about the creative workforce of New York.
Yeah.
Which is not an insubstantial number of people. So I don't know. I how much does that really affect the vote in Northeast Pennsylvania? I don't know, but my gut instinct says there's a lot of people who moved home from New York who are now voting Democrat in some of those counties.
It's also fun whenever you get in conversations with people that are in that bubble, because we're all in our own different bubbles to some extent, right? But the ones that are really into the Fox News and that I was when I was a Christian and all that fun stuff. But anyways, the same conversation we're having about why people are leaving those areas has been spun. That's because they're Democratic areas and they've been failing. The places are failing and they're leaving. That's going to be a reason why Trump's going to win. I was like, that's not the reason. That's not the reason.
No, that's not the reason is the entire theater district is shut down and they all have to move back in with mom and dad. And that's just the way it is.
It's like, no. Oh, but I mean, again, it's fear mongering. That's what the right does to get votes. But I don't know. Again, I'm in an area where it's a lot of.
Well, it's interesting because there was at least one story that came out in the last month or two where I think it was in Wayne County, Pennsylvania, where someone who had moved into their summer home from New York tried to register to vote in PA, and the county clerk said no, and that became a small little lawsuit for about 3 seconds. So I think, this people moving from, particularly when they're crossing state lines from a blue state into a toss-up state, which is actually a thing out here too. I'm curious to see what happens to the Arizona vote because of people from California fleeing wildfires. Like, I think that's definitely a very real possibility that might come into play.
Yeah,
I noticed
scary times.
James, James in the chat said that he would vote. I'm sorry, I'm very distracted here. I just was asking what country he was in. He hasn't responded yet. James, if you can hear me, what country? I was following your conversation in the chat. Let us know what country you're in so I could know what you were talking about. So you guys both have voted already. Are you lifetime voters?
Yes.
Always Democrat, both of you, or?
No, I vote very weird. Let's see. Last time I did vote Clinton, but I voted for Larry Lessig in the primaries. Before that, I was a Johnson voter, believe it or not. So I take my time and just decide who my person is. Yeah,
that's interesting.
I've always been a registered Democrat because West Virginia, like I said, historically has been a Democratic state until recently. But a lot of the local races and stuff, I try to be registered at for the primaries and such too. But I've never voted. Well, of course, I was a Christian for too many years, so I always voted Republican till. The past two, and because it was a red state, this past time this time in the last I voted for the Green Party candidate because here we are.
Because you figured, what the heck?
Yeah, there's nothing changing in this. So.
Well, I this is the first presidential election I'm voting in where I'm actually a registered Democrat. Well, no, last one, because the way Arizona works, we have an open primary. Except for president. We have an open primary, and then we have a presidential preference election that only the parties are allowed to vote in. So since I wanted to vote in the primary cycles, the last two elections, I went ahead and registered as a Democrat because otherwise I couldn't vote in those.
Gotcha. Well, for me, Obama was the first time I voted. I'm nearly 50.
It was the first time you voted at all?
Yeah, for Obama. Obama was, yeah. So I just felt like I wanted to be, if there was going to be a black president, I wanted to be the part of that. If he was, of course, I didn't vote for him just because he was black. That'd have been dumb. But I just saw it as a point of history, and I wanted to be a part of it. And that was my first vote was for Barack Obama. I became more interested in politics.
Can I go through my dates again? I haven't done this for a while. Jack, this is my new Prophet of Doom shtick. So on December the 8th here, you can see December the 8th, that is when all the votes in all the states are supposed to be resolved.
That is when the Board of Elections that is the due date for the Board of Elections in every state to have them certified. Correct?
December 14th is when the electoral votes are actually cast.
That is when the Electoral College votes.
Yes.
Yes.
January 6th, that is when Congress certifies the vote tallies. Yes, this is a thing, and yes, this is important.
And so now we are into Andy's dystopian view of what the lame duck session is going to look like if Joe Biden wins. The lame duck session is a very long couple months. Yes, I agree.
And of course, this is Inauguration Day, gentlemen. These are the extra innings of game. Everyone who's listening, and Trump can pretty much subvert the vote in many stages of these dates. He doesn't have to win the general vote, the popular vote. He doesn't have to win the Electoral College. He can win without winning either one of those contests, and it's still legal, and it's still in the Constitution of the United States of America. Sunshine and happy days.
Can Biden do the same thing?
He can't I'll tell you why. It's because he doesn't have enough Democratic states in the House of Representatives. There are more Republican states, and it's a straight vote.
Oh no! You're talking about an electoral college tie, which is
Nope, I'm not. What I'm talking about. Okay, so this is a similar scenario if there's a tie. However, there is a possibility of the vote being Republican governors, Republican legislatures saying, "Hey, we cannot trust the popular vote because of irregularities, and so we're going to send our own board of electors in."
So this is a faithless elector thing.
So yeah, so basically, the Congress could get two groups of electors or two votes from the same state, and this could happen if the Republicans really want to do it, or if they have the drive to do it, and if the race is close enough, they can do this in a variety of different states, and so you would have this chaos erupting in the House of Representatives, and because the House of Representatives in that situation would go to a straight vote, Republicans win at that point, because there are more Republican states than there are Democratic states.
And the way that situation works is each state gets one vote, not
one delegation.
Each state delegation gets one vote, right? Yeah, and I agree. If it's too close, I think the margin on what's close there is probably a little narrower than people who are terrified of that scenario think it is.
I have to tell you, this nightmare scenario is easier if the election is close.
The closer it is, the more of a reality it becomes. I agree.
But it is, and also it is a cautionary tale that even if Biden wins the election, then we should do something about this chaotic state of affairs that exists in our election system. It is something that will, if it doesn't bite us in the butt now, it will eventually do so.
That seems like something not necessarily worth worrying about, because if Biden wins by a substantial enough amount that is not an actual problem in this election, then the Senate is also going to flip blue, and Biden will have at least 2 years where they can railroad through whatever the fuck they want, as long as they've actually got the balls to do it for once, which would be great.
Ain't gonna happen.
I will say this, is that I am a pessimist in the sense that how much the Democrats can do within that 2 year.
How much are they willing to do, too?
How much they are willing to do.
And how left will those policies be? Because let's be honest, they've shifted so far. That's nice. So far to the right over the past couple decades here. It's not looking.
I mean, okay, but what are we talking? Like it kind of depends on how the map plays out, right? Like if Jamie Harrison manages to unseat Lindsey Graham,
wonderful.
That becomes a clear mandate to me that the Dems should just go for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Should.
Yeah.
Should.
But historically,
not saying they will.
Do they ever though?
Should.
There's also the Supreme Court, the thorny problem of a solidly conservative 6-3 court. I believe it's 6-3 court.
It is now. Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever real kind of reform that goes on, and let's face it, to keep the republic functioning, there needs to be real reform on a federal level. That's going to run right into that conservative court.
Speaking of the Electoral College, and I know you gentlemen will have the answer better than me. I looked into it. I think it was the end of 2016, because there was still some argument about possible changes. That'll panic hit whatever Trump did win. Isn't there only like a dozen or less at one point, maybe not even now, that if, say, obviously I'm in a red state, right? It's got to go for Trump. It's over and done with. And a lot of these states, it doesn't matter, the actual electorate, so to speak, gets to pick that. But if the popular vote picks that, it doesn't matter, right? So there's no switching of the votes via popular vote, one way or the other, if you follow what I'm getting at.
Are you asking if states have the ability to overturn the popular vote within their state?
Isn't there only a handful that still hasn't voted on that, or that was still outside of those liars at one point back in 2016? I thought.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, I guess you're talking about like by what mechanism the Electoral College delegates get appointed,
right?
And whether or not that appointment process can circumvent the will of the popular vote. And there are definitely states where that's possible.
Yeah.
I'd need to look it up. But I feel like for the most part, I also kind of feel like, like if the popular vote is a large enough margin that if the state electorate, when appointing delegates, goes the other way, I mean, we've already seen that a substantial number of people are willing to riot.
Yep.
But we're talking Donald Trump. I'm just saying, if there's a will, there's a way. I'm trying to think of the ways that this could get blown up like Andy is. I mean, that's,
it's there.
Maybe it's just that over anxiety.
John, the thing is that Trump has an incentive to do crazy things because he knows he's going to be under the gun, under indictment. And if he leaves office, or when he leaves office, he is in legal trouble. He is in financial trouble and he's in legal trouble. So this gives him an incentive to do crazy things if he doesn't win the election.
And he's always had an incentive to do crazy things anyway, because all he wants is to be popular on television.
Yes. And it gets him the attention he so desperately craves.
Well, but that's the beauty of just letting him stay in the White House and moving the president's residence to somewhere else and building a wall around the White House and just letting him have it and setting up a bunch of counter cameras and just Truman showing him, and he'll be relatively content with that.
I would watch that show, Jack Paterko.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Every once in a while, you fling another ex-senator over the wall, and he's got a
or a current senator.
We can make it Alcatraz, right? We can make it our little Alcatraz, make a little moat around it, Just
right,
and then start dropping in like all these, these federal prisoners that have been, all the electorate violent.
Yeah, and you just put it on an ad-sponsored live stream, and
I really think we're talking about a Nicolas Cage movie now. It sounds like, can we put this on an airplane?
George Carlin bit. Remember, he talked about that too.
Yeah,
right?
It doesn't have to be on an airplane. It could actually be on Alcatraz, because Nick Cage did one of those movies too.
True.
With the recently deceased Sean Connery.
Can't do it without Sean Connery anymore.
That's a good show. We just watched it not long back.
Be glorious.
Let me see what he's saying here. I don't know if he's saying.
We're looking at. Jeez. Seriously, like this is
votes.
Wow.
That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake.
Did they say 133 votes?
I mean, look at this. This is more
303 votes.
Now Trump has gone ahead by 18,000 votes. This is 4.6, 4.7. We're closing in on 10 million votes. We're above 9 million votes in the state of Florida. And we have a 49.6 to a 49.4. This is why
Florida recounts. Those have never done us wrong.
Of all the states in the United States, one of the, if not the, ultimate battleground state. And so again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami.
Wait.
This to me so far.
But if you zoom out of that map, whatever was in Georgia was blue, which is interesting.
The election is different. So you're not performing. If you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. Then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46 if you round them up. Again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. That's a warning sign in the Biden campaign.
So what is Florida doing with their early
make it
ballots?
up. This is number 2.
Are they not counting those? Are they already counted? Are they?
Yeah, this is the second.
Let me look this up.
You're at 66 with 562,000 votes.
Chris said
I think they start counting them tomorrow.
Hillary Clinton, if you're Joe Biden.
You mentioned the
turnout
See?
time.
A recount. If we
So
do
that
a
doesn't
recount, remember
necessarily
the Supreme
mean
Court.
It's enough, but you're running.
You know?
Oh yeah.
So
Remember what they did
Florida,
under Bush.
Florida allows counties to process absentee. I'm reading this right from 538. Letting counties process absentee ballots weeks in advance, and not accepting.
So what are these? So these numbers we're seeing are reflecting the absentee ballot.
I don't know if they are or not.
Well, some of them possibly, right?
You know, they're saying that some of the larger counties may still be tabulating mail ballots on Wednesday or later, but 538 predicts that we should know what goes on in Florida, quote unquote, pretty fast. They actually use very fast, so that could mean sometime tonight or early morning, as against to like 5 days from now.
Like it's just going to be a data drop. Okay, I'm going to drop off the feed for a bit because my daughter is climbing up on my lap.
All right, brother. Good seeing you.
And I'll see you when I see you. Well, if I
nice
get a
talking to you,
chance to
man.
pop back on, I will. Yeah, you too, man.
Hail Satan.
All hail. I'll fix the thing while you guys visitate. Let me see.
We'll visitate. We could do all kinds of things.
Hi,
You know-
Andy. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on?
Well, you know, I'm glad you asked. I'm just kind of hanging out here for the last couple of hours. Apparently, I have low-grade PTSD from this place called Florida.
I thought you were going to say America.
Oh, America. Oh, I see what you did there, sir. You just took the ball and ran with it. Yes. Yes. Well, if there was an alien race who came down and saw how we did this election here, they
Just
would
this
just
election?
just this election, but just right now, just this snippet right here of Florida. It would be that if they were the Vogons, they wouldn't even care about doing an intergalactic speedway through our planet. They would just blow it up just on basic principle right here.
Well, even people probably outside of America, like, so the state that you count on the most are the ones filled with old people who spend too much time in the sun. Good idea.
There has to be an easier way. There has to be an easier way than being pretty much captive to Florida, of all states, of Florida.
Florida, right? True.
Oh, should we listen to this? We should listen to this. These are like
Let's
projected
listen to
winners
this.
here.
Massachusetts
will win its 11 electoral votes. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Maryland and win its 10 electoral votes.
Yeah.
Another win for Biden in Maryland. Joe Biden will win his home state of Delaware with 3 electoral votes, a win in Delaware for Biden. And Joe Biden will win the District of Columbia, which has 3 electoral votes as well. Trump, we have a projection for Trump right now as well. Oklahoma, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. That goes to Trump. Right now, we cannot make projections in these states. Take a look. Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi,
Isn't this
Missouri,
sad?
and New Hampshire. Also, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. We cannot make projections in those states. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count as it stands right now. Biden has 30 electoral college votes. Trump has 18. Remember, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Biden is leading in these states right now. In Ohio, that's a key battleground. 28% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 370,000 votes, 59.7% to 39.1%, 18 electoral votes. Biden is also ahead in Georgia right now. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is up. It's very close by about 5,300 votes, 50% to 49. 8% in Georgia, a tight battle underway.
Wow.
In New Hampshire right now, only 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 6,700 votes, 57.3% to 41.9% for electoral
You would
votes
think.
in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in these two states. Let's take a look right now. Right now, Trump is ahead in Florida, 82% of the estimated vote in Florida is in. But he's ahead by about 11,000 votes. Look at how close it is in Florida right now, 49.6% to 49.4%. A tight battle in Florida underway right now. Trump is ahead in Virginia right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 151,000 vote lead over Biden, 58% to 40.1%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at these states right now, but let's take a look at the big picture first, John. Give us a sense of what we're seeing.
Texas is blue. Look at that. Florida is blue. Look at that. South Carolina is blue. Look at that. Georgia is blue. Ohio is blue. West Virginia is blue. Again, if you're a Democrat at home, pick up your phone, take a picture.
It's a West Virginia
this
is
is
blue.
a map you love, right?
I don't think so.
That's a moment.
We'll see how many
That's not going to happen.
Texas,
If
the
it
Democrats
does,
think it's in play.
I'll be suddenly
West
proud of
Virginia,
my
I would
state,
be
but-
shocked. South Carolina, I would be shocked.
It's like 2%
Georgia,
of the
Florida.
votes.
I think that's literally what he's saying. Take a photograph of this now.
Yeah, it's not going to keep up.
Ohio, Texas. This is a very different election. We are looking at competitive races in states that
So
have been red
explain
for a
Texas,
long
what's
time
going
ago.
on now.
Well, I don't think
Yeah,
we're going to have a lot of vote there, and we don't. See, so that's why we have 700,000,
What is it,
1.1 million
Austin,
votes. Joe
Dallas,
Biden's ahead because of this, though. Again, I'm going to say this repeatedly throughout the night. This is part of the changing Texas. Dallas and the suburbs around it flipped a House seat there 2 years ago. Joe, 81% there. Joe Biden leading in Dallas County, 66% of the
But
vote.
I want to just point out a lot of this vote in Texas is early voting, which we anticipated would
early
be.
vote. Yeah, it's early vote. Yeah, a lot of the blue you're seeing is because we're early. I mean, this is again a lot of early votes here. So again, you don't expect that to hold up. This is very competitive. This is very competitive. We know Democrats voted disproportionately early. They wanted to vote by mail. Coronavirus safety concerns. They were encouraged by Democrats early on. So we're looking at a map right now. We talked about this earlier. We're going to be talking about this all night long. Some states are reporting in a different way this year because of all the mail-in voting, because of absentee and early, and then you have in-person election day voting. Different states are reporting it in different ways, and some states, within those states, they're reporting it in different ways. Some states are giving you the early vote first. That's why you're seeing a lot of blue in places that are traditionally red, because we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Other states are giving it to us in reverse. We're trying to be as transparent as we can be throughout the night to tell you what we know about what we're getting, but it makes for an interesting and somewhat unpredictable night. Now, that doesn't mean...
You're shaking your head, Andy. Why are you shaking your head, buddy?
Well, it's the idea that we're changing things up and we're putting things differently, but it's not going to make you feel any better.
Prepared to have tears. Well, I'm surprised by Georgia.
Like I was saying, I was talking with Dale McGowan, who is a smart guy out in the suburbs of Atlanta, and he was predicting Georgia to go blue. A lot of people, Georgia's been on a knife edge, and Dale was telling me that there isn't as much voter suppression as people just assume there is in Georgia right now. So, he called it for blue because I put out my map on my Facebook page earlier, and I had Georgia going red, to tell you the truth, and it still may, to tell you the truth.
How's your map holding up so far?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I was looking at my map, or looking to find where I put my map. Like I said, I threw it on my Facebook page, on my personal page, as well as the Laughing in Disbelief page. And I think on the two groups that I moderate to, the Atheist Comedy Burrito, fun group. If you want to check it out, Atheist Comedy Burrito.
What the hell? You gotta send me an invite, man. What the hell? I thought we were mates. What the hell?
See, now you make me feel bad for being incompetent.
Is that what it was? Because I don't think it was that, but okay.
Okay, so
that says more about you than me, there, buddy.
It says so much more about me. So what do I have? I have Florida going for Biden. I have North Carolina going for Biden. Actually, I had a very optimistic map. I have ultimately I have Biden coming in at 335 electoral votes and Trump at 203. Maine going completely for Biden. And also I want to speak to the idea about New Hampshire. New Hampshire is arguably one of the more conservative New England states. Its state motto is live free or die. I don't even think they have a helmet law there for people, motorcyclists. So it is a conservative state.
So
but
trial by combat is not a good good idea there. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
So New Hampshire's probably going to go blue, but once again, it's early. It's super early. So, but yeah, nothing has really I mean, out of all those states that they were talking about from the East Coast and into the Mississippi Valley there, I mean, the two states that really matter is Florida, Pennsylvania, and yeah, Georgia too, when you think about it, because all the other states are pretty much going to be solid red or blue. But it does give me a little bit of anxiety that Virginia isn't completely blue all the time. I'm going to say that right now, because Virginia is supposed to be one of those solid blue states at this point. But just even now that it's kind of hovering around, it does give me a little bit of anxiety.
Oh, that's 2016. Okay, they showed the map there just a second ago, and I was like,
I know, dude. I've gotten like some like what?
Yeah, I'd be surprised, Ohio, if he has to. Does he not have to take Ohio if he loses Florida? Because I don't think even if he pulls Pennsylvania, it's so diluted. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah.
It's going to be close, man. It's going to be a lot closer than I think everybody thought.
I think you are correct too. And once again, the only thing Trump has to do is make it close enough to cheat.
Yeah.
He has to make it chaotic enough to get him to do his mad dash to January 20th. So we'll play it and we'll see what happens.
And again, it's got the Supreme Court, man. So
just got the Supreme Court. Yeah.
No Twitter alerts from Trump?
Well, let me see. I don't know if my Twitter alerts are working because they should have been blowing.
He usually goes silent, right, for these kind of moments.
Yeah, he's just been tweeting some.
Yes, he does usually, or gives it to like one of his minions who just tweets blah. Vote, go vote, or whatever.
Yeah, basically,
or actually coherent, sentences, and you can. Oh, it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
really,
it's nothing really exciting. It's more like vote. Him, his pinned tweet has him doing his granddad
stroke dance,
racist dance there. That's his pinned tweet. This is what he's going with.
Did John talk to you about that with the TikTok thing? So his kids are, he's an Irish Catholic, so he has to have a whole herd of kids, right?
Well, he's an atheist Catholic, right?
Well, but his wife's Catholic, so hey,
yeah,
do what you got to do. Anyways, no, love you. Anyways, so they pretty much are Americanized with YouTube and TikTok, and I guess there's the Trump dance that's on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
So now like all the kids are doing the Trump dance around the house, and he's just like, oh, please no.
It is really funny though. It's a funny dance.
It is. It's
It is
ridiculous. You know what I think of it is it's kind of like a geriatric. What would they call those wobbly weather balloon men? Those.
Oh, you mean the
inflatable balloon man? Yeah,
the inflatable balloon man, right?
Yeah,
right.
I would just think like if that was actually like a person and they just got old. They couldn't do like the big moves, but they still want to like keep it in the house. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's
right,
what
right.
I think. It's.
Looks
Who was
like
your buddy
he's
there
looking-
just a minute ago, Chris?
This is Bailey.
Oh, hi Bailey.
Yes, she's one of
looking
my
animal.
technicians.
Technician.
Makes the show work.
How
Scriptwriter.
old? How old?
I think she's about 3. No,
Oh.
she's ornery. So we got 4 of them. That way, if
Awesome.
society collapses, we'll have food.
Life is better with dogs.
Well, maybe they'll have food, Chris. Maybe they'll
That's a
have
good
food.
point. That's a good point. Well, what we were gonna do is gonna get one of those long freezers, and like as soon as the electricity went out, we're just gonna pitch them all in the freezer.
I don't think any house seems like if you're gonna have a good horror house, if you're gonna have a house that's gonna be on a horror movie, you're gonna have a good meat freezer, a good meat locker, deep freeze. God, here comes Florida.
Yeah, there goes some Florida.
Well,
the Panhandle, yeah.
The Panhandle's pretty conservative. That's like the real Florida, from what I understand of the state.
Yeah. That's the man from Florida kind of area, yeah. Okay, hold on one second. I want to do the thing here.
You gonna do the thing? All right.
Thing.
I don't know what he's talking about. This is
letting the wife sneak by. She don't like.
Okay.
All right.
There we go. Okay, it's all safe now, mostly.
Dodged another bullet.
Yeah. Who do we got? What do we got going on? He's still talking about Florida. He's going on about himself in Florida.
Dude, it's gonna be just a bunch of tears about Florida. That's all.
Yeah.
That it's gonna go back and right. It's gonna go left. It's gonna go right. It's gonna go left. It's going to
how many-
disappoint.
How many weathermen do they try out for this gig? Because you know how to be a weatherman that's doing this, right? Stand in front of there, pointing at it like that.
I will say is that you have to be able to be on your feet for a long period of time, and point and
point
to
a
do
lot.
things, right?
Yeah.
And say the same thing over and over again without it driving you insane.
But Harrison Ford have been good at this.
Harrison Ford.
With all the pointing.
Yes.
Yeah,
He missed his
yeah.
calling. He should have been a weatherman.
He should have,
been a
yeah.
weatherman.
Over here, or a boss of some kind.
Yeah.
You know, with all the pointing he does. So Florida's kind of. I really thought Florida would go for Trump. Really, I don't know why.
I thought, here's my reasoning, because it wasn't just 538. Let me pontificate.
Okay.
And educate, or whatever how am I thinking about calling Florida red? Florida seems to go red when things go horribly for the country. Like in 2007, 2008, during the Great Recession, Florida went blue. I believe it went blue again the next time. I would say that the default state of Florida, when times are good, is red. But when there is a disaster, when things are going really wrong, Florida seems to go blue, as well as North Carolina. That's just a casual observation of mine, and so that's why one of the reasons.
If things are bad, they go blue or they go red?
Yes, they go blue.
Okay.
Because basically, and this is actually what happens. Americans, as a nation, hate voting for Democrats for president because we are the adults in the room, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You get Republicans. It's like tax cuts we can't afford. Have a check. You have a check. You have a check. Foreign war. Yeah, let's go do that. We can do that because we can just print money or we can just borrow money. And when things go so bad, either with Watergate or the Great Recession, it's like, oh no, what should we do? Well, we're going to let the Democrats have it. Oh, it isn't that they let us have it, but that's when Democrats are able to walk and to get the presidency because, the Republicans have made such a hash out of the country.
Well, do you think that they're just better at selling their message and their propaganda? Again, it's fear. Because think about it. And I mean, you kind of talked about this before too.
Yeah.
They have convinced everybody that Biden and Harris are like evil communists, and that Pelosi is like the super left-wing Democrat. All of which is total bullshit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I would totally say that what they should be doing in the off season, in between, the presidential election and midterms, is just really do a focused public information campaign, public service announcements that Democrats are fiscally responsible. That, Trump, even now, in the midst of the pandemic, a lot of Americans think Trump will do better with the economy when this is just clearly not true. And that, hey, it's Rachel. And so what Democrats should be doing during the midseason, in between the elections, is just running ads and fighting the concept that they are the party of fiscal insolvency and that it's the Republicans. They should just be attacking Republicans 24/7 or as many times as they can, that they just cannot deal with the numbers. So,
Yeah,
Chris.
but again, you're hitching your wagon to the wrong party, man.
Oh, I know that.
They capitulate like nobody.
They are France
Nobody.
in 1940. That's what they are. And that's actually unfair to the French, too, when you think about it. And I could, we haven't even talked about Nazis of the Weimar Republic once, Chris. How is this possible?
Not yet.
How is this possible?
Anti-Godwin's law.
Yeah, well, when there's real fascists going around, there should be a
That don't
moratorium
count.
on that.
That's right.
So they just
true.
called the Kentucky Senate race for Mitch McConnell, it looks
Oh,
like.
yes, they did.
Which, it's sad, but not completely unexpected.
No. I was hoping for some real good news tonight. Yeah.
Me too.
So we should expect.
Lindsey
I was just looking at the chat. So Florida's going to flip back and forth from red to blue, blue to red. This is just how it is. Unfortunately, that's just how the state works. Maybe we'll get a final answer by the end of tonight. Maybe we won't. I don't know.
You also mentioned they're kind of off time as far as the Democrats. I mean, they've had 4 years, and they didn't really properly autopsy their loss to Donald Trump before. So again, I'm just not optimistic, man.
Well, it's really looking good in Texas here.
It's really looking good.
Almost 500,000 votes up for Biden.
Well, you know,
That would
Seamus,
blow
this
my
is
mind, man. That'd
this
blow
is
my
this
mind.
is what I've been saying, is that if the Democrats win, I would say it's because it's despite of what the DNC has done over the years. It is, you know, once again, you can have a losing team that wins just by luck. That's just the crazy world that we live in. And to be so bold as to say that the Democratic Party should keep doing what it's doing because if it wins tonight, then that's what they should be doing, that is a whole bag of logical fallacies.
Which they'll embrace, and that's why I'm just not optimistic. You know, again, I will be so happy if Trump's not, trust me. And again, you know, I'm not going to sit here and argue that, go back to that whole idea of, you know, people only vote for X, Y, Z reasons. But, you know, my kids remember the LGBTQ community. Under Trump, things aren't cool. You know what I mean? That's one community that's going to get even more messed with going forward. And if I'm optimistic about one thing under Biden, I don't see that as much.
Well, yeah,
you can or at least targeted. Let's put it this way.
You can definitely see
that stuff.
You can definitely see the Supreme Court, just the Supreme Court, rescinding the ruling on gay marriage, making it effectively legal throughout the country within 50 states. And so what we could easily have is a rollback on gay marriage so that it's basically up to the individual states again. We could easily see that within...
Should be another nightmare.
Yeah.
Again, we have to expand the court.
Unfortunately, I think that it is something to be done in the short term. It is a devil's deal. It is a sign of weakness on our side that we have to do it. But Jesus H. Christ, if that's what needs to be done to get the things completed that need to be completed, I would say that we should also, and I've said this before on the morning show, we need to stack the Senate too. And the way that we stack the Senate is we allow freaking Puerto Rico, and they have a non-binding referendum in Puerto Rico that they are voting on about whether or not they want to have statehood. And of course, if nothing else, statehood for DC. We get 4 more senators in to the Senate, and that helps us out quite a bit. In the long term, for generations, that helps us.
Yeah, there's so many little things that they can do that they just don't do, even when they have the power. You know, like the whole ACA thing, which I think was a nightmare anyways. But the idea to leave it up to states, whether or not here's this money for you to expand your Medicare, Medicaid, leaving it up to you, total nightmare. I mean, again, you had a free lunch. You had a free lunch, and you messed up the down payment. You know, put it in there and say, look, you have to do this.
Yeah.
You have to do X, Y, and Z. You know, I mean, I understand this idea of states' rights, but I think we had a war about that, and that didn't turn out. You know what I mean? Come on.
You know, Republicans want it both ways.
Don't need to go down to the states.
Republicans cry out state rights when the federal government is doing something that they don't like. And then when they have control of the federal government, states' rights arguments just disappear.
Yep. Just like the budget. Just like the budget. The budget is, I tell you what, day one, what are you going to do with the budget? What are you going to do about the budget? You can't spend that money because it's going to affect the budget. Unless it's a war, then it's fine. But, you know, if it's anything else, we have to worry about the budget.
Well, it's about, you know, the Republican Party has been able to sell the American people that trickle-down economics work. It doesn't. And this is one of the reasons how they've been able to make the United States of America into a third world country with a first world military, because that's what we have right now. And it's because of the fact that they've been able to con the American people into thinking, once again, that trickle-down economics work.
Again, they're better salesmen. They know how to sell bullshit better than anybody, except for, obviously, religion. But it's funny they're paired with religion, so maybe
funny how they
work together. I don't know, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, again, they went out and got the world's greatest steelmaker, right? The reality show guy. It's just like, we should have expected this, right? So, and again, and you know, I think it was Josh Olson that said, this guy's John the Baptist.
Oh,
so,
John the Baptist.
Yeah.
I like that analogy.
As in, trust me, the worst is yet to come. As in, this guy has sown the scenes for how this can be done with somebody competent.
I think
and
that he
do worse.
Yeah, you know, I like that analogy because what I've been working with is a Caesar, Julius Caesar kind of analogy. I know Trump is no Caesar, of course, but he is in. But the thing is, he's not the threat as much as Augustus is, Octavian is, the one who is actually smarter and pays attention to the mistakes that the guy in power is making and eventually gets kicked out of power. So a competent version of Trump, my friends, is terrifying. Because Trump
quite frankly, on either side of the aisle, you know what I mean? Because let's be honest. I mean, we don't have a party of the people. We don't have a party that actually represents the people. They both represent the donor class, just at maybe slightly skewed angles.
Oh, North Carolina. Let's see what's going on here.
Ooh, yeah.
I'll turn on the noise. We'll listen to Steve.
That means under North Carolina law, they are all delayed, so we're just starting to get results. But boy, they had a bunch teed up. We've got about 3.5 million votes here that have now been reported out very rapidly. Very important to talk about the sequence of these votes. This is a lot like Florida. We're getting the early vote. We're getting the mail-in vote. Then we're getting the same-day vote. So it's probably going to be high water marks for Biden, and then a question of can he withstand the same-day vote for Trump. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the places where we're getting that vote. This is early vote, mail vote, Wake County. This is the biggie. Raleigh, this is the state capital. You see there, 2/3 of the vote going to Biden. How does that compare to Clinton in 2016? Let's see if it holds with the same day coming in. But this is an area where Democrats wanted to drive up turnout and squeeze more votes out. Keep an eye on this as the rest of North Carolina comes in. Another biggie for Democrats, Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is. Biden right now running 6 points over that Clinton number. Again, some votes to come here. How many? About 100,000 to come. Can he stay over that 63% mark? This was a state, remember, where the margin overall for Trump statewide in 2016 in Carolina was 3.5 points. But basically, that's it for the Democrats. Raleigh, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Asheville, Charlotte, Fayetteville here. Let's take a look, compare this 60% with the early vote. How was this in 2016? It's a little bit north of there. So these are the core Democratic areas. There are still some Republican areas to fill in. Also, up here, these are a lot of heavily black rural counties here. This was an area in 2016 where Democrats didn't get the turnout level they were hoping for. We're not seeing a lot early here. Let's watch these counties fill in and see what happens. But I think the key for Democrats here is, can they drive up more sort of in the triangle here in these other core Democratic cities? Can they get more black turnout? And I'm just going to check next door. Okay, this is a core Republican county. This reminds me a lot of, if you remember when I was looking at Delaware County in Ohio, this reminds me a bit of it, but we don't have much to show right there right now. So again, the name of the game for Democrats right now for Biden is to drive up his statewide lead as much as he can. I expect as more of this early vote comes in, you see it's in from so many of these cities. It's not in from a lot of these more rural Republican places. So that might be, Trump will cut into that a bit, and then the same day's coming. And it's like Florida. Can Biden withstand it? He is right now farther ahead than he got in Florida in the early vote, at least at this moment.
Steve, will you show us again before you get out of North Carolina there?
Yep,
sorry.
going back in.
Will you show us how much we've got in Charlotte?
Yeah. Here we go. So give you the raw numbers here.
84% in.
You got about 500,000 votes that are counted so far.
Okay.
And you got a little bit less than 100,000 to come. So, it's the question, Biden getting nearly 70% of the early vote. We expect that'll be lower. Question is how much lower? If he's fighting Trump to a draw, then he's going to win this county by about 200,000 votes. He'll get about a 200,000 vote plurality. If he actually wins, by a substantial margin on election day, he can add to that statewide. So let's see what the trend is as it develops in Carolina.
Okay, join Nicole before all of this started. Before all the numbers started washing.
Wow, how about that?
That's where it seems. Yeah. Well, I'm hopeful. So far, so good.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, so far, so good.
Really kind of surprised that some of these places are in question. Are you guys? I mean,
yeah.
I don't know, man. How would I? It would make me feel better if Florida was just obviously blue. Of course, I'm just going to say words out of my mouth again that are just silly and stupid. So yeah, it would make me feel better, if people just voted the right way in Florida, and that Florida somehow magically became competent at doing things. If it makes people feel better, I'm looking at 538. There was a poll from October 27th to October 31st that has an A+ rating that has Biden up by 3%. I don't know if that's within the margin of error.
So how are they? How is it looking there still for them? What'd you say now? You're the 538. What's their?
Yeah, the most recent polls in Florida have it going. Like there's an A+ poll that goes from 27th to the 31st that gives Biden 3 points. There's a B+ poll that goes from October 28th to November 1st that has Biden up by 5. However, there's an A+ poll from the 24th to the 29th that gives Trump by 2. That +2 and +3 is probably within the margin of error. The 538, slightly gives Biden slightly favored to win Florida at 69%. But we all know that 1 out of 3 chances is still 1 out of 3 chances. So Trump could easily win Florida. It's still within, and it's not a bridge too far for him to win Florida.
538 still projecting a Biden win. Do they have a percentage?
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, they stopped. At this morning they stopped giving projections, and so it's a funny story. Let me tell you, because I was listening to the 538 podcast, and due to a technical glitch, at one point during the overnight, they gave Trump a 99% chance of winning the entire election. Of course, that was a fluke. That was a technical error. But there was a bunch of screenshots being shot throughout the internet, basically saying Trump has a 99% chance of winning it all.
Who would not? I would not be surprised at this point. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised just from the technical corruption that are we've done nothing. Our government has done nothing to protect our electoral system at all.
Something that should scare people is that it's, let's take the FSB, which is basically, the Russian, basically it's the USSR's KGB. Man, I just threw out way too many acronyms there. But the Russians aren't just hacking America and our election system. What they are is that they are hacking counties. Gotcha. So they are hacking counties like the FSB, the cream of the Russian Secret Service, are basically going after your little podunk county commissioner's office and trying to hack in there and play around with the numbers. That's what we're facing. And it is criminal for the fact that we have a federalized military, right? And we don't have, which protects us, but we don't have a federalized way of protecting our democracy in terms of a federal system protecting voting machines, databases, and the such. It's madness. If there was like a bingo card of what I would say, it's madness. It would just be all madness on it. It's all
the drinking
madness.
game. Everybody drink.
Everyone drink.
Let me get some time. There we go. Projected win. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was watching something else. So, I don't know. The longer I gotta say, man, I'm surprised. I'm ashamed of our country after what we've seen Trump do over these past 4 years, and to have such a tight race is shameful. I think it's shameful. Do you think would Bernie have done any better?
Well, that's a very good question. I will say once again, the idea of keeping Joe Biden hidden away for most of the election and doing, and I'll throw the Fabian strategy out there, the idea about hiding behind the fortified walls and then doing a surge at the last couple of weeks of the election, that was the best thing the Democrats could have done, because you don't want people to get too much of a view of Joe Biden. That's all there is to it. So would Bernie have done
Trump.
better? That's a good question.
I think Bernie would have done better because people want to vote for something.
Yeah.
Bernie would offer things to people. Bernie would give you a vision of America where you could actually vote for something. There's something there to, policy changes. We could get out of the things of the status quo that led up to Trump actually having a chance versus Hillary or anybody at that point.
I don't mean to interrupt you. We're looking at Texas here. Let's check out this Texas.
It's basically a draw between Trump and Biden. How does that compare to what happened in 2016? Well, in 2016, this was a 9-point win for Donald Trump. By the way, in the 2018 Senate race, when Beto O'Rourke lost by 3 points statewide, he won Tarrant County by 1 point. what's left to come in Tarrant County. We've counted about 700,000 votes. There's about 170,000 left to come. Again, I said in Texas, I think maybe a little bit more of a question of what that same-day trend was going to look like. Let's see if we can establish it. Right now, we need to see more vote come in. We need to see the same-day vote come in. Does Biden gain ground there? Does Trump gain ground there? The other big place we just got vote in Texas, Bexar County. This is where San Antonio is. And again, we got the bulk of it, 675,000 votes. This is the early vote. There's less than 100,000 votes we think left to be counted here. What does this do when you compare it to 2016? Biden right now running 5 points north of Hillary Clinton. Again, some votes to be counted. This could come down a little, but Biden probably they're going to end up ahead of where Hillary Clinton did. This is the Democratic strategy. It's to improve not just on how Clinton did against Trump in 16. Really, it's to improve on how Beto O'Rourke did against Ted Cruz in the Dallas metro area, Dallas-Fort Worth, in the Austin area, San Antonio, Houston area. These are core Democratic areas. They also, let's see when we get the Rio Grande Valley, and we're still waiting on that. Remember, Kamala Harris made a trip down there, I think late last week. Democrat. Oh, we got one in. Just 1 second. Let's see what we're looking at here. This is small, but early vote, 55-44. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what the same-day vote did down there when it comes in. That is under for Biden. Small county, but in that Rio Grande Valley we said we wanted to look at. We'll keep looking at these.
All right, Steve, thanks. We want to go to correspondent and native Texan Gary.
Okay, well, looking good for Texas. Hopefully we'll be able to pull it out.
I'm gonna say some more unpopular things because that's what I do. Because I'm just a contrarian. There is a good chance that regardless of who the Democrats put up, whether it was Bernie or Biden, that they would still be winning the election. Dr. Alan Lichtman, who I've had on my show twice, well, once on the Naked Diner podcast, he came up with the way of predicting presidential elections. It's called The Keys to the White House, a surefire guide to predicting the next president. And I have the book on Kindle. I interviewed him, like I said, on my old show, Naked Diner podcast, and he's been able to accurately predict presidential elections since 1984. And what he says is that basically there are impersonal forces like that affect how we vote, how the economy is doing, whether the president is in office and running again, whether or not there was a foreign conflict, a foreign win or a foreign loss. So there are these 13 factors, and if 6 of these factors go against the sitting president, then the opposite party comes into power. It's a very interesting system. You can listen. It's on my YouTube channel, Professor Alan Lichtman. It's on my old show, The Naked Diner podcast.
You plug your own stuff on your own channel. What the hell?
I do. I'm nothing but a bad man. But he's really a fascinating guy. You've probably seen him. He's been on Bill Maher.
Yeah.
He's been on a bunch of these
Something
shows.
you just said I thought was kind of interesting. I mean, more than the rest of the night because you just go on for no reason.
I do. But, I'm horrible.
The war aspect, as I often like to say, and I know people said before me that we went from 2 wars under Bush to 7 under Obama, and now we're talking 8 or 9, which we're not even sure under Trump. Isn't it fun? Are you surprised that they haven't tried to say, hey, we're at war right now with X, Y, and Z? And I say X, Y, and Z because there's always a different phonetic or some sort of thing that we're pointing at that's the new enemy.
It looks like Tom Tillis was losing. I'm sorry. It looks like Tom Tillis was losing in his state. Yeah.
Tell me about Tom Tillis for a minute.
I can't yeah, he's there.
Oh,
he
right,
is.
there he is in North Carolina Senate.
Yes, North Carolina.
Wow.
So that's good for us.
That's a good sign
Carolinas are
too.
being interesting tonight, aren't they?
I want to say this too: the idea that the Democrat is ahead in the Senate race bodes well for Biden in that state because we all know at this point people downvote. You vote Democrat for president, it is highly likely you're going to vote Democrat down ticket. So if the senator in North Carolina, the Democrat candidate, is doing well, more than likely that is a very good omen for Biden.
Yeah, looking good in North Carolina. Real quick, because I keep forgetting and we keep getting distracted. Lady Starfire is in Colorado, and she said her son went down to the polls, and there was some Trumpers down there causing troubles, and doing things, but nothing too, I guess, extraordinary. She would have mentioned it, I'm sure, but they were there with their flags and causing the issues. But we were expecting a lot of strife, perhaps. Of course, the night's young. The strife we thought would happen would be if Trump loses and everybody's calling it for Trump or for Biden. For Biden, then the strife was to begin. Islam.
Yeah. Is it lump? Is that the name of that song? Is that what it's called? I can't remember now.
No idea.
My 90s brain just went to somewhere else.
Your 90s brain just went somewhere else. That's what happens. You get to be a certain age, sir. Your 90s brain just kind of does its own
thing. You said that whole polling thing with people. So, a friend of mine lives up near Erie in Ohio, and I just only making remarks with it because it just sounds weird. Him and other friends in neighboring counties where he lives up in there said that there was a lot of like the Trump flag people driving around the polling areas and stuff, which people just kind of that's weird.
Yeah.
But nothing today. So I don't know. I don't know if they just thought, the bunch of rednecks driving around would scare people today. And just bizarre. Just bizarre. Yeah. I mean, I shop in Ohio, and there was a rally where I, just out like 5 minutes from where I live. And just, let's put it this way. There's no doubt where I was at that there was a lot of Trump voters. Even then, they were just like, these people are assholes. I can't believe they're voting for Trump. That's literally like the person in front of me is an old lady, and she's like, hey, these people are assholes. But she votes for Trump. So she had the MAGA hat on and everything. And I'm thinking, well, why aren't you out there?
Well, whenever someone says anything really wacky to me, and if I'm not in a jerk mood, I know it happens sometimes, my fallback is, tell me more about that. Or,
Yeah.
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
I was trying to practice social distancing.
Oh, yeah, brother.
Okay.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and that is a wise choice. This just gives me a good reason to stay away from other people. I never thought being near people was a good idea. Sure, that might be a sign of my generalized anxiety disorder. But, social distancing.
Both you guys vote ahead of today?
What's that?
Did you guys both vote ahead of today? I know you.
Yeah. I voted like a week and a half ago or so.
Yeah, I voted today, which just didn't even think that it was going to be an issue because it's usually not. And I mean, I live in where my little district of the county, so to speak, is probably one of the smallest to vote in. And I was there for 40 minutes, and everybody said that was the shortest time. And I know my father voted after me within probably half an hour after I left, and he was there for 2 hours.
I want to say this, Phil Lister.
Pretty crazy.
Phil Lister in the chat says, been told Minnesota's Department of Public Safety and state police computer systems are partially disabled.
Ooh.
Odd timing. So that's from Phil Lister in the chat. Yeah.
It's those Antifas. That's what that is. That's some
Yeah.
Antifas. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, that's their goal right there.
Yeah. Well, there's still a lot that we've got. There's some more results coming in. I'm having a hard time getting through them all here to see what's. But I'm hopeful still for Texas.
Sure. Well,
we're going to get to some Texas.
That would be amazing.
It would be
That
a
would be
coup,
amazing.
and the most important thing to do would be for the Democrats not to start fellatiating themselves, if that.
Sucking each other's dick.
Yes, that's their own, and just.
As Winston Wolfe once said.
Yes, the wolf from Pulp Fiction. And that's the thing. When we talk about groupthink, there are ways for organizations to fight groupthink, because whether you're the DNC or the RNC or the military, there is a tendency for people to just want to get along with each other within the group. And that's what creates groupthink, and that's what creates these kind of fatal errors organizations can make. But there are definite ways of fighting them, and it would be nice if the DNC actually had a small group within it writing white papers telling the rest of the DNC that they're full of crap, because that's one of the way that you can actually fight against groupthink and against intellectual laziness within your organization right there.
They do, but it's usually the other way around. They bully the other people and tell them to shut up and get in line.
Yeah. Well, Well, that's the problem. You got to have an organizational environment and culture where people who don't agree with you can voice their opinions, and it has to be structural too. It has to be structural.
Well, right now I'm on the anarchist side because that's what we have with AOC. She's going in like Rorschach, if you remember. She said, "Remember, you guys think that I'm in here with you guys, but you're in here with me." And that's what we need.
Best
right now.
scene in the Watchmen. I will play that. I will seek that out on YouTube, and it's like, oh yeah, Rorschach. There you go.
And be honest, how much did you love her more when she tweeted that? I mean, come on,
Good
that
stuff,
was like,
man. No, it's totally true.
Yeah.
It is once again the attitude about going on the offense.
Yeah.
That's what Democrats need to do. They just need to go on the offense, especially if they gain power. Florida. Well, there you go. Right. Wow, 91% in.
If you could pull up the Carolinas, though, if you could pull up the Carolinas and Texas, come on, wow, that would be fuck Florida for once.
Well, there's a lot of distance to go in Georgia.
Sure.
And there's once again Florida may actually report in tonight, but there's other votes that they are going to have to count in some counties. So there's an aura of we should be agnostic about the Florida vote unless it is dominating, which it doesn't look like it is going to be dominating on either side.
But we still have the. Sorry, Chris. No, go ahead, Chris.
No, I was going to say I'm powerfully disappointed with how close it is.
Powerfully disappointed.
Powerfully disappointed.
Well,
disappointed to a powerful fashion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be this bad. Our country is very brainwashed, I think, or just you know what? Just maybe that's what America is. Maybe that's it. And I just need to move away to like some small Greek island with a whole bunch of topless females.
Well, did you feel 4 years ago that things
Maybe
were bad too? I mean, because a lot of bad things went under the administration before, and it just seemed like it was kind of like all under the dark, and that's the other reason I'm worried about Biden going into the office as opposed to Trump, and and not that I want Biden over Trump by a large margin, but the idea of like so many things that we're talking about now, like putting kids in cages, deporting people in the numbers we are, dropping bombs the way we are, not even just the numbers, all these things, I mean, and the list goes on, right? Just suddenly, like when everybody's okay and copacetic, it goes quiet. But then whenever we get an imbecile like this in the office, then we all worry about those things.
Well, this is the problem.
That's what I'm worried about is everybody goes to sleep.
And you should. And this is exactly what's going to happen, sir. Exactly what you just said. Democrats win. Let's say, assuming that we win, then people will go back to sleep. And that's why it's important for people to hook up, join up with local nonprofits, NGOs who are on the left who want to push the ball down the field. This is so important to do, to be engaged in public discourse and not to go back asleep.
And again, and I know I'm beating the horn. I know you're on the same side, Andy, to a point, right? We need more AOCs. We need people to actually call out the DNC. We need people to tell Obama not to go to Flint, Michigan, after he went there and mocked them, drinking water in front of them, not once but twice. That's just not a good thing. It's not a good look for him to go there and play basketball either. I'm sorry. How tone deaf is that? What the hell, man? Come on.
The idea about Flint, Michigan, it's one of those things that it's a national disgrace.
It is.
And once again, it's because of 40 years of Republican mismanagement and the idea of trickle-down economics and hollowing the country out from within. That's what it is, hollowing the country out from within.
But as soon as a Democrat becomes, in charge, then they can label it their problem, and that's what they do. And they sell it better. That's the thing. They sell it better because they have no shame. They don't care. If a Republican becomes the mayor of New York tomorrow, then the Democrats need to go look at the problems of New York and point out every nook and cranny, because that's what you do. That's what you should do. They don't do that. They don't. It's that whole Chicago thing. Remember whenever Bill Maher did the whole Chicago rules thing? they're not playing that game. The Republicans are, and they've been doing it to us all this time.
That's why we need to be able to push the Overton window. I was having this conversation with my girlfriend, who is incredibly smart, like one standard deviation smarter than I am, and that's actually a very conservative estimation.
Did she tell you that, or did you measure?
Oh, dude, I can tell. I can tell how smart a person is, approximately, But I just raised the question: why isn't there a citizen oversight of police departments in this country? Why aren't there third-party auditors who go through the police department records to make sure that they're acting properly? Right. And she's like, I never thought of that. And the reason why we never thought of that is because our minds have been shaped. There's this propaganda machine out there to try to keep us from thinking about those things. Because as soon as you start thinking to yourself, wow, self-regulation doesn't work. The police departments can't regulate themselves. Wall Streets can't regulate themselves. The Catholic Church cannot regulate itself.
No.
Maybe the question is citizen oversight of these institutions.
That's crazy talk.
That should not be a radical idea. And where's Jonathan Pearce? He should be saying these things in a British accent.
Yeah.
He was a guest earlier.
Even like in a marginal amount, that should happen. There used to be in the bigger cities, what is it, community policing, and there'd be a public police board kind of thing, and they would all meet and talk. But then both sides found reasons to get out of that. And usually, well, I say both sides, but it was more the police, let's be honest. And I say that as an ex-cop, by the way, so.
Yeah. What's going on with North Carolina? Is it raining sunshine, Chris?
I don't know. Let's get some looking here and see what they got to say. Steve Kornacki.
Counted, which is the early vote, the mail vote, and everything that's colored in right now. Biden leading statewide 52-47.
Is he expected
Again,
to
what
win
it
North
means is
Carolina?
all these core Democratic areas, whether it's Asheville in the west, Raleigh in the Triangle, Greensboro, Charlotte, Fayetteville, these are all places that have come in with their early vote strongly for the Democrats. There are still some, you look in western North Carolina here, there are still some counties that'll be strong for Trump, smaller, but will be strong for Trump when they come in. But the name of the game here for Biden is, if we get to a point here where this is all filled in primarily early vote, he wants to be ahead then because we expect.
That didn't scare me at all.
Hey, Steve, forgive me. We are awarding the state of Arkansas as expected to Donald Trump. 6 electoral votes. That's where the vote is coming down as of this hour. And this is what this state does now to the map. You see red filling in the center of the country. Arkansas now completes that 3-state swing. You see the blue coming up in the Northeast. We're back at it. Steve?
And that was North Carolina, Brian, and I'm just looking here at Georgia, see if we can give you an update in Georgia. Again, we expected that Donald Trump would jump out into the lead here. He certainly has. This is double digits at this point with what's been counted in Georgia. We're waiting to see. I'll just give you a sense of this. The Atlanta metro area, I think we got absentee vote that's been counted here. Again, we say that'll be very favorable to Biden. This county will be very favorable to Biden. What's to come here, you're looking at about 467,000 votes still to come. And it's this entire area here that will make things, in DeKalb, there's not much that's been reported yet. Gwinnett, again, I think you're looking at early vote here. Biden up by 28. This is one of those counties. Clinton, it's been moving and moving and moving in the Democrats' direction. We're talking about this in metro areas all over the place tonight. Clinton won it by 6 in the early vote, Biden by 28. Let's see how much that snaps back. But for the Democrats, I think you're seeing a dynamic here where they're going to need something massive out of the Atlanta metro area, because if you just go to kind of rural Georgia, let's go to North Georgia here. These are small counties, but these were just numbers-wise, the percentage of the vote Trump's best in 2016. They are there for him again in big numbers, and these add up around the state. Rural Georgia, strongly for Trump. They add up, and eventually they can overwhelm for Democrats what they get out of the metro area. So that's why it's going to be so important for Democrats to drive up the numbers there in Atlanta metro, because there's no slippage we're really seeing for Trump so far, at least in those rural areas.
I want to look both at Georgia and North Carolina in terms of the presidential race as we have been, but let's also look at those two states in terms of the Senate races. Between those two states, unusually, there are 3 Senate races between them. Let's talk about the Georgia Senate first, if we can. This is the regular Georgia Senate race. Incumbent Republican Senator David Perdue. At this point, we've got just over a quarter of the vote in. Democratic challenger John Ossoff, there you see, with about 42% of the vote. This is too early to call right now in terms of NBC News projections. Then there is a second Senate race in Georgia, which is a special election. At this point, again, we've just got over a quarter of the vote in. And this is too early to call in terms of NBC's projection. But you see Democrat Raphael Warnock there with the highest number of votes right now. The incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler there in the middle, and Doug Collins, Republican congressman, also in the 20% range. So both of these Senate races in Georgia, somebody's got to get 50%, or they each could go to a runoff on January 5th. Now let's look at North Carolina. We've been talking about this North Carolina Senate race. A lot of Democratic hopes resting with Cal Cunningham, Democratic challenger to incumbent Republican Senator Tom Tillis, right now with over 70% of the vote in North Carolina. Still perceived as too early to call in terms of the NBC News projection here, but Cunningham up by just under 4 points. Over Tom Tillis at this point. Tom Tillis, along with Cory Gardner in Colorado, thought of as being probably the most endangered incumbent Republican senator in this cycle. Let's bring into the conversation now our friend, the Reverend Al Sharpton, founder of the National Action Network and host of Politics Nation here on MSNBC.
Thank you.
Okay, so
yeah, indeed.
Yeah, well, I'm still more nervous. I'm not as happy. I mean, it's not going as well as it should be. This is ridiculous. I'm ashamed. United States of America, I'm ashamed of the voting populace.
Well, you might feel better when Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota
Okay.
vote. I mean, when that comes in. And
say good words to me, Andy.
You will, we're going to be having a couple of more guests coming in. We have a comedian, Ian Harris, coming in from California. He's always a fun guy. He's coming in at 9 o'clock, which should be in a few minutes.
Yeah, just a minute or 3.
And Ian's a solid guy. Has he been on our show in the morning?
Yeah, he's been on our show. He was.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, he's like, "Hello, we're gonna get a comedian on our show." I'm like, "Yay!" And he shows up and he's like, "Hello, I'm an MMA fighter," and that's what we talked about. We got the MMA fight guy, not the comedian. I was like, "Oh!" But he's dynamic and fun.
He is dynamic and fun, and even if he's talking about fighting, he talks about beating people up in a fun way, and that's what counts.
Has he been on Rogan?
No, he has not been on Rogan. Well, are we going to talk about Joe Rogan right now? Because I can talk about Joe Rogan right now. Joe Rogan seems...
Well, just, atheists being on Joe Rogan, So.
You would think if Joe Rogan wasn't pimping for Trump, which he is, then he would have someone who is an atheist MMA fighter or a coach like our friend Ian Harris. But, Joe Rogan seems to be more interested in having Alex Jones on, and like I said, pimping for Trump these days.
I don't know if he's pimping for Trump. I think.
Dude, I was listening to the first 10 minutes of that Alex Jones conversation, and I'm like, wow.
Really?
Wow.
I didn't listen.
It was, it was pretty strong. Yeah, I think Rogan's problem is that he's just been hanging around with meatheads too much. And he's in the UFC culture. There's no doubt that Dana White, who's head of the UFC, is a pro-Trump guy. My YouTube channel, whatever I log on, I look at my homepage. It's like, oh, there's Dana White, promoting Donald Trump. So, yeah.
Well, he did move to Texas, so...
Well, he moved to Austin, but that's actually closer to Alex Jones, so...
Yeah, but I don't know. That's code for some people, let's put it that way.
No.
So I don't want to say that. I don't agree with it, but there's some people that think that whole, we have to leave California. We can't give them our money. That liberal place of, that liberal Mecca.
I will tell you this. There will be climate change refugees in our lifetime.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Texas. They're talking about Texas.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, let me interrupt.
Texas. He was winning Travis County by 49 points. So again, the name of the game here for Biden is to get north even of that. Let's look sort of outside Austin. This is one of those areas, where Democrats have been doing better and better. Hayes County here. There was extraordinary turnout in Hayes County in the early voting. And again,
well, it looks like this man in the white shirt is pointing to numbers.
What was the margin, though, for Beto O'Rourke 2 years ago?
The numbers in this particular county are pretty positive, and that is where
here.
Houston
I think the other thing that is worth pointing out here, and let's see more counties fill in.
It's not a surprise
if you go down along the border
urban areas.
And remember, Kamala Harris, the Democrats sent her there last week. And some people say, well, that's an interesting decision. But take a look at what we're seeing in these returns. Most of the vote, for instance, in Starr County, right on the border, this is just one example of what I'm seeing down here is counted. Biden leading by 8 points. What was this in 2016?
This illusion
that's a big change.
That purple states
are
all
of these
red
counties
or all
down here
blue
in the border area. I think I showed you Cameron before. Again, now 30,000 votes.
Massachusetts,
Biden is leading
maybe 25% of the population would be voting for Trump here.
Versus 33.
But because of our,
so we're going to look at this, but this is we talked about South Florida.
I can now hear it.
We talked about
Miami-Dade,
and clearly Trump making inroads with Hispanic voters there, Cuban American voters
I'll turn
there.
it off if we're done. I'm sorry.
I want to see if something similar is happening here in Texas.
There you go. Carry on.
Okay. But yeah,
you were spouting wisdom.
But the thing is,
stop MF and Chris. Okay, all right, be nice to him though.
Okay. But yeah, a lot of states they only appear to be red or appear to be blue because of the Electoral College. And Texas is one of those places, especially now.
Ian Harris has popped in. Do you want to hang out?
Ian Harris!
Sure.
He's got to come in here. This guy. He's a funny guy. He's the skeptic comedian. He has performed in front of atheists, skeptics, humanists. Great guy, Ian Harris. Sir, how are you doing on the apocalypse?
I've lived through a few of these apocalypses. I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
As a veteran of the apocalypse, what's your read on this current... Oh, by the way, we'll do introductions. Ian Harris, Seamus. Seamus does the Free Thought Profit podcast.
Fan, glad to see you, man.
And I hear crackling in my ears. I don't know who's doing it.
Jones is winning. Sorry, I saw one there. Carry on, Andy. Carry on. My apologies.
So, Ian Harris, how do things look where you are? You're out in California, sir, correct?
Yeah. We're good here. I'm watching. I'm flipping back and forth between CNN and MSNBC, and
on Fox News.
Yeah, right. I got to be honest. Like, I didn't think it was going to go to Biden. But the fact that the polls were 3% off is in Trump's favor is already scaring me.
Yep.
I mean, they said it was going to be one, it was right in between. It was a toss up. It was 0.9% to Biden, and it's 2.5%. It looks like the Talgafagaher people are right. And if they're right again on the whole thing, we're screwed.
Yeah. Well, there you go. See you later, Ian. No negative thoughts here. No, I'm just kidding.
But that's Florida. So
that's Florida.
He's smashing in Ohio, which wasn't even close to what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
If he wins Ohio and North Carolina, it's a wrap. And
you're right about that.
He's winning both those states right now. I mean, we're only 50% in, 70% in. It could change. And he's winning Texas, but they're saying that the margins aren't big enough in Harris County for it to last.
Right. Harris County is my girlfriend who is from Houston. Harris County, Houston's in Harris County, says that it is the largest county in Texas by population.
Yeah, the thing is they were saying if they could have gotten like 1.8 million voters, and his percentage would have been like 2% higher than it is, he would have probably won Texas. But I think the final vote turnout was like 1.6 million, and he's performing at like 52% or something like that.
Wow.
It's that close. But I mean, again, no one was expecting Texas to so.
Right.
So the fact that it's that close is good. I don't know. How are you guys feeling?
I've been doing this since 4 o'clock. I'm sorry, 4 o'clock Eastern time. It's all been a blur pretty much. I've made a variety of jokes. I have numbers and dates here about my apocalyptic forecast about what happens when Trump cheats, if he has to cheat.
We're currently at 80 for Biden and 48 for Trump.
So are we talking about electoral votes?
Currently. Yes, currently. I think that's what it just said.
Corwin won. Shoot.
Carry on.
So, how am I feeling? How am I feeling, Seamus? You've been listening to me. Tell me how I'm feeling.
Like a child that's just come out of a battered womb for 18 months, with a lot of anxiety and PTSD. Maybe some VD too. I don't know, but yeah, you've got a lot going on with you. So
whatever's going on with you, Andy Hogg, you got a lot.
There's a lot going on, but I'm glad somebody else is pessimistic as Ian is coming into the room. I feel better. I feel like the balance is filling out in the room here. So.
I was the optimistic guy. Like I've been watching Andy knows. I've been watching the polls, and am making my entire family insane for 2 months. Every day I'm on 4, 5, 6 hours a day. I watch news all night.
Yep.
And I read something yesterday that quelled my fears. This guy did every breakdown from the stealing it at the Supreme Court level. I don't know if you guys saw that, to the polling, to what's on, what's off, where they're winning, where they're losing. And everything he said was like the stuff that I had come to on my own.
Right. And
he's like, and a few people have said this, if Biden loses, or it's within 2 points nationally and he loses the electoral, they're like, we will have to completely rethink everything we know about politics and political science, because they're saying that everything would have been so absolutely far off
that
it would be unfathomable how far off that would have to be. So that made me feel good, and I was feeling confident coming into this. I think he's going to get the blue wall back. I mean, they're showing Michigan's going to Trump right now, but we're 16% reported. It's not
right.
Yeah.
I was telling Seamus, I think it was Seamus, just like maybe 5 minutes ago, that hey, or maybe Chris, I was trying to comfort Chris, was saying that once Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin comes in, you'll feel better, more than likely.
Yeah, I mean,
if
we get the blue wall, my concern is that we only get the blue wall. So
that's a real concern, sir.
That's the biggest concern is that Biden wins 278.
Yeah.
If he gets 278, to do everything they can to screw us over on Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah.
We have to win by more than Pennsylvania, because they're not going to. Even if the Supreme Court does go crazy, they're not going to change in Pennsylvania. They're not going to change the laws in Texas. They're not going to change the laws in Arizona, in North Carolina. So even if they go in and screw with Pennsylvania, as long as he's over by 20 points, it won't matter. So if we can get to, because that's what Pennsylvania is 20. So he's got to get at least to 291. If we get to 291, I don't think they can screw with it in the Supreme Court. 291. But if it's under 291, we're in trouble.
I will say this: I got my first text from a friend of mine, a panic text saying the effing sociopath is winning F-ity F. My friend, who may be listening, may not be listening, it's not time to panic just yet.
No.
It's not time.
No, I mean he's Florida. I just don't get how Florida is going by 2 points to Trump. And what it is they're saying that the majority of it, that Biden actually made up a lot of ground in certain areas.
Yeah.
But he lost like 400,000 votes in Miami.
Yeah.
It's Latinos. What kind of freaking moron Latinos are voting?
Well,
like, I mean, it's roaches for raid. What are you voting for? What is wrong with you idiots?
Right. True.
Yeah. Well, I believe there is still a strong Cuban refugee infrastructure in Miami-Dade County.
Yeah.
And they are definitely pro-Republicans.
Which is funny because it was Jimmy Carter that brought them here.
Well, life is full of ironies, my friend. I don't know if you've noticed this. Is that life is full of ironies, and the idea that
Jimmy brought us, but Ronald made us prosper. Understand, right? So,
exactly.
At least that's what they've been convinced of things. So, anyways, right?
It is surprising that Ohio is so much Biden, but that could just be early voting stuff too.
Yeah, I really think Ohio is going to go to Trump, and I really think that PA is going to be a big problem for him too. The Carolinas, I'm really surprised. I really. Just didn't see this.
So why is it you think that? I mean, Ohio has been polling for Trump. Why does it make you think that Pennsylvania?
I look again. I have no scientific data on this. It's just where I'm living, and the friends and family that I'm going on. Just the things that they're saying there. from various agencies and also experiences that just everything's being amped up for Trump, even coming closer to the election. Just before you came on, we were talking about, I have friends that live up near Erie that are talking about people with Trump campaign stuff going around the polling areas, but the day before the polling areas, which is bizarre, but nothing today. So just, I don't know, just bizarre stuff that's going on there.
You think there's it's a legit thing, or you think that they're going to try to steal it? Like, that's what I'm confused.
No, I think it's like legit. Like people were wanting that. There's more people wanting to turn out. So overall, my thing is, first off, a year ago I said Trump was going to win. And again, I don't want Trump to win. Just to be clear, not that I'm a huge Biden fan by any means, but my brother John in Ireland, we're betting over a bottle of fine Irish whiskey. So one of us is going to have to do pay up in January. But anyways, but I still say Trump's going to win because, again, whenever you vote against somebody historically, it doesn't work out. If you're voting for somebody, it usually goes that way.
Well, except for everybody voted against Hillary.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Did
that's
they?
a good point.
Yeah.
Most people.
That's actually one of the big metrics they say is that everyone was voted, that people were voting against Hillary. And the other thing is that people were thinking that she had it in the bag, so a lot of people stayed home or voted third party. And they're saying that the reverse effect might with Trump, because a lot of Trumpsters think he's got it in the bag. And same-day voting, they might go out and be like, "Oh, screw it, it's
I don't think so, because Trump and what and the churches, of course, we can't forget about the churches, the evangelical churches. They are very good at energizing their base
and they are
whipping
doing
them up.
that. They are doing that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't see Trump voters staying home. I don't see that happening. But
I think there's the thing. If there are big lines, I don't know. Do we know what the lines were like today for same-day voting, or what the turnout today was?
I'm not sure.
I'm in a red state, and I waited longer than usual, but that's,
I know
state's going to go red no matter what.
Well, you're in West Virginia.
I know.
So
I can call it already.
Because my thing is, like, if if the turnout wasn't as big today as they thought, then that's going to be huge. If the turnout was huge, that could also have repercussions, because if they're closing at 7:00 and people can't get in to vote because the line is so long and they've got a social and all this sort of stuff, and people get there and aren't allowed to vote, and the turnout's supposed to be heavy for Trump today, then that means there's going to be people Trump voters turned away at the polls.
I think if it's a heavy Trump area, they're not going to social distance like where I voted today, because they didn't. We had masks, but there was definitely no social distancing going on. So.
I still think that I don't know. I don't see I don't see Pennsylvania necessarily going.
You don't see Pennsylvania going which way?
To Trump? Sorry, I'm trying to read this.
Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah.
That should be a Biden. That's Pittsburgh.
That should be flipped upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still 28% of the vote.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I sound like I'm going to be an apologist for the Titanic. Well, there's only like 28% of the vote. Only the 28% of the iceberg's actually hit at this point, guys. So I think we're going to be pretty good.
Actually, hitting the iceberg was actually victory for the lobsters and that were boiling. Right?
Let me just rearrange these deck chairs and let me see what the band's doing.
Well, there we go.
Are you kidding? Oh, 16% in.
Philadelphia.
Okay. But then, so here's how we know Michigan's up. When James is winning by 30 points over Peters, the incumbent, that means we don't have enough numbers in.
Too early to call.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a heart attack. That's the bottom line.
Well, you're going to get a heart attack if it isn't by Florida. It's going to be with Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be one of those two states. Actually, I'm looking at...
He's talking about Pennsylvania right now. Let's
listen to him.
Of their mail-in vote, I think, by the time we get to midnight, later on in the night, there are other counties too, smaller ones, they will report out some of it. And then over the next couple of days, you'll get the rest of it. There are some counties as well in Pennsylvania where you're not going to get, folks in Beaver County, they haven't reported any votes here yet. The folks in Beaver County say they're going to report their same-day vote tonight.
That's the 13-year-old
That's expected to favor Trump. He's supposed to do well in the same-day vote here in Pennsylvania. And then tomorrow they're going to begin processing and reporting
Well, and that's
their
partly
mail-in
what's
vote. And
happening
that's
in
something that a
where
number of
Pittsburgh
counties
is.
in Pennsylvania have also said. So there
They
are going to
haven't
be
even
some
processed
very,
the
very
mail-in
jarring.
votes yet.
Yeah, dude.
What? What's that?
I'm just saying that when we were looking at Pittsburgh earlier, that's all same day voting. So they haven't even started processing or counting the votes yet. So
yeah,
which I don't know why they don't just start today. I don't know why they didn't start processing them earlier.
It makes you wonder about that, doesn't it, Ian? It makes you wonder.
Why not just start processing them the day they come in? I don't know why that's.
This election has been a clinic in voter suppression.
Well, it's a clinic on
Yes.
how not to do elections, and it's a clinic on how Democrats could take defeat from the jaws of victory if they do blow this. Because if there was any election that the Democrats would just have to sit down and take it all, this would be it right here. And if they can't do that, it would be an implosion of historic proportions.
Yeah. Well, we've got the choice of Biden, which was. And Andy, how many times have you said Biden is not? He's not an election winner. If he wins, it's not because he won.
The thing is, I thought he was a good candidate. He was a horrible candidate a year ago before COVID hit. I had money on Trump. I've said it 100 times. I'll say it again. I still have money on Trump because I can't take the money back once you put the money down. And then COVID hit, and it's like, oh, great. So, and his chances went down in the polls dramatically. And it's like, well, I'm going to lose my money, but I get to have a function or maybe a less dysfunctional republic for the next 4 years. And I'm happy with that.
Possibly.
Pennsylvania is 16% in, and they're, all right. Well, that's not bad. Right.
And 538 is saying they go, it's a Biden's favored to win, but it's a fine line between a landslide and a nail biter.
I saw that too, brother. I saw that too, and it really is true. It's especially the way how Pennsylvania reports its votes.
And again, we were talking about scare tactics earlier and just family things over the weekend because Ian, I live in a tri-state area. I'm literally 5 minutes one way. I'm in West Virginia, but 5 minutes I'm in Ohio. The other 5 minutes I'm in PA, right? But we get a lot of news from PA, and I got family that are all freaked out because there's a ballot box that was reported Saturday night into Sunday morning that people were counting, right? And all these people were out of state, so it must be illegal. We must come out and vote. That was just reported over and over. Well, we know that that's not the case because they weren't counting those votes yet. But the thing is, Republicans are good at that, right? They're good at inciting fear.
Yeah.
Right.
And if there's going to be any sort of rally for people to vote in PA, that's going to be one of those things, right? So
yeah.
I don't know.
Trump is trouncing him in fucking. Excuse me if I don't know if I can swear. In Florida.
He's trouncing him in Florida.
Well,
3%.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
3%.
geez.
That's a higher percentage than expected. It was going to be
That's ridiculously higher than.
But you do have polling error, right? So there's a plus or minus to that to the polls.
And I think maybe the new voters in Florida were Trumpy, Florida.
I'm looking at the 538 Live blog, and one of the commentators, one of the bloggers, states that there is just the fact that it is a reminder that ideology depends on a lot of things beyond ethnicity, such as people who live in the U.S. longer and get more influence and achieve higher levels of education. Many grow more conservative, Latinos included.
Oh.
So that's Rage, Mr. Rage.
That's Rage. Yep.
North Carolina's tightening.
What's up?
Hey, it's Ian Harris. This is Raging Atheist. He has a YouTube channel.
What's going on, man?
Yep, Ian Harris.
Nice to meet you.
Skeptic comedian extraordinaire. We're looking at the eyes up to the apocalypse right here.
It's tightening in North Carolina. That scares me.
Yeah. Well, North Carolina was going to be by the breath. Joe Rogan is live now. I'm looking at the chat here on Chris's.
I'd be surprised if he weren't
Chris's
really.
YouTube page.
Almost everybody's
live right now. That's great.
Everybody and their
So
dog
Ian, are you
is
going to
live
challenge
streaming.
Rogan to a cage match?
Sure. Yeah, no.
Duh.
We'll hold off on that.
Okay.
No, Rogan's okay. I like him all right. I don't know what he's been doing lately though.
I think he's been being a bad skeptic. That's what he's been doing, if I dare say so. Being a bad devil.
Colorado goes for.
Well,
Yeah,
Colorado was
go.
predicted. Colorado was predicted to
That's
go.
a surprise.
Yeah,
But a lot though. Look at that.
that's the.
I
Well,
mean, not all of it. That's only 15%. How do they do with 15% in?
Yeah, I don't know either.
That's a good question.
Unless
Never
it's just
get that
a
myself.
high county turnout or something. I don't know.
I know that we're going to be picking up the Democrats are going to be picking up a Senate seat. Hickenlooper, the once governor, ran for Senate.
And president, right?
He ran unsuccessfully for president, but he decided to do the right thing and run for Senate.
Yeah.
And so that's why we're picking up the Democrats are picking up a Senate seat tonight.
We might pick up 2 in North Carolina.
Maybe the best. If we do well in the Senate in North Carolina, that's a good indicator that we're going to do well for Biden too.
How many of these folks we picking up are going to be progressives, though? That's the question.
At this point, I just want to get rid of Mitch McConnell's lead.
I understand that, but I'm just asking seriously.
I just want him not to be a fascist. That's all. I know I sound exhausted. I'm not going to do my exhausted Andy look. I just want him not to be a fascist.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we can just, it's a slow, steady push, guys. It didn't get from Ronald Reagan to fascism overnight. It took 40 years of them pushing. We had a little bit. We fell back. Then they pushed, and we fell back. Then they pushed. That's how they got here. It's not going to happen overnight. We're gonna have to get Biden in that 51-49, and then we're gonna push. We're gonna have to keep doing everything.
And once again, primarying Democratic moderates with progressives. Yes. That's the road forward.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
the
it.
More the better.
You get moderate Democrats in red areas, and you get to replace Republicans, and you get progressives to replace moderate Democrats in blue areas. But it's a slow process.
And I'm going to say this. I'm going to throw down right here, Ian Harris, skeptic comedian. I'm going to say that once you get a deep blue state, that means you can go green.
Perhaps.
Yeah. For those, yeah. You've kind of been selling that.
The trick is if we can just get 60 senators, we could actually probably, get something like ranked choice voting. Yeah. We could get some other things that would actually make a lot of stuff worthwhile.
Once again, it is so important to get Puerto Rico and D.C. as states, if Puerto Rico decides it wants to be a state, so that we can stack the Senate a bit and get more Democratic seats in there.
Break California into 2.
Yeah. But you're not going to get ranked choice voting with what you have now.
No.
You're talking way out.
And again, it's a slow, steady push.
Yeah.
At this point, we're just trying to save pre-existing conditions.
Gay marriage. I
mean, that's really and climate change. I mean, honestly, that's the one thing I think everybody forgot that really pisses me off, is that all these racism, climate change, everything. I mean, everything stems on climate change, because if you don't have a sustainable planet, it doesn't really matter what healthcare looks like.
No, you're right.
It doesn't really matter if the planet isn't sustainable for another 50 years. Who cares about ranked choice voting? Like, I don't know why that wasn't pushed more and more and more. Like, wait.
Well, there's a reason. It's because of who runs all the debates and everything. I mean, it's hardly even brought up because both parties have sold out the fracking and everything else. I mean, it's just how it is. Neither party really gives a damn. I mean, I don't see a lot changing with a Biden-Harris administration either. I mean, unless you get the AOCs and everybody else to push them there, that's what's going to.
But it's in their plan. It's in their plan, net zero emissions by 2050. I mean, that the least it's mentioned. I mean, what they wouldn't put it in there if they didn't want to do it. Or
Obama said a lot of things in his plan too that didn't come fruition.
I think there might be a logical fallacy in there somewhere.
We'll see.
Maybe.
Yeah, Obama had what? Obama had 2 years. And what did he? And he put, and the ACA got pushed all the way to the last month.
MSNBC projection.
So, no, I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. Shakes fist at North Dakota.
But
it's
close. So it's I mean, Obama had unprecedented, crazy level obstruction for 6 years. I mean, we can't even deny that. And the fact is that he spent 2 years trying to get the ACA passed.
Yeah.
which was a Heritage Foundation creation, though. So I mean, it wasn't even a progressive measure. Though,
but here's
either,
the thing:
so.
well, because they knew it wasn't going to pass. But look at this: how many iterations of it do we have? Do you remember? 9. So what we ended up with was we had 1 month. They had already lost the House, and they knew that January they weren't going to get anything passed. So it was like, let's pass whatever we can get passed to get the most of it going, which was these 3 clauses. Because there was a public option in the first 8 freaking plans, and no one would pass it. So they had to get rid of all that, and they're like, okay, let's protect pre-existing conditions, keep kids on their thing till they're 25, and I forgot what the other one was. And they're like, can we get this passed? Yes, good, boom. And then a month later, it was flipped over. Everything was flipped to Republican. So it's like, it's kind of hard to blame, in my opinion, Obama for when he spent 2 years trying to get something through, and then what we got through was the only thing that we could get through. And part of that was because about 40 Democrats were too moderate.
I do want to speak to that for a second. I just want to speak to that for a second. Is that I believe when Medicare, Medicaid first came out, it was an imperfect system. Sure. And they understood the most important thing was to get it passed and then tweak it afterwards. And so, I mean, we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Fair enough.
And so, if it's not perfect, sure, that's okay. Is it a little bit better? It's like evolution, right? Evolution doesn't do perfect. It does good enough.
But if your starting point is at 0, you should expect it to turn out okay either.
But the part of it, it's just a little bit hyperbolic. A public option.
It's not.
A public option is not 0. A public option would be phenomenal. Now, I mean, yes, it's not single payer, but a public option so we have that here in California. Anyone who doesn't have insurance gets free insurance. Isn't that ultimately what we want?
I definitely think a public option is a step up. It's not what we progressive has wanted. It's not what Obama promised, but it is the compromise that the ACA should have been. It should have had that public option all along. If it had it, then Republicans would have had a lot harder time attacking it as they did and dismantling it over the past 8 years.
Right, and that's the thing is that we did have it in there, but it by the time 2 years of it getting passed, they took it out because it was either that or it was either nothing, or that. So I'm just saying I don't think the original version of the ACA was nothing. It was pretty decent. It was, I mean, if you think about it, look at England and other places. They still have private insurance. They have basically a public option, and you can still get private insurance if you want. I mean, and I think that there's nothing wrong with that. I don't want private insurance, but if people want to buy it, I don't give a shit.
I do want to say
something. I don't even want to have private insurance is even in the question, though. But that's.
I want to say something about the live blog over on 538. There's a note about Florida. Florida isn't done counting votes yet, but so far about 10.9 million ballots have been counted. 93% of the expected vote, according to ABC News. That's already 70% of the voting eligible population casting a ballot, surpassing the 64.5% that voted in 2016. So yeah, turnout, it's up.
In Florida. But this is the first time in history where turnout didn't help Democrats.
It would be ironic if this was the first time in history that turnout.
Hey, Andy, there's a Nathan Timmel in private chat trying to get your attention.
Oh, Nathan. Yeah, can we get Nathan in? Where's Chris? Because Chris is supposed to be... Nathan, are you here with us, sir? I see Nathan Timmel, and I don't know where Chris is, because Chris would tell me whether or not we can handle this many people on the show.
I'm messaging you on the side, actually. When I was in the waiting room, I didn't realize you had thrown me in until I saw, like, you're in the show. I'm like, oh, geez, well. Oops,
I didn't even know that you were in the show, too. I think Chris is off screen, basically doing whatever Chris does. Nathan Timmel, how are you, sir? Comedian extraordinaire, not to be confused with Ian Harris, comedian extraordinaire. You guys have both been on my show like 100 times or a lot of times, but you have never met. Ian is from California. Nathan is from Iowa.
Everywhere. I've lived a lot of places.
So hey, wait, really quick, could you go back to what you said about in the blog in Florida? Because I'm looking up the 2016 numbers.
Let's see. Florida isn't done counting votes yet, but so far it's about 10.9 billion ballots have been counted, 93% of the expected vote. So that's 70% of the voting eligible population casting a ballot, surpassing the 64.5% who voted in 2016. So they're saying that basically there's a 5.5% increase in votes on this election cycle over 2016.
So when they say that a lot of the polling doesn't reflect new voters because they're not on the polling data, that 5% could be the polling. So that and if they, instead of being Democrats, they were Republicans that they turned out in Florida, which I heard that the Democrats did not do they knew they didn't do a good job of turning out new people in Florida.
Yeah.
They did do a good job turning out new people in other states, but Florida wasn't one of them. So if you look last year or last election, Trump won Florida by 1.2%, but he won with 4,617,000 votes. Hillary had 4,500,000 votes. Gary Johnson had 200,000 votes. So total, they didn't even have a full 10 million votes. Just over 9 million votes in 2016. So they've already surpassed that by far. And so, yeah, that's unfortunately those several 100,000 or a couple million votes.
Wow.
Something relevant is that I believe a Texas senator just got called.
It was running, yeah, you heard it, and then it made a noise. Did it finish?
Yeah, but I put something in it because I thought you just put it in.
Texas is super close right now. The thing about Florida, and this happens every election. I think it's Miami-Dade. It's a district in South Florida somewhere that never counts their votes immediately, and it's usually a dump for Democrats. So like Florida's, it's usually a crap show down there for a reason, and it's because they don't. There are certain districts that just don't count their ballots the way they should. So Florida, I think is probably going to continue to be going for quite a while into tonight, probably.
Yeah. Nathan, how does things look in Iowa? Did you vote today, or did you do the mail-in vote? How did that work for you?
Was that to me?
That was to you. Yes, Nathan, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to private chat you on the side. I've sent you messages on the side and on Facebook. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I voted a couple weeks ago, and then I checked on my ballot to make sure it was accepted, and it was. So I was at several polling places today by my house. I rode a bike by one and went to the rec center, and there were no lines anywhere. So I think people here voted way early because there were no lines everywhere.
Oh, so yeah. So okay. So now I just read all the notes that you just sent me on Facebook Messenger, and the thing is that I've been so focused on
This looks like actual television punditry. This is fantastic. When I logged on and saw it, I'm like, oh, it's like watching the news. It's fantastic.
Well, that's high praise. Thank you very much. I owe it all to Ian and Seamus, and of course the Rage. I'm just here doing my shuffle step, my soft shoe here. That's all I'm doing.
So, Ian, I hear you like chocolate ice cream. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, right. Come on, North Carolina.
That would be really nice. The idea that North Carolina gets Susan Collins.
5% in.
5% in. Yeah, she's supposed to lose tonight.
I freaking hope so. She needs.
Come on, she's the Republican everybody likes, right?
Yeah.
No.
Not here in the New England area. No.
I don't understand. I've never understood why everybody thinks she's like one of those fickle people, just like, oh, I'm really going to be on your side, and then, does the what oh shit, what was the Game of Thrones? What was the the Lannisters, right?
The Lannisters, right?
Yeah,
right.
that's what she is. She's a Lannister. She just flips.
Wait, who's Savage?
She must be a Green or a Libertarian if she's in gray like that.
Libertarian, not a Green.
Yeah.
According to that poll, she was gray, so I don't know.
Yeah. She's the Gray Party.
Gray Party.
Right.
Yeah. Are the Whigs coming back?
Well, if they do, though, the Whig business would go very well, I would imagine, along with the MSNBC projection.
I miss the Know Nothing parties. Just saying.
South Carolina. Yeah,
Who would
I
have guessed?
don't think anyone thought that was going the other way.
North Carolina is still up, right?
Yeah, 78% in or something like that. But it's
Yeah, well, we do have a modern day Know Nothing party with the Donald Trump party. They are like, they hate foreigners, and they are true to their brand, Know Nothing.
Go ahead.
No
I'm watching CNN on the other TV.
How's it looking over the way? You can't hear me. They can't hear me.
Yep, two percentage points. Biden's winning North Carolina right now with 80% of the vote in. So
really,
and he's winning 2.5 percentage points in Ohio, but there's only 60% of the vote in. So.
Yeah.
This, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is too much for me. I want this all to be over. I want to just blissfully close my computer, and if it's the worst case scenario, fine. That's what'll happen, and I'll wake up to that. Be it tomorrow or Thursday or Friday or however long the fight takes. But focusing on it, watching it, the past 4 years have been so. The idea that anyone still votes for this guy, that looks at the past 4 years and goes, yeah, that's what I want, it's disheartening and
scary.
And I don't like the idea of ostriching my head in the ground, but I want to do it tonight. So I think I'm going to bow out.
Of course.
I apologize. I didn't mean to waste anyone's time or show up and be a spoil sport. It's frustrating. I want the best to happen, and I want it all to be over. So.
But yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. 27, almost 28 million people right now have voted for this man, and it makes you just feel icky down there,
Icky down there, like you got to get a shot of something.
Nathan,
is good seeing you, man. Yeah,
I can sort of forgive. I can get the 2016 idea of I don't like Hillary, or I'm just going to throw a grenade into things, or he's a businessman, or whatever. Okay, you were dumb then. I get it. But who lived through the last 4? And I know who lived through it. I went to high school with these people, and they're dumb. They're just dumb. And I tell them that to their face. I tell them that when we have conversations, and I present them with facts, and then they go, I don't know, man, Democrats. And that's
I'm sorry.
They cannot.
But it's true. It's true. It is true.
I have a friend in Wisconsin. I grew up in Wisconsin, and he's currently trying to get Evers, the governor, there recalled because he said Evers botched the response, completely ignoring the fact that Evers tried to do everything correctly, and the Republican legislator overruled him, and Republicans are allowing it to run riot, the COVID to run riot in Wisconsin. And so when the Woodward tapes came out, it's the first thing I messaged him, like, okay, you say Evers didn't know what he was doing. The commander-in-chief is on tape saying, look, this is deadly, and did everything wrong. What do you say? And then you get radio silence, and then the next time they chime up, it's, oh, the Democrats. I don't understand it. It is a stupidity that it's almost to be admired. It's almost to be admired, the fact that these people are this stupid. And if any of my friends are watching, you know you're stupid. I know you are a very stupid, evil person. I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know if your daddy didn't hug you enough, or maybe your daddy hugged you too much with a little finger tickle, but something went wrong in your life. Knock it off. Knock it the fuck off. You can do better than this. Or maybe you can't. Maybe you just are that stupid and you can't do better. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. I just missed my mouth with my iced tea, so I'm going to change my shirt.
I think the Robert Hayes thing is all.
Hey,
you have a drinking problem.
Right.
This may be rough for you now, but you should come back, man. Come back on the show later, maybe on a different day. Come back, visit with us on the morning show.
I absolutely will. I love Andrew. I love what he does. I love what you guys do. Tonight I had said I'm just going to close and like I said, I thought it would just be sort of bullshitting, and seeing the figures pop up, I'm like, what is wrong with people? So thank you for tolerating my bullshit. I'm going to bow out. Have a good night. You guys have much stronger constitutions than I do.
Take care. Thank you.
I will see you on the flip side, whatever happens.
All right. Take care,
Thanks,
Nathan. Good seeing you.
Sorry I couldn't hang.
Yeah, no worries, man.
worries.
No worries. Self-care is important.
And I think he made the best contribution so far, quite frankly. That's the goal since I've been here. So I tell you what, I want to jump on what he just said about it was Bob Woodward, right? The wrote with the leaks and the tapes and all. Yeah. So again, somebody came to me, because where I'm at, and they're like, Bob Woodward sat on this for so long. because remember Trump tweeted that.
I heard that. Yeah.
Remember that Trump tweeted it, and they're like, "Yeah, what do you got to say about Bob Woodward?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, Bob Woodward should be tarred and feathered because, quite frankly, selling a book over people dying is a bad thing." But the wrong guy tweeted it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hello, the guy that actually could do something is the one that tweeted it.
You know, the thing is, you know, and when Woodward put out his book, I can kind of understand it because he wanted it to make a really big push, a really big impression at a certain sensitive time. And,
but at the expense of people's, come on.
You know,
I
the
mean,
thing is,
you know what? I'm sorry. That fucker needs to be raked on the coals too.
I will tell you
sorry.
this. I will tell you this. In terms of a hyper-partisan country that we live in, scandals don't mean anything.
No,
you know,
I'm not talking about partisanship. I mean the fact that the guy heard this from the president. He should have been shouting from the rooftops that this was going on then.
I don't think it would have meant anything. I don't think it would have done anything, to
Why
tell you
not?
the truth. Because people don't care. People ultimately, and Trump
And
has
they don't
power.
care now either, and that's the problem.
They don't care. Well, you know, if they were going to care, you know, Woodward did it at a time that he thought he could push the needle close to the election. Maybe it worked. Maybe it didn't. We're only going to find out tomorrow. And you know what, guys? I'm going to step off. Well, maybe next week, whenever all the votes are in. And the Michigas is over. I'm going to stop off and get some beer downstairs. I think
Hell
it's
yeah.
time for me to have a pint or two.
Awesome. We'll be here.
Or three. And I'll be back, gentlemen.
There we go. So they've got some stuff coming in. Let's see what they're doing here with Wisconsin. How do you?
Probably a little bit smoother.
Does anybody
here, and a
know
little
how
harder to
Wisconsin
tell
is
if we're
supposed to
looking
go?
at, same day
It's
or
supposed to
early
go
vote.
8 points for somewhere between 8 and 6 points for Biden.
Good.
Cal Perry and
Yeah, I'm not sure if Wisconsin. A lot of these
concentrating
states
their
count their
shenanigans going-
early voting last. Like in Michigan, we count those last. So a lot of these, because I'm looking at a real time map, and a lot of it's just really too hard to call in the Rust Belt right now because it's showing Trump dominating, but that would be in person voting, and I think everybody expected that.
Yeah, that's why he wants to call it tonight. So
Yeah.
but Pennsylvania's that way. Pennsylvania, they said they don't even start counting the votes until tomorrow or something, which is insane because it's like 80% of the turnout was mail-in. They should have started counting today.
Yeah, I think here in Michigan we had 3 million early votes. So that's a huge part of our electorate that's not going to be voted until what happened today's vote counted first.
Which I don't understand why. It doesn't make any sense. Just count it as it comes in. It's like not that.
That's
hard.
what I don't understand. Especially, you know, if it's against the rules in normal times, we are in special times right now.
Right.
You know, so yeah, I think you should have maybe made some new rules considering the situation.
And why I don't understand why it's against the rules anyway. It's like
neither do I.
It's all the same. Like if you're overseas, if you're somewhere else, you're allowed to mail in your vote. It's not a.
Yeah, and we've had different battles. Like it was Wisconsin, I believe. They voted that, you know, if your ballot comes, if it's postmarked on time but it comes late, it's not going to be counted. And then in Pennsylvania, I think we had a ruling in the opposite direction of that. So we've had really different rulings in different states, and I think that goes to what somebody was saying earlier. Like it was actually on Granny Stream. I was over on Godless Granny Stream talking to a couple Canadians, and Randolph Richardson was like, you know, don't you think it should be more uniform, you know, across the board? And I think it should be. You know,
But here's what I don't get. There's laws on the books that say postmark date in anything counts. If you send a bill in, if you send a legal document in, as long as it's postmarked before the due date, it's legal. So it doesn't make sense to me that it's postmarked 3 days before the thing and it comes in late because the post office, they're not going to count it. That makes no sense. I got my vote in on time. Well, it's not my fault if the post office screws it up. Like I don't understand how that's even relevant.
yeah, and it really shouldn't be. But that's going to be the whole battle. That's going to be Trump's. I'd be surprised if the lawyers aren't out now starting to file.
Absolutely.
You know.
Well, wasn't that the joke last year? Like what the margin between the which campaign had the more lawyers set up in Florida? because that was a concern back in 2016. So, I mean, I don't know where they're posted up now, but I'm sure that's got to be the other.
Yeah, like looking at this,
So,
the real-time map in Florida, it's been stuck at 91% for a couple hours now.
Well, I'm looking at it
yeah,
here.
I'm thinking lawyers are like down there. They're like, wait a minute, hold up.
It looks like Ohio, like Trump's catching up in Ohio now. It's like they're only like 5,000 votes away now.
Yeah, 70% reporting, and it is neck and neck. What I'm looking at says 49.7% of the vote for Trump, 49% for Biden. Neck and neck with 70% reporting in Ohio. And I'm not sure, like, when they count their early voting. So every state by state is different. So it's hard to know the rules as you're going through this night, you know.
I think Ohio is on time, but I could be wrong. I know PA is like a day late at least.
Yeah.
We're looking at
Pennsylvania's tomorrow, yeah.
Or Pennsylvania, yeah. So, but yeah, it's scary.
Oh man, and Trump is trouncing him in Georgia. Oh well, there's only 45% in Georgia.
How you guys doing?
Well, what's surprising, like right now, what I'm most surprised about is the popular vote. Trump at 50.1%, over 30 million votes now, and Biden at 48%. So that's kind of surprising me, and I'm sure that that's going to fluctuate. But just like to what the guy was saying that was just here, like it's sickening to see so many people voting for this dude. Like, like what is wrong with our country?
Fear.
I just here's the thing. I didn't think he was going to gain any votes. I figured, like, if anything, that was where he's at. And also, here's the thing, he's never gone above 45%. How is it that he's getting more votes than people approve of him? I don't understand that.
Yeah,
right.
How is a 45% approval rate and a 48% vote rate?
It's fear.
3% of people that don't approve of him vote for him? It doesn't make any sense. Fear of what?
Because Republicans vote for fear. Conservatives vote under fear. And the Republicans are better at selling that message. The Republicans overall are better at selling the message, period.
Well,
the Democrats.
You know, like my friends are really confident here in Michigan. They still are. I talked to them not too long ago. They're still, hey, don't worry about that. You know, we're not counting the early votes yet. But like the last 4 days here in Michigan, I saw nothing but ads saying Democrats are going to take this, they're going to take that, they're coming for this, they're coming for that. All lies. But that's I saw a few Biden commercials, but like Trump dumped a lot of money at the end of everything, trying to get that last word. And hopefully that's that lies work. People believe the bullshit because they're stupid. They're idiots.
Again, Republicans are better at packaging their rhetoric because they know how to sell to their base. They know how to rile their base, and their base is all vitriol and fear. And if you tell them that your vote's going to be stolen, that the dead people are going to vote, the illegal immigrants are going to vote, people from out of state are going to be bussed in, all these insane tropes that we hear all the time. Unfortunately, a lot of these people believe it because the credulity of America is overwhelming. And they hear this and they fall into this vacuum, and here we are.
So what happens whenever we get all these gay people who are going to lose their rights, and women who are going to lose their rights, and all these other people, the black people who are going to lose their rights, and everybody who's not all those, the left is motivated by fear as well.
Hey, good news, everyone. New Jersey is on track to become the 12th state to legalize recreational marijuana.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
I wonder if New Mexico's involved in all that.
It's like one of the greatest parts of my life is being able to smoke weed and not worry.
Not worry about getting arrested. Yeah.
Chris, progressives don't generally respond to fear like conservatives do. Progressives, like if you get conservatives to feel safe, they'll vote more progressive. So that's what we need to do. We need to make the Republicans feel safe. So
I don't feel safe.
I don't either. At least when it comes to a lot of the issues we're talking about. So.
I have already been working with my daughter, and she's only 15, that she knows out of the country for college.
Yeah.
We are hoping for McGill up in Canada. But if she has to go to Britain, she has relatives in Scotland, then so be it. But not here in the States.
Shit, I'm about to see if I can swim across Lake Michigan.
You're lucky. You were close. You can.
The honest truth, like I have a daughter. She's 15, almost 16. If she couldn't even concentrate at school today. She was having a panic attack all day long about this. And my thought is like, I don't know what to do. I mean, she's an actor. She has to kind of be here in LA. But if Trump wins and we don't get the Senate, I don't know. I don't think we're going to have another election ever again. And I don't know what to do. At that point, I would like to move somewhere, but it's like, then what do? I just kind of trounce on my kid's dreams because she to be an actor and she has to be in LA for that. But I just don't see living in America after that.
How old is your kid?
16, almost.
Well, you know, I would look at options before getting crazy. Before getting crazy, I would do some research and development about what other countries look like in terms of their film industry.
There are still some bastions of liberalism. I have friends in Washington. So I would say like maybe you don't have to leave the country because that can sometimes be hard. But there are still bastions of liberalism, and we're gonna need good liberals and progressives to fight the fight if we do lose tonight. We're gonna have to fight harder than ever. So yeah, I would say look for just better areas in the country. That would not be Michigan.
Well, you know, Netflix dumped like $10 billion into the Albuquerque area. They also do filming.
Oh yeah, you're in LA.
No,
you're there. Sorry, man. Sorry.
No, I'm in LA. I'm fine.
No, but he's trying to look somewhere else. But also Ontario, Canada has a booming filming industry, so you could move out of the United States without denying her acting dreams.
Or
I'm just saying, just throwing that out there.
Vancouver. Or
yeah,
England.
Vancouver's always been a hotbed. That's a good call.
Yeah, see, great thing.
Andy,
Stargate was filmed up there, I think.
Andy, I gotta call you out. I meant to call you out the last Drinking Out Loud episode we had. You gave me crap because I said I didn't feel like this was my country anymore. I felt like a foreigner in a strange land. And you gave me this big speech about I want to be here when a fight is, and when a fight is, we have to be here. And now you're telling everybody to leave. What the hell, Andy?
I am getting I want my kid to leave. I didn't say anything about
Parsing your words.
You want your children to be safe. That's what you want. You want your kids
brother,
to be safe.
I feel the same way, man. I mean, my kid's probably going to go to college here somewhere.
Yeah.
Actually, MIT, maybe. So maybe she'll be by you. So that'll be great. Believe it or not, yeah.
Pennsylvania, 51.7.
Wow.
Hey, there you go.
That's some crow I'd love to eat, man. I'm telling you right now.
Is it possible that Virginia's going to go to Trump?
That's ridiculous,
right.
dude.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous if it does.
It's crazy talk.
How could the poll? They said they fixed all the polls. They've gone through. They've done averages of polls. I mean, there's only one poll in the world that has him winning some of these states. I don't understand how they screwed it up this freaking bad.
Well, once again, I just want to take a step back, and that 538 did say Biden is favored to win the election. Trump wins. Well, let's unpack that a little bit. Trump wins 10 out of 100 times, and then there is a tie in the Electoral College 1% of the time. And a tie in the Electoral College, we all know, means a Trump win. So Trump can win 11% of the time. That's still not a incredibly small chance. That's not 1%. That's not 2%. That's 11%.
Right.
I wish I had more to say. I'm looking at Virginia right now. Yeah, because if Trump wins in Virginia, it is clear that there is something substantially wrong with how people poll folks, because 538 has Biden winning greater than 99% of the time in Virginia. That's how much a lead he has. The latest poll, no.
No.
A poll recently, it's only a B- score, had Biden up by 11, but there are other polls that aren't bad that have him up by 12%, 11%.
So it's got to just be the early vote thing.
It has to be the early vote. I wouldn't be losing sleep on Virginia right now, gentlemen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. Right. You can lose hope later, right? It's too early for that.
This is not the time to panic. I actually have the time to panic written down over here.
Do you? And what time is that, sir? Tell me what time it is to
9:15 my
panic.
time. I start panicking. That's when the
The map I'm looking at has Virginia projected to win for Biden already.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
But like this map is super weird. It's the weirdest map I've ever looked at in my life. So I don't know.
Are there sea monsters? Are there sea monsters?
Only around the border.
Only around the border. That's where chaos
Texas
lives.
is now switched over to Trump.
Yeah, well, that's predictable. Unfortunately.
yeah.
They could go back and forth. Who knows?
Yeah, it looks like Trump is kind of pulling away, but there's still only 67% reporting in Texas. But right now, it was Biden pretty much for a while, but right now he's up about 1.5 points.
Well, on my
Or maybe
map,
a point.
on my electoral map, I had Texas gone for Trump.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was thinking it was going to flip, but I was hopeful because of how Harris County was reporting.
Oh yeah, you're
But
right
I
about
was
that.
thinking it's possible. I mean, it wasn't on my map either, but it was my dream. I actually thought Texas would be closer than Florida. That was my prediction.
Texas was going closer than Florida. I don't know, man. I had Florida going for Biden.
It's almost 5 points now. It's insane. It's insane. And then, I mean, I don't even understand how they were talking Biden was up. Like Biden was ahead in that state, or it was 0.9%. It's 5 points. That's
a lot.
insanely off.
That's a lot, yeah.
Or 3 points. It's like a 5 point differential. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense.
How far off were they from the numbers in 2016 to now, too?
It was closer. Florida was closer. A lot
Closer?
closer. Florida was only 1% difference.
Okay.
It would be crazy if Florida had a wider lead for Trump in 2020 than 2016.
It does. It has a wider lead for Trump by 4%.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, so sorry, because we've talked to like 8 different people since I've been here. Who brought up the whole point that because of COVID, people are moving out of industry and out of the cities?
It was someone. It might have been Jack Maturko, Satanist.
Thank you. That's it. Could that affect the Florida election as well? Because people moving outside of where they're working to work away.
It might
that
be in terms of
bump those
reporting.
Yeah, I mean, it might change their numbers. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
thank you to Ian Davenport for the $5 of support to the channel. We appreciate it.
Does he
He's
have
got a
any
sticker.
Ativan? I think I want some Ativan.
I know, right? I might need coffee before this is on. I've been up since like 3:30 this morning.
I was up at 3:30 this morning, and then I went
You
back
too.
to sleep. And then I went back to sleep after an hour being up.
I didn't get to go back to sleep. I didn't
So
get
you've been
my
up since
nap today.
3:30 in the morning?
Yeah, see, I didn't get my nap today.
That explains a lot of things. You got to eat a lot of Snickers, then, brother. That's what you got to do.
I did. It did. You know, like when the show was starting, it was 2:00 my time, which is nappy time. As you could tell, I needed to be burped.
you old fuckers, I tell you.
This show could just be men of a certain age talk about their naps.
Yeah.
Let's get back. I'm looking at the
Sponsored by Metamucil.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 538 live blog, and it's this report. It's really tight in North Carolina with 81% of the expected vote reporting per AP. Biden leads 51% to 48.7%. So it is close.
Again, how many of these numbers are going to change, though, from people changing from different districts, too? And again, your previous guest made that great point. Because of COVID, which is Trump's problem.
Yeah.
It's causing all these people to move out of, all these more industrial areas, these more, urban areas into rural areas, and they're changing their vote, or at least where they vote, right? So, I don't know.
Ian, should we have you on suicide watch, sir? You're awfully quiet.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know, man. I'm getting really.
Don't go towards the light, Ian. Keep talking to us.
Look, I mean, I honestly, I don't want to be a bummer, but I can survive this. I honestly, I'm really, really, really worried about my kid right now.
Yeah,
I feel you, brother.
And I'm not just worried about her future. I'm worried about her mental state for the next tomorrow and the day after that. The way she was today, this is unfathomable to me that every single reporting said that Trump was going to lose this freaking election.
Yeah. No,
Like,
well,
if he,
you're
if he
right.
pull, they're like he'd have to pull an inside straight flush, royal flush to even think about doing it. Like, what is going on here?
I would say to, and even though we
Look
like
at
to
this.
joke around, I think this is the
Yeah.
It's
calm
insane.
and to center, and to try to relax as much as humanly possible. And this is the thing about agnosticism and about being a skeptic, is until all the data points come in, or at least more data points come in, you can't really, you can't really make a decision. You can't really discern what's going on. We're still in the fog of war here, and so we have to be agnostic about what's going on, and about just seeing what happens. Because there's a lot of other states, in theory, if he loses Florida and he gets North Carolina and Ohio, or or Pennsylvania too, then we still win. The Democrats still win.
Yeah.
I'm with Ian though. I mean, it's just, why is it so close? I've been complaining for months about the lack of security and protection for our elections. I think I would not be surprised if there were some tampering.
It could be.
I don't know.
I would think that it would be odd if there wasn't some kind of tampering involved.
But don't assume that that's what it is.
Well, that's the thing.
Our country could just be shitty people.
Yeah. You. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, we always are victim to the credulity of our betters and our others, right? So that's why I'm the pessimist that I am. I don't know.
David Worley's in the chat. What's up, David Worley?
He's
wanna
probably dancing.
Say hello. Well, David Worley, I believe the Brits just had an election, and so
David.
they had an election one night, and now he's up awake watching our dumpster fire of an election going on right now.
Do you have Dan Arnold as a
Dan
guest?
Arnold, he should be coming in here. Hey, there you go, Dan Arnold. Right, he's coming in at 10 o'clock.
Okay, if y'all will give me a minute. If y'all are going to stay here, if everybody's going to stay, I will go ahead and pull
I
myself
can bounce
down.
if you guys need room, man.
Do we need
That's
room?
I can bounce too if you guys need. I
and I think I don't know. It all matters how you feel, Ian. If being here helps, then I would like to try to help, or to at least be here present with you. But if you don't think it will help, then you gotta do what you feel like you need to do, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I my only thing is I'm not contributing at all because I'm just in awe. It does help me to be here because it's keeping me from shooting myself in the head.
I'll bounce out and I can do that. I'm not scared.
Okay.
Well, let me give me just a minute.
I
and I'll
can
get
bounce out
Dan
if you'd
in.
rather, Chris. If you want to say I'll bounce out, it's fine. It's up
You
to
sure?
you, man. Yeah, if you want, that's fine.
Seamus has been here for a while.
Yeah.
You're a soldier. You're a soldier, Seamus. You did your
he was a
job, sir.
trooper.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you for being here.
I honestly,
Cheers.
Ian,
Yeah.
seriously, man, I'm with you. I've got a kid. I feel the same way. I know I sound a lot negative, but that's just me being me. You're a fighter. Your kid will fight. I'm sure things will work out, man. So
Thank
we'll do
you,
this. We'll do this, man. Don't worry about it. All right.
Thank you.
So-
I mean, it's obviously not over, but I'm having the feeling I had in 2016.
I
Sure.
understand.
So I hope for the best, man, and I'll talk to you soon. So thanks
Later,
you guys for
Seamus.
having
Thank
on, and hopefully talk to you on a better day.
On a better day.
Hey, yep. So long, you
Thank you,
guys.
guys.
See you guys.
Wow, Ohio's now way for Trump. You got to be shitting me. I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Let me do this.
And now
There we go, Dan. Hi, Dan.
Trump's caught up. Now Trump's caught up in North Carolina.
Hey, everybody.
What's going on here, man?
Dan Arrow. Say those leftist things that only you can say, Dan Arrow.
I signed on at the wrong time to watch this damn map change pretty quickly.
Sir, or are you just exactly the right person to come on to talk about this? Because if there was a voice for the left, like legitimate left too, you would be the person to talk about what's going on here and the problems of the system as it is.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biggest issue we're having right now is that this is kind of what a lot of us said would happen with the nomination of Biden, unfortunately.
Well, that's true.
You know, it's I feel like the country as a whole wanted something different, and it doesn't mean that I think Bernie was the answer. I'm not the guy that comes in here and says Bernie would have won. You're dealing with a populist candidate who is not being affected. What's alarming is that he's not being affected by like nearly 300,000 people dead in a pandemic. If that doesn't shift the election on its own, then there's a bigger root problem that we're dealing with. Because to me, that alone right there should have said, oh, like Biden's going to landslide this, because no country has seen what we're seeing right now. And unfortunately that didn't happen. That didn't take hold. And part of it is almost hilarious because you have Trump on the campaign trail blaming Biden for how the pandemic's being handled, and they're eating it up, and not enough people are questioning that. Not enough media is sitting there saying, what is he talking about? They're just letting him say it and then saying like, wow, that's weird, and then moving on. And so there's no accountability happening, which is just mind-blowing, that you also don't have a national media holding Trump accountable for this. And I think honestly, like what we're seeing now is what too many of us predicted, was that Biden wasn't going to be enough to drag people to the polls. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, Biden really put all of his eggs in the, I'm going to reach those moderate Republicans. And that's where he went. And he did a decent job. I mean, he got the Lincoln Project on board. He got John Kasich on board. He went and got those moderates, but those moderates didn't take moderate voters with them.
Yeah.
He got big name moderate voters, but he didn't get the actual voters themselves. And that's what he needed, if that was his strategy. And his strategy, I think, is just going to prove, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and that this isn't the losing strategy, but it doesn't look good right now. But before I let somebody else say something, because I've just been talking since I started, I will say the one thing that people should remain optimistic about is that Trump was always going to have an awesome night tonight, because early voting was massive, and there's states still not counting those ballots. Sure. And things will change. And states that right now we're like, oh, those are going that way. I mean, you're playing MSNBC, but CNN was actually showing one earlier where they were saying, here's what we have percentage-wise for early voting, but here's where we expect it to be. And knowing that most of those numbers go to Biden increases his numbers in areas that you don't expect it. So
yeah, but when it's saying like 95% in, isn't that all the votes?
That depends. So each state's going to be different. And
so
talking
about just tonight's votes.
So I don't know what the media is doing when it comes to that. I know some states have different rules. So like California, while we know it's going to go Biden, what you're going to see is that they actually don't count all the mail-ins tonight.
And so when they report, won't have then report it like 60% or something, or will it say 100%? Because we're seeing stuff that's like Florida, 95%.
Right.
Well, so and he's supposed to be razor thin. He's smashing him in Florida.
Yeah.
This is what the fuck is going on with these fucking polls? This is insane. I have no idea what's going on. This is worse than last time. I do not get this.
Yeah, I don't understand polling. I think it's a giant waste of our time, and it gives us all false hope constantly.
Well, they don't try to suppress the polling. They don't hack the polling. They don't worry about the polling like they do.
Dan Arrow, for people who don't know who you are,
North Carolina is now tied. Carolina is now tied.
Dan Arrow, do you want to tell people who don't know who you are what a wonderful person you are and the work that you do?
Sure. Yeah. So as you've said, my name's Dan Arrow. I am a union or labor activist, I guess is the better word. And I always say union, but labor sounds nicer. I work in the labor movement, and I am an author and a blogger at this point. I don't do as much journalism anymore, but I do a lot of my work in privacy, but a good portion. I mean, the majority of my day is spent in politics, working in labor, and writing and commenting on politics, really.
They were showing Arizona there for a second, and it looked like Biden had a decent little lead there. Go Biden.
NPR has Biden at 55 to Trump's 43
in Arizona. Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, to set North Carolina, we were ahead by 10 points. Now Trump's winning North Carolina. Same thing with Ohio. Now Trump's winning Ohio by 2 points. I don't know what's going on here.
No, Ohio was always going to be I didn't have Ohio in the Biden category. I think Ohio would have been a tough lift for Biden to win, or the Democrats to win.
Yeah, I guess it's a matter of how much. It was 8 or 9 points in 2016.
Yep. So Dan, how has the union movement, at least the union that you work with or that you're involved with, how have they been engaging in this election?
Well, through my union, we've been actually doing our phone banking and get out the vote stuff in states like Michigan and Ohio because we're in California. California is a lock. So we did our normal get out the vote, make sure you're registered vote. But for our member activists, our activists themselves, we did a lot of our work in Michigan and in Ohio trying to push the polls there because we knew we could do more good adopting a state than we could just sitting in our own and doing that. So that's where we've been focused. AFSCME, who is our parent union, they have been going real hard for Biden, and they endorsed him a long time ago. So we've worked with them to push out a lot of that. But I mean, it's for us. There's a lot of local stuff happening. So we're as a union, we're very much focused on the local stuff. But like I said, we adopted those 2 states. We phone banked, we text messaged, we did everything we could to try to turn out and make sure we got votes there. But as well, I mean, I think I've told you before, I work in the communications, so I do all their outward stuff. So, I mean, we registered through our campaigns almost 9,000 people to vote in the state that weren't already registered, just our membership. Right. And then we have hit those people up after and made sure they had a plan to vote and how are they going to vote. And, I made a voter guide to help them, or I made it as in I put it on the internet. But other people, our legislative team made it, but to help put out votes to how to vote. And so, we've got Prop 22 here, which is against, Uber and Lyft trying to make sure that they don't have to categorize their people as workers and keep paying them, below minimum wage stuff. But, like I said, when it came to the presidential thing, we knew our state was in, and so we started hitting those states that we thought we could maybe make a difference in.
That was smart. Now, what's your impression in terms of the DNC and getting their message out and recruiting new voters and, in general from your interactions with them or from what you've seen?
I don't think it was good enough. And I think now we're obviously can look at that and say it's not good enough. They really didn't seem to listen. And they did the same. This is the same mistake they made in 2016. I remember when they asked Hillary Clinton if she would adopt some of Bernie's policies after she had won, and she said, "No, I won on my policies, not his. I don't have any." But what we found was that she lost voters in that.
Yeah.
And there's a whole different debate to be made on whether or not you should vote blue no matter who. That's a different discussion. But if you're looking at you have to earn someone's vote, you don't earn it by saying, I don't support what you're after. Or even making an olive branch to be like, look, I don't know yet. I'd like to sit down with them. I won on this platform, but I really want to hear what they have to say. Maybe I'm wrong. And you kind of bring those people in. And Biden really did the same thing. The first debate when he said, I am the Democratic Party. That's not how that's supposed to be set up, but that's how the top-down DNC works right now. And that's why they alienate so many people. And I'll be interested to see what voter turnout was this time around. I know it seems to be up. We don't know quite yet what side it's up for, or if it's up on both evenly. That remains to be seen, but I mean, honestly, I'm shocked that with everything that's happened over the last 4 years, we aren't seeing a bigger shift.
You know, I'm going to throw this out there. How much does this have to do with race?
A lot.
Very good.
I mean, name an election that doesn't have to do with race at this point, but we are definitely like in much more of a race war position than we've ever been in my lifetime. I don't want to say ever. I mean, in my lifetime. And we're seeing the biggest mass uprisings that many have. I mean, again, in my lifetime, we're in the midst of the biggest. And I can't remember a time prior when there were rallies like this around the country from white supremacists. And
yet, I'm sorry.
Trump just pulled ahead in North Carolina.
I was going to say, and yet the vote is so close. There's so many people marching in the streets. Never in our lifetime have we experienced such a thing. And yet, Trump is hanging in there, winning.
Yeah. But I think that speaks a lot to the lost message of those in the streets. When you're in the streets saying something like, we need to defund the police because this is what they're doing to our communities and our lives. And even if you're not for that, which I think we clearly know Biden is not, you don't come out and say, no, I'm going to give them more money. You're now telling those people in the streets, I'm not listening to you. I'm doing the same thing that the party in charge is doing, and I'm shutting you out. And so you're going to lose voters in that. And that's, I mean,
but I mean, on the flip side of that, I don't think that's what happened. I also think that if you come out and say that, we know that there are more people that don't understand what that word means. And I've seen guys that are atheist, what I thought were liberal progressives that voted for Trump because of the word defund the police. I know it. Yeah. I know a lot of them. And I know people that might not have been as progressive as I thought. And I know people that we had to talk off the ledge for voting for Trump. I mean, look at people that I've known forever that have always been at least left and atheists that are voting for somebody who just put a theocrat on the Supreme Court. And to me, it's like, and most of that came from because they were like, we can't defund the police. It's like, well, you don't even understand what that means. So I kind of feel like Biden rode the line where it's like, I'm for reform, but I don't like defunding. But it's like, I think if he'd have said, oh yeah, I'm for defunding the police, I think right now we'd be seeing a landslide for Trump. I think that there'd be those moderates that'd be like, this guy's crazy. I really think that because although I agree with I don't agree with the term defunding the police, but I agree with major police reform and what would be considered defunding the police. I think we're horrible at messaging on the left. And I think that's the dumbest fucking way to have ever put something. And I think that right there losses people. I'm not kidding. Just people I can tell you right off the top of my head. I know 10 people that I thought were progressive. They were like what I would call Bernie bros. They were like Bernie or nothing, man. Bernie or nothing. They fucking voted for Trump.
Well,
because
the thing is,
man.
The thing is, if you're a Bernie bro, in other words, if you're Bernie or bust, then you're a hop, skip, and a jump to voting for Trump just because of tribalism.
Right.
I mean that there is on the Venn diagram. There are people who are hardcore Bernie people, Bernie bros, for lack of a better term, and then there are Trump supporters, and there is a significant overlap. It doesn't make any sense to your forebrain. It's all limbic system stuff.
New Mexico. Yay!
Woo-hoo, put one in the win column.
Yay for New Mexico.
None of it matters if we lose North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
Well, this is true. Pennsylvania, amongst most of the models, was going to be one of the hinge states, was going to be one of the most important states.
And like I said before,
what if we take Texas?
No, it's not going to happen.
We're not one to, I guess. Too far away. Okay.
Too far away again. Same thing that North Carolina just went like whoop, just like that. I mean, there's still more to count, but it's going the other direction. It's about momentum. And, I mean, Arizona, there's a possibility that we win Arizona, but I don't know. Yeah, Kelly's
looking like Kelly's going to win, yeah.
But there's still that. I mean, a minute ago it looked like this for North Carolina, and now that there's 80% in, Trump's winning, and it's like, what the hell happened? Same with Ohio. Trump was losing, and all of a sudden now he's winning, and with 10% more of the vote. So I don't know what's being counted. I don't know what's.
So here's something about North Carolina.
Trump is up now by 4%. What the hell?
Let me talk about North Carolina. This is from the 538 Live blog. North Carolina has reported about 84% of the total number of expected votes there tonight. And so far, as we expected, an early lead for Democrats that was due to mail and early votes is narrowing significantly as more Election Day votes are being reported. But late arriving mail ballots, which may be more Democratic, could still shift the race.
So no building jumping off of, no jumping in front of trucks or anything like that yet. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not an advocate of jumping off of bridges before it's time to kick someone in the nuts.
Well, I honestly think we're sitting pretty. A lot of the early voting is going to go Biden's way. I think we're fairly confident of that. We're not freaking out in Michigan yet. Michigan's been red since they started counting today's votes. We knew today was going to go for Trump because Democrats were voting early. All of my liberal friends voted early. The only reason I didn't was because I got COVID-19 and now I have antibodies and I didn't have to worry about it. So tomorrow's the day that we're going to get a lot more information. And tomorrow's the day that we're going to start seeing whatever dirty moves Trump is going to start putting down. So I would strongly urge, while it's very disheartening to look at the numbers today, tomorrow's numbers are what's going to be vital. So
tomorrow's numbers will be even more disheartening. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm thinking tomorrow's numbers are going to be a lot better for us. But what's going to be disheartening is going to be Trump's reaction to that.
Well, it's going to be close enough for Trump to try to do some massive cheating and make a big push. That's
I
what
think it's
is.
obvious that we're not getting the blue wave everybody thought we were going to get.
We are not getting the blue wave.
There's not a red wave either. I mean, it's just it's too. I
don't know. Miami-Dade County, there might be a red wave going on there. We'd have to see what's going on down in Miami-Dade County.
Can we
It
hear
has to
what
be
he's
an
saying real
autopsy.
quick?
What's that?
What is he saying real quick?
Oh, you want to click it over, Chris?
Yeah, give me a second.
Same-day vote, and that's true. Overall, statewide, the same-day vote is very lopsidedly going to Trump right now. However, in Wake County, of the same-day vote that's been tabulated so far, 60% of it's going to Biden, 37% of it's going to Trump. So there is a giant pool of votes there in Wake County that just came down a little bit. So you see that added to Biden's total. There is a giant pool of votes in Wake County, for instance, where Joe Biden does figure to actually make gains here, which he needs. But you could just see, I'll put the bubbles up again. You can see how big Wake County looms right now, how large that looms. By far, this is your biggest source of outstanding votes in the state. And the other places where you have really substantial outstanding vote, for instance, Greensboro, where again, on the same day vote here, this is Guilford County, but on the same day vote here again, it's better for Biden than the statewide trend has been. You know, also next door where Winston-Salem is, same thing, and Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is. So there are opportunities here, some big opportunities here, where even with the same day vote coming in, Biden can pick up some votes here. The biggest source still of outstanding votes for Trump, the biggest single source on the map, is going to be the same day vote in Union County. I mean, if Trump is winning the early vote in Union County with 60%, you can expect the same day is going to be much bigger for him than that. But the other wild card in North Carolina is they are going to allow, let me get that back up. I'm pressing all sorts of buttons here. North Carolina is allowing votes that were postmarked by today, to be counted if they come in within 3 days. We don't know how many that could be, but there is a bit of a wild card there with potentially ballots arriving tomorrow, for instance, in North Carolina. So again, when you get this close statewide, Trump at 30,000, when these Democratic areas come in, let's see how much that shaves off. When Union County comes in, let's see how much that adds. And let's see what we can find out about how many ballots might be coming in still to be counted in North Carolina.
We got a call from the South. This is Alabama Senate. And remember how Doug Jones shook the political world when he won as a Democrat. Doug Jones has lost tonight. This is a flip to the Republicans.
We were expecting
that was expected.
Is the new senator-elect
by a lot. That's crazy.
Yeah, a football coach.
Football? Was it Pop Warner? Was it a Pop Warner coach?
High school, I believe.
High school. Well, at least that's okay. If you lose to a high school football coach, as against to Powder Puff or Pop Warner coach.
Yeah. So I don't know. I hope I'm rooting for what Nokasuchi says. He comes on and he says stuff. I like it. Ian is worrying me.
Well,
I watch Ian.
It is
getting worried, Ian.
Well, I'm curious, Dan. I know you have kids. How are you talking to them about the election and about the potential outcomes of the election?
Well, my 5-year-old doesn't. She asked me today why I keep watching the news, and I told her, and she goes, "That doesn't make." I tried to explain the election to her, and she said, "That doesn't make sense." And I said, "All right, you understand it better than I thought." My my 9-year-old is. He's smart enough. He knows Trump's bad. He understands what racism is. He knows that Trump wants to hurt people and is hurting people. And so he's just sort of watching and seeing what happens and he's checking in with me once in a while. He's in the other room watching hockey videos on YouTube, and he comes out and asks me if for some updates on what's happening, and then goes back to his room. But he has a pretty decent idea of what's at stake.
All right. Good. You know, I have a 15-year-old, my daughter, and we think alike, and we have a very similar attitude, as horrible as that sounds. I know, right?
Poor girl.
But I think from a very early age, I wanted both of my kids to be fighters to some extent. Psychologically resilient. And I haven't really hidden a whole lot of how bad the world is from them. And I hope that if things go sideways here, that they will continue to persevere and be psychologically healthy. That's what I'm hoping for. But I don't know. It's parenting is a mystery. That's what it is. Just like everything else, to tell you the truth. It's a mystery.
What's a mystery to me is polling. How could they be? They were saying that Georgia was a toss-up. It's 18 points for Trump.
Yep.
That's not even close. That's not even close to a toss-up. I don't understand what the fuck is going on here.
Well, it depends on what's been counted. So, like, I'm seeing 56% reporting. If you're not really getting numbers out of, say, like Atlanta,
right?
And I'm not saying we haven't yet. Maybe we have, and it would be very disheartening. But if you haven't, then once you start getting Atlanta numbers, then that Georgia number is going to get a lot closer. And I think everybody on the ground, even today, you don't have to look at the polling. Everybody on the ground in Georgia was saying Georgia's a toss-up. So I do expect that Georgia's going to tighten up at some point once you start getting into the cities.
What I have told my children is this story about Ulysses S. Grant, and I watched the Civil War series, the Ken Burns Civil War series again recently with my girlfriend, and Ulysses S. Grant had what's called 3 a.m. kind of bravery. He could be woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning and be told, "Well, General, they just turned our flank," and he'd be cool as a cucumber. And that is one of the things that I try to aspire to, even with all my comedic panicness and joke throwing, is that I want to have something like what without the alcoholism, of course, it'd be less Ulysses Grant, but the ability to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning in the midst of a disaster and say, "I think I got this. I think I'm able to navigate this."
Well, say that to yourself in the morning when you wake up.
I may not wake up. I might just go all the way through the night, Chris. I might go through all the way. You got to leave me open to this stream until 9 o'clock in the morning when you come back on for the show. You should think about that, sir, because I'm that kind of crazy.
I'm not expecting that I'm going to get much sleep tonight. I think I'm going to be up and down. It's going to be a long night.
I haven't even thought about tomorrow's show. I guess there's going to be crying. My eyes will be all puffy.
You don't know what you don't know. I mean, and
I don't know.
You don't know how it's all going to shake out.
That's true. I was really counting on a blowout.
What were you saying, Dan?
Dan?
Sorry, I checked in on Atlanta. They are 32% reporting, so they've got a long ways to go.
Yeah.
Biden's got quite the lead there, but they're still quite behind. In the other areas that Biden has won, that's given him where he is, they're all at 100%.
Oh, yeah.
And so that sort of sets and they're much smaller. Like, he won Jefferson County, but that population's only a little under 16,000.
Yeah.
And then, so he's winning lots of small counties, but you've got Atlanta is sitting there, and that's almost a little under 1.1 million.
Okay, we got something here they're going to tell us. Let's see if the thing.
All right, 75% of the estimated vote is in, and Joe Biden has an impressive lead right now, lead of more than 208,000 votes, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes.
Okay, they scared me. Sorry about that, Dan. Carry on with your wisdom, dropping knowledge.
Dropping knowledge.
I was just saying that with a million other people there, they have that room to make up some numbers. Now, is that enough to win it?
Yeah.
Hard to say because there's so many other counties that aren't counted. But like I said, all those counties are so small that, I think it's Fulton County. It's that can sway it. He's not winning by that much.
And the thing to remember about Georgia too is their freaking governor has cheated every election he's been a part of since he's taken power. Like he's being sued by the NCAA right now for cheating in the 2018 midterms. Georgia's it's going to be a mixed bag, and we're going to see how many votes they're able to repress. Because if they can get rid of enough of the black vote, then the Republicans are going to win in Georgia.
Yeah. And that's been their whole thing. They've been anything they can do to suppress the vote, and it looks like it may have worked. I mean, it's I don't know. I'm just so frustrated.
I will say that if I was
what would it take?
If I was going to, and I'm going to bring up the vice presidential pick for the Democrats. I don't want a Monday morning quarterback this, but I know I said it when they picked Senator Harris in California, and I know Ian and I have had discussions about this. Is that I would have picked someone not from a safe blue state for a vice presidential pick. I don't know who I would have picked, but I would have gotten someone from a purple state, from a swing state.
Yeah, well, Biden's up by a little, but not enough to make me happy for sure. There's just too much at stake right now.
No, there's too much chaos on the board right there. Yeah. You don't know.
Yeah, I might need to bow out, guys. I'm going to have a heart attack.
Ian, I appreciate you being here, and if you feel that this helps you, by all means stay. But if you feel like it doesn't help you, then by all means bounce out too.
Yeah, come back if you want.
Yeah,
later.
And who knows? We could be streaming until 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. It's a crazy day.
Oh my God, this is just too stressful for me.
All right, brother.
Well, look at that. Now he's ahead by 0.8 in North Carolina. This is just unbelievable.
And maybe it's best just to get some sleep, brother, or to get some, Ambien or something and ride it out.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Sorry for being a downer.
Thinking of you.
See y'all. See everybody.
Don't worry. Thank you, Ian, for stopping by.
Have a good one.
Appreciate you.
Good seeing everybody. Take care.
Yep. It's a hard night, I mean, 2016, Jack Maturko and I was a lot more drunk. I'm not even drunk now. And it was, even though I predicted that Trump was going to win in 2016, actually seeing the disaster in front of me unfold was emotionally difficult. I'm not going to say it wasn't.
That's how I feel, because I said the same thing about this one. Even my wife last night, she said, "Are you stressed about tomorrow?" And I said, honestly, I'm not. And I think the worst part is because I think Trump's going to win again. And I went over all the ways that he can lose. But I feel like what makes me not optimistic is 2016.
Yeah.
And how much that was a shock. That was one where I honestly thought Clinton would, in the end, landslide it. Because how do you not? At that time, like, how do you not landslide that election? And
how
then
do you not landslide this one?
But then, but now that we've seen, how do you not landslide this one? Is this you don't like? One thing I thought too, and Democrats I thought made the mistake early on here, is they never came out with a strong platform. They really ran on "We're not Trump."
Yeah, no, you're right.
That's not enough of a platform because. There's a lot of people in my situation, and I'll say that in a way where I mean, honestly, Trump being president didn't change my actual life.
I got more money back in taxes, I'll tell you that.
Right. Like, so his direct impact on me was Really nothing.
Yeah.
Other than the threat of losing my job a couple times because he's very anti-union, and he tried to make some steps to actually get my union defunded and shut down. But on most other things, and so if I wasn't someone who was trying to do had as much, I toot my own horn, have as much empathy as I have. But if I wasn't somebody who was trying to make everyone's life better, and I was worried about myself, which a lot of people are, then I'm not as worried about him. So just saying I'm not him doesn't make me feel like I've got to get up and go. Yeah. They didn't reach a lot of those voters by saying, because, if I think, okay, the one thing I actually do need is affordable healthcare. And that isn't really going to be met by Biden. It's not going to change. What I mean is, Trump hasn't done anything really to hurt my healthcare. He hasn't done anything to help it. But Biden doesn't really want to do much to help me in my situation or those underneath me.
Yeah.
And so there's no fire there. And that's one issue for me personally. And then you got people who are in, they're out of jobs, they're doing this, they're doing it. And you don't have him firing up a base to say, here's how we're going to change the country. Really, their change was it's not him in charge now. There wasn't a lot of we're going to close the ICE camps. I didn't hear that once.
Yeah.
And so one thing I said today was, look, if you voted today or before, all your job in the presidential election is over. There's nothing else you can do once you cast your ballot. You're done. You can go home and watch. And especially now that the polls are closing, there's even less you can do. You can't even urge more people to go vote. Yeah. But what we do tomorrow and the next day, no matter who's president tomorrow or let's say January 20th, we still have cages of children. We still have camps that need to be emptied. We still have police shooting people without consequence. We still have people who are dying of healthcare. We still have food insecure families in this country. We still have work to do no matter what's there. So that's what we have to be focused on. Now, the reality is I would rather do that under Biden.
Oh, by far. Totally agree with you on that.
And that's the thing here. But the job doesn't change, unfortunately. And so I think a lot of us are looking at the local politics. Can we change things locally? Like we saw in 2016, sanctuary cities became a big deal, and we voted to make sure we kept people in who were advocating to say our city is going to be a safe place. We will not allow ICE raids here. We will protect you. I live in California where I can we have it pretty good here in that regard, but we've got to keep pushing that fight. But the thing is all those things I just mentioned that we have to fight for, Democrats didn't put those on their ticket. They were absent. I know Ian was very upset with the whole messaging of defund the police and thinking that was the wrong way to go. I wanted to let him have his piece and not get into a big debate on it.
I understand.
What I would say, and I don't mean to debate him now that he's gone, is to say I felt the opposite of that. I see what he's saying. He thought you were going to hurt the moderates. I think I think Biden first alienated much of the left of center Democrats by saying, no, I want to give them more money.
I thought that was unnecessary. Unnecessary.
But then also, and you've mentioned this too, it was another flaw in picking Harris.
It was.
Where I do agree with you. I think picking someone in a safe blue state was the wrong choice, because what you're doing, like you just said, he's already won California.
Yeah. What's the difference? Why are you doing that?
He won California before he was the nominee.
Yep.
Picking her doesn't add something to his ticket. Other than the fact that he said that. I'm gonna pick a woman, which, as commendable as that is, and he should, there are factors in picking a running mate that should be real life factors, and that is one of them. But also, where are they from? But what do they bring politically to the ticket? And what she brought politically to the ticket was the opposite of what everyone is yelling that they want.
Right.
She's calls herself top cop. She helped fill prisons in California. She's taken so many hardline stances like that you alienate an entire voter base, which is harder to get out. The moderates that will vote blue no matter who would have shown up if he said, I think we should look into how we can defund the police or repurpose their money for a better thing, instead of saying, I want to give them more. He handled it badly.
Just with Harris, even if Harris was from another state, it would have done better, because vice presidential candidates, from what I've seen of the research, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, they don't do anything unless they are from a particular, within their own state. They move the needle like 2.68% in favor of the ticket. Do that in Ohio, do that in Georgia. I know that Stacey Abrams was just too much person for Joe Biden to handle. Right? I mean, let's be real. Stacey Abrams is just too big a personality to be sharing a stage with Joe Biden. But, when we're looking at Georgia right now, gosh, 2.68%, that wouldn't be bad, right? That would not be a bad shift in the needle.
Yep. But you also, the thing we're leaving out of the conversation and is there is a reason he picked Harris. And it isn't that she's a woman. It isn't that she's black. It's that the DNC wants her next.
Yeah.
And we all know Biden's if he wins, he's a one-term president. And they set up who they want next, because the fact is that the DNC chose Biden long before this started.
That is so clear and so obvious. Yeah.
And we know they picked Clinton, and we have the emails that show not to get into the Hillary Clinton emails, but there were emails in there between Debbie Walls, I already forgot her name.
Weissheimer, Weisserman Trade,
Wasserman Schultz, thank you.
We actually had a show, just the whole topic of the show was whether or not the DNC was on the take from the conservatives, putting forth that they're a weaker character. Why not? Who's in charge of the DNC, and what bills do they have? What money? Why isn't it to say that they couldn't be paid off to put Biden forward instead of a candidate that would actually win? We actually had an entire show on that topic, did we not, Andy?
I do recall that, sir. Yes.
Wouldn't surprise me a bit.
But I say almost jokingly, but it seems so apparent. I was sharing memes early on that said that the Democrats were so against Bernie or what they want to claim as socialism that they were willing to lose the election by making sure Biden won. And they in both cases they would step on the candidate who seemed to have the populist base that could do the most.
No surprise here that Missouri went for Donald J. Trump right there.
Okay, good. No surprise.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, Dan.
I'm really saying that I'm hoping that this whole late ballot thing turns around, because Pennsylvania just took off.
Pennsylvania.
That gap is why it's 10 points now. It's every time I look at the page, it's a darker shade of red. And Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, Texas, all red right now.
Well, yeah, I think those are pretty good indicators that those are states that are counting the daily vote first.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain Michigan is probably into counting its early votes now. We know Pennsylvania won't start until tomorrow. So I think we're seeing very consistent leads in those two states anyway. And I think it's because they probably have similar laws when it comes to the early vote.
Yeah, and I will say that Pennsylvania and Michigan are both under 40% in.
Yeah.
Which says a lot. That does answer to a lot of late ballots are going to start being counted. And I'll tell you, so we were talking about the union earlier. I was on a call with Lee Saunders, who is the president of AFSCME International, and he said, he was telling us as labor employees and activists, you've got to remain calm on election day, because election day is going to go to Trump.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and I've known that, and I was trying to tell John that earlier, because John was being very optimistic. I hope we get the results tonight, and I'm like, dude, we're not gonna get the results tonight. Yeah. Pennsylvania doesn't even start counting their early voting until tomorrow. So I mean, that alone, Michigan might be counting some tonight, it might be counting through the night, but Pennsylvania don't start until tomorrow.
I think it is a crime that there weren't enough people in the media saying that certain thing, is that election night, you're not going to get the full story. We may not get the full story for who knows how long.
Well, why would they? Look at CNN right now. Look at MSNBC right now. It is like the Super Bowl. They've got how many screens going? How many things?
Oh, yeah.
They've got pundits going here and there, and they're touching screens and drawing circles.
This is their moneymaker.
This is their moneymaker. Exactly. This is huge. This is a huge night for them. To stretch that out over a few nights where there's not a lot happening.
And let's be honest.
It's almost as if capitalism is the problem, Dan Arrow. Can you talk to me more about that?
I don't know if I know anything about anti-capitalism.
Does anybody think CNN would be sad to see Donald Trump win tonight? Like, what's going to bring more ratings? 4 more years of Trump or 4 years of Biden? Honestly, Biden's going to be Sleepy Joe for a reason.
Yeah, no, I think if you're looking at it from that perspective, for sure. Like, and then not that. I mean. No, I'm going to take that back. I was about to say not that the media has much say in the election, but never mind. I completely walked that thought back because they have everything to say in the turnout of the election. Yeah, I think the reason why, but we're also used to getting results that night.
We are.
We're like, I mean, there's the anomaly, like, what was it? In 2000, we didn't get the results that night. That was an anomaly. And that was weird. Like, we all were like, wait, what? What do you mean we don't know? Like, and there was like this period of like, wait, like, how do we function as a country with an acting president that we don't know who the next president is in 2 months? Like, there was a weird time. And now we kind of went back into a rhythm where, okay, we kind of know. And I remember when Kerry lost, like, I remember going to bed that night knowing he was going to lose, but we didn't know officially until the morning.
Yeah.
When
Barack Obama won 2008, we found out that night rather early into the night. Yeah, rather early into the night. I mean, I remember crying because I was at a Mark Schauer party up in Grand Rapids, and Mark Schauer had lost his congressional race, but Barack Obama won. So we were all crying in joy, not because Mark lost, but because it came back so early, and we weren't. Nobody expected it to be that early.
No, I very much remember that night of sitting there. I was with my wife and we were watching the news and we were like, this is gonna be a long one. Oh man! And then all of a sudden, like, one state got called and they gave it to him, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, it was like 8:00 here in California, and we're like, it's over. Like, usually in California, that's when things get started. Around 8:00, things start moving because now the whole West Coast is closed and now everything's kind of coming in. And but it almost happened the same the next time in 2012. I remember early results.
Every single time that we have a state that it looks like Trump is in the lead, that he shouldn't be in the lead in, I'm going to ask you to repeat exactly what you said about, hey, we should all be keeping calm. Let's not get crazy, because we knew it wasn't going to be a done deal tonight anyway. To paraphrase whatever you just said. You said it much more intelligently than me, of course.
I think I paraphrased somebody else much more intelligent than me. So.
Oh, hey, there we go. It all works out. I'm gonna hit.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott.
They're going to talk to us about Michigan here. Let's see what they're going to take here.
I'm going to be right back,
gentlemen. Large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. We're counting votes in different sequences, so we have to be careful as we go. If you're the Republicans, your Trump campaign, you're looking at the map, you think it's great. But remember, let's come in here. As David noted, Wayne County, about 28%. This is Detroit and the suburbs around it. By far, it's about 18% of the vote, 18% in a high turnout election. It could be a little higher than that. 147,000 right there. Let's just go back in time. 519,000 votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and Democrats were disappointed. The turnout was down in Wayne County compared to 2012. But remember, so you have 519,000 then. This is a higher turnout election. We know that. Maybe the president wins Michigan, but the numbers are going to go up from that. And so when you see that's where you are now, you know that everybody just needs to slow, and we need to count more votes here. So let's move up to Oakland County. Again, Joe Biden leading. We think a little bit more of the vote in here. But again, 233,875 leading. Let's just go back and look at it here. Again, we think turnout is higher this year. Secretary Clinton was well above that in this county. And so we just need to wait. We need to let the vote come in. Let's move over to Macomb County. President carried this county 4 years ago. Again, key blue collar. It's a laboratory for so-called Reagan Democrats. Political scientists study it. The president won it 53% with 224,000 plus votes. We come over here now again, he's leading. It's a higher turnout election. We're only at 143,000 votes. So we just need to slow down and let them count the votes in Michigan. And again, there's a possibility we don't get them all tonight. So you walk out through and just look at the map here. You come back to 2016 and you see over here, for example, Hillary Clinton won along the border here. It's a smaller county, but you just come back and look in 2020, the president's leading there right now. But again, 43% of the vote in. Just want to move around a little bit and see what the votes are. You come to Kent County. David mentioned this. This is Grand Rapids. It's red right now. Democrats think they can do some business here. Come back into 2016. You see it was 48 to 45. This is another one of those suburban battlegrounds we're looking at. The president won the suburbs narrowly 4 years ago. This is a textbook case of that, 48 to 45. Democrats think this time it will be different. In the vote so far, about half counted, 54 to 43. So we'll see. This one stays red throughout the night. That bodes well for the president in Michigan, but we have a long way to go. And it's the same story when you shift over here to Wisconsin, about 40% in. But I just want to come down to look at the major thing here. Milwaukee, you see Joe Biden with fewer than 100,000 votes. That tells us, Wolf, a lot of counting still to do. We all just need to be patient, relax, get through it.
We certainly will. We've got some more projections right now. All right, let's take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Illinois, will win 20 electoral votes in the state of Illinois, beats Trump in Illinois. Trump beats Biden in Missouri, 10 electoral votes in Missouri. Trump wins in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. And here's where it stands on the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 118. Trump has 105. 118 to 105, 270 the magic number. The presidential race is moving to the west right now. We're counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern and the biggest electoral prize of the night. We're talking about California. The polls are about to close there, as well as in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. Those states have 78 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Joe Biden is counting on blue California to push him closer to 270. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan right now. 38% of the estimated vote is in Michigan. Trump still maintains his 240,000 vote lead over Biden, 54.7% to 43.4%. Lots of votes outstanding, though, in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, 37% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 344,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.9% to 42.7%. In Wisconsin, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 21,000 vote lead over Biden, 49.9% to 48.4%. In Georgia, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Trump seems to have a pretty comfortable 372,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.4% to 43.4%. Let's take a look at some more states. We're getting some more key race alerts in Arizona right now. 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a 208,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 38% of the vote is in. Biden seems to have a pretty comfortable almost 291,000 vote lead over Trump in Minnesota. In Iowa right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 112,000 vote lead over Trump, 56.4% to 41.8%. Let's walk over, as we like to do, John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states. You're looking at counties over there, and you see what's going on.
I was reading three things real quick during that I think I'll share before I have to bow out and put the kids to bed.
Certainly.
But and this speaks to something we've said, but now I want to read it from the New York Times because most people will think that's more reputable. But in Pennsylvania, it says officials have said they expect most votes will be counted by Friday, November 6th. If there's a significant number of mail-in ballots outstanding at the end of the night, the reported totals could be relatively stronger for Republicans. And so what we're seeing now aligns with that, is that it's 55 to 43%, but if you're still waiting on who knows how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of ballots to be counted, then you're waiting. Wisconsin has said that in Milwaukee, they don't believe that they will even have results to put out until between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Interesting.
They're the last ones to report, but they're also, I don't know Wisconsin that well, but I think Milwaukee's probably the biggest city there. but then you have an entire maybe blue area of a state who isn't even going to be reported until 3 to 6 a.m. So I'll see those results when I wake up if I go to sleep. So that can shift a lead that's only a 2% lead for Trump right now.
All right.
And then Michigan is the same as Pennsylvania, where they've said up until they will be counting until November 6th, and that until then numbers will strongly favor Republicans. And so I think if there's one message to take home, it's the one that we said earlier: don't panic tonight. Tonight was always going to belong to Trump because Democrats are going to mail in their ballots. They have more of a trust of that system. They trust mail-in ballots. Trump spent his entire time telling you mail-in ballots were evil, and so they're all lining up to vote in person. And so you're going to get those results instantly, and some states don't count those mail-ins quick. So I think what we've learned here is stay calm and then fix that system that counts mail-in ballots way faster if you want to have CNN making all their money in one night.
Dan Arrow, thanks for coming on. You are always wonderful to talk to, and you help the conversation quite a bit.
Well, I'm happy to come on. I'm glad you had me, and I said I'd stay for half an hour. I stayed for almost the full hour. It was.
Oh,
it was
brother, I know how long you're here for. Yeah, definitely. Time well spent too. Time well spent.
Great. Well, thank you for having me, and I'll be checking in on this throughout the night to see how you guys are holding up.
All right, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
Have a good night.
Chris, did you just have to wake up? Were you like napping off over there?
No, it's like my normal nighttime things. Take my pills, and but we're gonna be up for a little while. And I've got the nervous munchies, so I'm fixing to go hook myself up with a little burrito. I'm gonna sit here eat it right in front of God and everybody.
I just got I still have a whole bunch of Chinese food staring at me right over here on the plate, and I know there's more downstairs, but I am trying to refrain from self-medicating with Chinese food. How you doing, Mr. Rage?
I'm hanging in there. I'm checking out the maps, and yeah, it's I think Biden can't concede. He's gonna have to stay the course. I think we're gonna be in it for the long haul. I think it's gonna be a few days, yeah, like from what I'm looking at, Florida hasn't moved in hours.
Yeah.
So Florida's always like that. I mean, we're not going to know about Florida probably till the early morning. Yeah. So,
I would say that to the Biden campaign: do not concede anything.
Yeah, nothing. Don't give an inch.
Just hold your freaking water.
I'm still interested to see if we will see Trump tonight, though. I haven't checked his Twitter feed in a while.
Dude,
so
I will tell you this: I would put money on right now that Trump will come on claiming victory. Because that's what I would do if I was him. Obviously I won because look at all the votes I've gotten here on election night. Yeah, I would totally say that I won the election and then act as if I did.
Somebody must have taken his phone from him because he hasn't tweeted in 4 hours. So
well, he didn't think he was going to do this well. He didn't think he would win in 2016. He didn't think he'd be doing as well right here and right now. So he's crapping his pants, thinking to himself, oh my God, I did it twice. That's what he's allowing himself to think now.
Yeah, and he's too stupid to know that as the last guest said, this was going to happen all along. Just like Messenger reveals is in my side chat, it's quite beautiful to see the Trumpers aligned, making the same mistakes that we made in 2016, jumping that gun, getting so excited, and then when the heartbreak comes, it makes it that much worse the longer you wait for it. So
yeah. Well, once again, I talked about it this morning so many hours ago, is that being involved in this process, being on the Daily Atheist Morning Show, I think has helped me grow as a skeptic because it has made me more comfortable with saying, I do not know, I am not sure, I'm going to wait until the data comes in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's where I'm at, and if anything, Dan helped me with that, saying, hey, there's a lot more information coming in, there's a lot more data points coming in, just calm your tits.
Well, yeah,
calm your tits.
I really think it's easy to do because 2016 happened the way it did, right? So it's really easy for us to slip back there. It's happening again. I can't believe it. And we just have to be patient. I still am very optimistic that we're going to have the last laugh. I think the Senate is farther away than we want it to be at this point of the night. But I think that it was an easier path for Biden to win the election. Trump had only a couple really narrow paths. If he wins Florida, that's going to be huge for Trump.
It'll be huge.
So, it looks like he might win Florida, but at the same time, now it moved and 97% reporting, and it looks like he's probably going to take Florida.
That's
so
crazy.
He does have a path to victory, but Biden's path is still wide open, and it's when California, when those go to Biden, that's going to be a huge jump in electoral votes.
I'll say this from Nate Silver doing the live blog on 538. Nate Silver, the big brain over there. The Senate's not looking fantastic for Democrats, and the scenarios where they have some huge majority are likely off the table. So there you go. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but there you go. It's still early, but in terms of having a huge majority in the Senate, maybe not. Maybe that is the work that Dan Arrow, our past guest, was talking about. We need to be working regardless of who wins or who loses in the election tomorrow, or in the next day, and the next day after that.
Yeah, it looks like Lindsey Graham has won his election, and honestly, a showing that does indicate polling was wrong. Jamie Harrison was really, really close, and Lindsey Graham somehow managed to slaughter him. So, so it is very unnerving, but we can't lose hope, and we have to. And for me, like, Biden wasn't my choice to begin with. To me, it's one kind of fight or another. You're trading you're trading a much harder fight if Trump is president than the fight we were going to have with Biden, but it was still going to be a fight. So, for me, it's really a lose either way, because they've screwed Bernie 2 times running.
Oh yeah.
And if Trump wins again, this will be the second time in a row that they've screwed the most popular candidate in the country for a really terrible candidate that cost them a damn election, notwithstanding any tampering or malfeasance that will be discovered at a later date.
Yep.
Let's see, Elizabeth Warren. She'll be the next one we can let down.
The field is completely wide open for the Democrats, I would say.
I'd say Nina Turner is probably the name I've heard the most for leading the cause now. But I would say AOC would be right up there.
I will say this from the very beginning.
12 votes.
That's great. Yep. So we knew that Oregon, Washington, at least it's official now, that the big 3 Western Coast states are solidly in the Democrats' column. Good for us, yay! And of course, Idaho will eventually go for Trump. I mean, especially the way how the winds are going right now in terms of the vice president, the ex-vice president's chances of riding the blue wave.
Yeah. Well, we're getting closer. Of course, wait and see. Right, tomorrow's morning show is going to be about all the things that happened whenever between the time we shut this off.
So what time's your heart out, Chris? What time's your heart out?
I don't really have one, yeah.
You don't really have? Well, how much gas you got in the tank then?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I've stood up this late, So
all right. I hear what you're saying. Sure.
It's only 9 o'clock here.
Oh, it's only 9. See, dude, it's like creeping up on. It's past 11, so you're fine for another. You're fine for another 3 hours.
Yeah, I could go another 3 hours and still make the show in the morning, and barely break a sweat. So.
And at least Rage is used to not getting sleep, under these circumstances. So he's just smiling, man.
I could probably go for a while. I got till about 1 o'clock probably, but Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sleep. This is for me. Like, I'm a political dork, so you know, for all of us, I'm sure. You know, I know messengers get trying to pretend like we're deflated. We're not deflated. Like we're political dorks. So
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoy every minute of it. Even the elections I lose, although I will admit when Kerry lost, that was probably the most devastating election for me. My first one was when Al Gore got cheated. I was a fresh Democrat, just converted, you know, from what I was raised as a child. But I didn't work for that. I worked for Kerry, and we lost that shit. That broke my heart. This one will break my heart like that, you know.
Yeah. I just want to see what he's
Let's,
saying
for the
here. We're
sake of
getting
argument,
close at
assume it stays
270.
Democratic.
Let's see.
We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this: Colorado, New Mexico, the West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way. You're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state. Right, so you think that's going to happen for you, and you keep looking at the map here. Virginia, which is really interesting right now, it is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold, and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in. They're having a problem in a county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the whole thing. Yeah. We need to see this. Maine does it by congressional district. There's one of them that President Trump carried 4 years ago. The Democrats believe they're going to carry that state. They believed a few other things about tonight, so we'll see what happens as we go through. But let's, for the sake of argument, give it to them. So then you're up to 236, right? Maybe they get one in Nebraska. Let's just leave that off the table right now. Let's just wait and see how you play. So you're at 236, right? There's 246. That's 262. That's 262. So you're looking at this map. And where do I get it?
A lot of
right?
ifs
Where do I get it? Well, that's the easiest one.
A lot of ifs,
and we still
brother.
Don't have,
a lot of ifs.
Rhode Island on this map, so let me come in here. There we go.
Got three
so you get Rhode Island. That would get you 286, but that's with Pennsylvania. That's with Pennsylvania. You bring Pennsylvania back off the map, you're at 266. This is where you get close here, right? This is where you get close here. We're going to keep going out to the west, and we do that. That gets you to 270. So could it be, in a race against Donald Trump, wouldn't it be something if Barack Obama's birth state is the one that puts you over the top? That would be interesting if you go that way there. But so you have Hawaii, you have Nevada and Colorado. We're going to watch. So this is interesting. So you don't need Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden now, but now you're in this different mood in Biden headquarters. You came into the night thinking you had all this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if they don't, you're thinking, okay, we better win that congressional district. We absolutely better win that one. And then we're going to fight it out up in here. And again, if you get Pennsylvania, then stop the conversation.
Yeah,
but we might be a couple days on this one. If you don't get Pennsylvania, you're in a scratch and claw mode now, as opposed to early in the night where you thought you might have had a buffet of opportunity.
Let's take a closer look at Arizona.
You know,
and
I have to tell you, I mean,
we come back in here. And let's start in Arizona. We'll go west to east this time.
Yeah, we can. This is, yeah. I mean, I laugh only out of nervous laughter, and this is how I deal with it, to tell you the truth. I make jokes. I make clever. I try to say witty things, but I'm feeling the anxiety too. Don't get me wrong. I think a lot of people are just expecting this to be a cakewalk, and I want to take the. I want to do a little wider. I want to do. It is cakes, gingerbread house. The gingerbread house.
Gingerbread house.
You know, these are things that make you think that it's a trap, right? Don't worry, it's going to be a cakewalk. Don't worry. Don't think about the witch in the gingerbread house. It's a gingerbread house. You know, so the thing is, hard work is hard work. And I know it's circular. I know it's stupid words out of my mouth. But the thing is, it's hard. To take a wider aspect of this, a wider view, is that we're in a society right now that's going through a lot of demographic changes. Very few societies have been able to make a transition from one racial group in power to another racial group or groups in power. So, and have been able to do that successfully. So when we think about the big shift that's going on in terms of demographics in this country, it is a heavy lift for white people to say, well, it's time to share things. It's time to share the toys. And I think part of this, once again, this heavy lift in this election night is reflecting, is a sign of that kind of change that's going through the country right now.
I think you're right. You know, Nokasuchi, your chat is very robust and it's got a lot going on over there. Is he there? Well, we've gone on Minipon.
I think Nok might be. I mean, what are you noshing on, Chris? We're going to talk about the most important topics right now. What are you noshing on?
It is a beef and bean.
Got a burrito?
Burrito with green chili in it. It's one of those that you get from the grocery store. Comes in packs of 10.
Oh yeah.
You can also buy them at like Circle K's. Dipped in, they deep fry these things.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:08 here on Eastern Time. We've been running the show for
7 hours and 8 minutes.
7 hours and 8 minutes, and this is what we're doing. We're reporting on what Chris is noshing on in terms of snack.
Yeah.
Hello, B family. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. He's back in my chat. I believe it's my chat. Hello. We're in here for I don't know how long. I don't know how long we're going to be reporting on this Michigas, this chaos. We are watching. We are waiting. I don't feel the same despair that I did in 2016. I have to tell you that.
No crying.
We are all adults here. We have seen through. We have seen many things, and we don't know what we don't know. It is as simple as that.
In fact, yes.
You know, there are unknown unknowns, and we are in the pocket of the unknown unknowns.
That's right.
And that means we stay. And this is really the test of skepticism right here. How good a skeptic are you? You may think that being a good skeptic is just about knowing your logic, knowing your logical fallacies. But what it is also is character and being able to hold your water when trouble comes knocking at your door. That's what it is. So we're doing a lot of wait and see tonight. And what does that mean? That means we wait and see. And we talk about whatever the crap Chris is putting through his mouth hole right now.
Yes. I'm in hide and watch mode.
You're you're in duck and cover under your desk eating your burritos.
Yeah, licking the plate.
So you jump in between chats so you can talk to everyone. Big family. Very, very good. Very good. I'm glad to hear that.
That's cool. Thank you all for watching. I've been looking over at the thing we've had in the 40s watching for hours. Thank you people for watching us and watching us and joining us on this election night. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. And we've had a great group of people on as guests, the last one being Dan Arrell. And I feel that there's a calm. There's now a calm in the later innings of this game that we're in, Chris.
Do we have more guests coming?
No, brother. This is it. If we get any more guests, interwebs that want to come on and hang with us, basically.
Suckers.
Right.
Well, John Peterson may come back if Nokasuchi shows up. We can tell, hey, invite John back if John wants to come back.
Yeah. We are flexible in terms of people who might want to pop in. That's fine.
Right.
Because otherwise it's just us and John King with the big board telling us about 2016.
That's right. I've been switching back and forth. We may watch some Steve Karnacki. He tweaks a lot.
He twerks a lot? Is that what
tweaks?
You're saying?
Well, I've never seen him twerk.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
But they'll show him, like they'll have a thing. He's off the air. He's over there on the side of the set, and they're running a commercial. But they'll show him for some reason. You'll see it over on this other screen. They'll just like have it on him for some reason. I don't know why. That's gotta kind of get disconcerting. Every now and then you see him just like talking to himself, going over his numbers because he thinks nobody's watching him. As
who's watching? Who's doing that right now?
First time I ever saw that happen, I was a kid, I guess in my 15, 16, I was helping my older brother set up a satellite dish. and he was getting Larry King live, and they went to commercial. Well, if you were watching Satellite Dish, you didn't see the commercial. You got to keep watching Larry King, and he would just sit there, and he'd pop out his teeth, and he'd play with them and move them back and forth.
You know, at least he didn't do a tubing. At least he didn't have the camera drop, and you say, "Wow, Larry King."
Yeah.
That's not very kingly of you.
True enough. So I wonder if is he still alive, Larry King?
I believe he is still alive because he keeps doing. Yeah, so I'm just looking through my Facebook feed, and my friends are like, "Ugh, I can't stomach any more of this," and Florida is going to Trump, and all kinds of wacky chaos stuff happening here. But once again, it's about getting the votes in the mail, making sure all the counties put in their votes, and oh my fictitious God, Joe Biden, do not concede the race until they drag it out of your cold, dead hands.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah. No. So I don't know how long this is going to take. So what do you have in hard out, Andy? Or you in for the night? Or
no. You know,
depends on how much alcohol you can handle.
Well, I only had 2 beers, to tell you the truth, because I wanted to be fresh, Chris. I wanted to be fresh.
You've done a good job.
Fresh. I wanted to crush it and be fresh at the same time. So if anything, I might have another cup of coffee, depending on how late we roll with this in this chaos. I'll tell you this: it's going to be a later night than it was in 2016.
It's looking that way. Yeah,
it's going to be a later night.
Yeah.
So,
well, I may crawl over on the prison mattress and go to sleep.
On the prison mattress. That's great.
Hey, B family. Good evening. Almost said good morning.
It's going to be morning somewhere, right?
It is, and sooner than we had anticipated. Let's see what's going on over here.
Yeah, let's see what's going on. Allegheny County. You know, at a certain point, I don't know, we haven't talked about Hitler and Nazis, but let me go on to my World War II analogies here. At a certain point, it's like Hitler in the bunker in 1945 in August, trying to direct ghost divisions that don't exist of the Wehrmacht of the German army, trying to attack the Russians and everything. It's like, hey, there's no one here. There's no one that can actually do these fights that you want them to do. And we're not at that point with the Democratic Party, but there's smells of it coming from CNN, and I don't know how well they're actually educating people about Pennsylvania. There's going to be places in the county, important counties in the country, that aren't going to be counting their ballots for days, that we won't have firm totals in. And so we all got to calm down and be cool. Just like Fonzie.
Well, we won't know tonight, I don't think. We'll know quite a bit tonight, but as I said earlier, it'll be probably morning show fodder for the next few days as we catch up every day.
You know what I'm sad about, Chris? And let me tell you, I made all of these numbers out about my apocalyptic predictions about the electors, faithless electors. And it turns out it may not even boil down to this nightmare scenario. We might just have a nightmare. So that's funny right there.
Funny, huh? Well, maybe you should tell Joe Biden's camp about those dates.
I am sure that Joe Biden has been, or his camp has been putting, massaging their temples, especially now that it isn't a blowout. Because once again, if it was a blowout, yes. The thing is, if it was a blowout on election night, it would be much more difficult for Trump to cheat, right? So if everything was like, hey, look, man, he's like, Biden's up 10% across the country, and we have nothing to worry about. Let's go and smoke a bowl or whatever. I think I can say those words. Let's go out and smoke a bowl. Then we wouldn't have to worry about extra innings. Now we're worried about regulation play. We're not even worried about extra innings. We are talking about what goes on in regular play. And that is something that a lot of people did not expect. I didn't expect it.
Well, here we are. You know, again, if it is this America?
Well, once again, in terms of having our guests on, I would say that my greatest deficiency is not having a person of color on our show, because I go back to what happened in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost the election and Dave Chappelle hosted Saturday Night Live. And Dave Chappelle ran this great skit about he was hanging out with a bunch of white people on election night. Now, this is after, of course, Trump won the election. And all the white people are going, I can't believe our country's like this. Could it be that we live in a racist country? And Dave Chappelle's like, maybe. Well, he was obviously like, yes, that could be it. Now, Dave is hosting Saturday Night Live this week, too. And so it'll be interesting to see how things work out between now and next Saturday and what Dave's response is to the entire whatever shakes out, basically. Minnesota, hey, well, that's comforting, right?
Yeah. So they said it was going to Minnesota, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and something else. So we've already got 2 of the 4 they mentioned. Trump might get Pennsylvania.
That's
That'll
a disaster.
leave us Wisconsin.
That would not be good. I mean, it's still winnable, but once again, you're getting closer to the idea that you are really in the red zone on your own 20-yard line there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're in deep trouble if that's your path to victory, is hoping on Hawaii. That's your last bit of hope there.
Yeah, well, if Hawaii is what does it, yeah. But man, I tell you, I'm not keen to want to have it come that close. You know, Trump will get it by the Supreme Court.
Free Thought Prophet in the chat. At least he is here on, I think it's my channel. Yeah, it is on my channel, Free Thought Prophet. You can, Seamus, you can always come back on. I know you can hear me. Of course, you may not want to see the whole meltdown here, or the non-meltdown. Mr. Oh, look at you smiling and having a good time, brother. Look at you.
I was going to say, and I won't think less of either one of you if you don't want to take yourselves to this. This is a family show, so I'm just saying, if you want, you could spice it up and we could bring in messenger reveals to really give us the Trump the Trumper perspective.
I'd prefer not. Now I would not blame you, Nokasuchi, if you would want to bounce and go argue with Christians on that. Totally, dude. I totally get that. And we can just do our bag here.
No,
Totally.
I'm messing with you too. He had said something earlier because I took a few minutes AFK, went and checked on my daughter and used the bathroom. He had said something earlier, and I was just kind of like, yeah, what do you guys think about that? Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Messenger now, if tomorrow I'm going to be having an open room, I'm sure, at a normal time. Yeah. Come on in and give me what you got tomorrow when we have more information, my dude.
Yeah, there you go. There you see more about those counted ballots that you were talking about. And I gotta say, I don't know if Messenger would be willing to say this or not. I'm willing to say this. I thought we were going to have a blue wave. We did not have a blue wave yet, at least in what we've seen. He said we were going to have a red wave. We've not had a red wave. It's been like a couple of equal waves so far. 2 equal for me.
If
I'm
anything,
not comfortable with it.
Yeah, if anything, it's looking oddly similar to 2016. And I would like to see now, because Michigan is obviously into its early vote now. I would like to see that Trump lead tighten up here a lot sooner than what I'm seeing. So, but it's still way too early for me to be in panic mode, right? So, I think a couple of my friends might be a little worried at this point, but I'm not worried yet.
Wait. Let me look. Check my clock. Yep. It's panic mode for me. Yes.
Is it panic mode? Is that the time, Chris?
Just looking. It happens to be that time.
Well, you did say 9:15, and now it's 9:22. Your time. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a little panicking, but I gotta say though, I don't think I ever would have thought I would be saying this, but Nokasuchi, when you speak, your words are soothing. They're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be okay. Don't worry.
It's because I don't drink anymore. This is my first election. I'm not drinking. I'm like sitting here, not freaking out. Like if I was drunk right now, I'd probably be like punching holes in the wall and shit. Like we've been streaming for how long now? Let me go over there and look.
Yeah,
over 7 hours.
Well over 7 hours. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I think we're some troopers. I think we're some troopers.
Or we're masochists. That's what we are.
Bit of both. Well, you know, Andy. I mean, Andy's like taking 2 5-minute breaks.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah,
Well,
so he's
you
the
know,
trooper, really.
If Jack Maturka was here, he would say that my ability to perform goes up dramatically the amount of crap that actually occurs. So on the graph, bad stuff happens. I do get a bounce of energy, and it's like, oh wow, maybe I should wake up, and maybe I should say funny things, and maybe offer some help, or at least distract people with glittery things. I don't know. He's got a trucker's bladder. B family. Yes, I do.
There you go. My wife has a bladder the size of a thimble. Really tiny.
Well, you know, to tell you the truth, Chris, you know, a lot of our guests were basically my guests too. It's like I couldn't really bounce out with a lot of people who I know. And I haven't seen Dan Arrow for years. Well, it hasn't been years, but it's been months since I've seen Dan. It's always good to see Ian and Jack and everybody else. So this has been a lot of fun for me to. I mean, and I know this sounds horrible, right? But this entire streaming experience, it's better than it was in 2016. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm in a much better emotional place right now.
Well, I know I've thoroughly enjoyed it, just because it's brought a lot of new guests to my channel, and my hardcore fans, my hardcore people have stuck through it pretty much through the whole thing. So they got to meet new people that they've never seen before in a different element. So yeah, I've thought it's been great all night long.
Yeah, I think it's cool watching your people interact with my people in the main chat.
Yeah,
big chat. That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
and thank you to all of Nokasuchi's people, all you wonderful and creepy people over on Nokasuchi's channel. Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you for welcoming us into your days and evenings. And Andy's channel too. Andy's got like 10 or 11 folk over.
No,
we've been dragging them through the night.
I think it's because of our glowing personalities. That's what it is.
I think that's what it is. Yeah. I need to. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Florida 2020, just a dumpster fire that you expected.
yeah, no surprise there. 29. So have they already called it though?
It's just so damn disappointing that Florida, the state that might suffer some of the greatest climate change effects in the country. I mean, take the Western fires that Florida has, you know, the ocean swallowing them up, and still they vote for the party every damn time that denies climate change.
They're voting for the party that's trying to sacrifice them to a virus.
Yeah.
All these elderly folk. Yeah.
Well, you know, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. When I was an undergraduate doing psych work, I heard about the Freudian concept of the death instinct, Thanos, the death instinct, and I said, "Oh, that doesn't exist. That's not real. People don't have a hidden desire to die." Wrong. That's what this is. It's just wrong.
And you know, like with these numbers coming in from Georgia, we're at 70% now, and such a huge lead. When you know, the polls are wrong. Like, I get that. The polls are wrong. But, like, the mood on the ground this morning in Georgia was enthusiasm. The black vote was really turning out. And to me, this sparks of just, I don't know, something's going on in Georgia that I think really the national spotlight needs to be shined there and figure out.
Election tampering?
Yeah, I mean, the governor is an atrocious man. I can't remember his name right now.
Yeah,
he's guilty. Like, the suppression of the vote is real in Georgia, and we need to figure out what is going on in Georgia.
Well, we can't figure it out. I mean, who's going to figure it out? The Danes, the Dutch. You know,
definitely, it definitely won't be Donald Trump. So
it will not be the federal government under Donald Trump, right? So in theory, you know, if you know. if we had a functioning federal government, and let's face it, a functioning federal government has been the only thing keeping certain states in check in terms of voter suppression, and it has been the only thing. And now with the court, gutting the Civil Rights Act or the Voting Act, it's a different world, and this could be the world that we're in. This could be it. That welcome to Christian theocracy, fascism, however you want to call it. We could be, depending on how things look in a week, this could be an acceleration of that drive towards The Handmaid's Tale, basically. And I don't think I'm overreacting to this in any way when I say that, is that if Trump wins, we are definitely on track for being closer to a Christian version of Saudi Arabia than we are to being Western Europe.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, fortunately, when it comes to the Supreme Court, I don't think he can do any more damage unless, he could replace, I think at this point, a Republican. But the rest of the Democrats or the liberals that's on the court, they're rather young, I do believe. Maybe I'm forgetting one of them. I can't remember. I think they're rather young.
Yeah.
That still leaves the federal judges and the atrocities that are happening there.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's just going to continue.
I'll just say this: I was looking at an article that was basically pointing out about what are the things that Donald Trump could do in his second term, and basically it's an acceleration of what he has been doing, which is basically gutting out or taking over more federal positions. So in other words, there are a lot of lifetime bureaucrats and bureaucratic positions that are non-political. Donald Trump would make those political and something that he would have direct control over. So in a lot of the federal agencies, which you have just regular apolitical bureaucrats running, if he made those positions political, he would have greater control over the executive branch than he does now, because he hasn't completely consumed the executive branch. If he has a second term, then there's a good chance that he just devours or takes over the entirety of the executive branch.
Well, I could say something right now that would give both of you nightmares tonight. So I don't think.
No. This is the place of nightmares.
All right. So imagine this. What if because the left were just so damn bad at getting out a good narrative or shooting ourselves in the foot. What if we jumped the gun on expanding the court, and now we put that narrative out there, and Trump wins, and they get the Senate?
Why would they do it? They already
What
control
if
the
they
court.
expand the court and then put two more extreme Republican judges on it before we can do it ourselves?
I don't see why they would do that, though. I mean,
it would help to solidify.
They're insane.
Because they're insane. Oh, I like that.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Because they can.
They
That's
swing
why.
for the fences when we should be swinging for the fences.
Yep.
I mean, we gave them the idea. Why not?
Yeah.
Damn. Hopefully, no Republicans just saw that, because I don't want to give you the idea. So I shouldn't have said it.
I'm sure they've thought of all the horrible scenarios that we have tonight, and are already thinking about moving chess pieces in play to make those things happen.
Like, fuck, man. Like, what's in the cheese in Wisconsin? Like, I got to stop looking at this map.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, we kind of figured. Of course, again, we'll see what happens with the mail-in voting and all this.
Yeah.
But I mean, if this kind of incompetent conservative president who literally kills over 200,000 of his own people and just drops the ball at every corner, if this president can be reelected against, then there's no point in voting again. There's no point. No point. None.
What I think it's worth saying is that when we have been talking about the country turning into a third world nation and turning into a banana republic, we should now realize that events happen and we don't know when they happened, but we turned into a banana republic and a third world nation a long time ago before this.
Well, yeah.
And
we've
so,
been becoming it. We've been calling it for
well,
years.
if Trump wins tonight, then we will have to look back over the last, I don't know, 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, 15, 20, I don't know, and then try to figure out, when did it happen? When did this happen? Because we would be really in the camp of Banana Republic, third world nation, and this isn't confirming it. This is a deepening of it if Trump wins tonight. Yeah.
I remember the good old days when I didn't worry about politics at all. I don't like politics.
You know,
I really don't.
When
This nightmare train we've been on for the past 4 years made me care.
I am interested in human behavior. Once again, I've worked with, I've worked in the human service field for 25 years. I have a degree in psychology, and I think politics for me, as well as history, are just fields that I am intrigued with human behavior and how our species act under certain conditions. So that's why I'm interested in politics, to tell you the truth. And call me old-fashioned, but I still believe in Enlightenment. I believe Enlightenment values are the values that help our species go forward. I grew up watching Cosmos when I was 7 years old, watching Carl Sagan basically talk about Enlightenment values. I believe, and I think the data shows, that Enlightenment values are the things that help move us along as a species, make our lives better, make us less stupid, less ignorant, less scared. And so, we might be taking a dark turn. We may not be, but if we are, then that doesn't stop my belief that Enlightenment values are the values that we should be holding on to.
Right. Well, you're awful chipper.
Manic is the word we're talking about. Manic. Manic.
True enough.
It's about as close as it gets.
I tell you, I did a thing today. I made a new shirt. Since this is what we're talking about,
we can talk about anything. We are beyond the veil here. We can talk about anything you want.
I made a new shirt. There you go. It's about I can even put it up. Beat this, my homies. GOP conservatives, hypocrisy as a political philosophy.
Yep.
Love it. It's fantastical.
There you go. I like the fantasticals.
Rip you up. So I'm going to start working on. Of course, it doesn't matter now. I mean, things are changing. If Trump wins this election, we thought, well, there was this notion, I guess, that Trump would lose the election, then contest it and fight, and would be in a civil war.
That was my prediction. Wrong.
Now, what if Trump wins?
Well, maybe I'm right. I mean, the thing is, we don't know. We don't know. Chris, you want to just put it on? You want to just give us some volume on CNN, just see what they're talking about?
Yeah, let's see how this goes here. Give them some airtime.
Yeah,
to
give
really
them some
get a
airtime.
clear sense of what is going on. So, yeah, we're asking for patience, but I also think that it's important for people to recognize that this is kind of the opposite of what we were seeing earlier in the night, when we were getting a lot of mail votes from states like Florida, and it was looking okay for Biden. Now we're getting a lot of election day votes from those states, and those are going to benefit Trump. We just have to wait and see. We can't even say really what is happening in some of these counties because the percentage of the vote is so low, you can't draw any real conclusion.
And just to underscore what we're all saying is the early votes in Michigan, Wisconsin, and especially Pennsylvania are the votes that we expected to be counted last.
Right.
Particularly in Pennsylvania, because that's the law for some reason in Pennsylvania. And so,
well, the Democrats tried to change it.
They did.
And the Republicans in the legislature wouldn't let them for whatever reason. That's
I think
the
we know
fact.
the reason.
Well, whatever it is, that's the reason. They're counting now. It takes a long time. I don't know if this feels like 2016 when Donald Trump pulled this huge upset and surprised everybody, or it feels like 2018 where Democrats actually had a really good night. It just took longer than a night.
But Jake, I want to go back to something that you said at the beginning of the night, and you keep saying, which is, it feels like 2020 because, meaning it's not.
He made a good point there.
going
Yeah,
into
go ahead.
tonight.
What do you think?
Most
Well,
of
yeah,
these
I mean, he made a really
battleground
good point there. You can keep
states,
playing it,
the
but like
candidates
that was just a really good point. That's a tale of two elections that were very similar and eerily different at the same time. And right now, we could be in either one of those two elections. We just don't know.
You don't know. Exactly. There's a lot of things you don't know until you know. And now you
That's
don't
what Andy
know.
said. Andy said that. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this isn't going to be one of those things this is going to be easy, I guess, either way, huh?
It is not
Damn it.
going. No.
But that's the whole
It's
thing.
going to be
though.
a damn
If
dogfight.
If Trump wins the election, how did he win this election after doing so horrible?
How does it even come so close? Like, how are the polls so wrong? Like, it is upsetting. It's upsetting.
So, I mean, again, why? If it's not corruption, then what? What's the deal here? You know,
Well,
I mean, is it
we
just
need to
dog
look at it.
whistles? Maybe America is just what it is. Maybe this is just what America is. It's
a bunch of damn idiots.
Knuckleheads. That's what it is. Knuckleheads.
And you know, let them
we don't teach civics anymore. You know,
we don't teach science. We don't have for a lot of states. We don't teach reasoning, skepticism.
Yeah.
We don't teach those things.
Texas hasn't been called yet, I don't think. Critical Cripple, but it's probably going to go to Trump.
Yeah, more than likely.
No, I am serious. The healthy heretic. How are the polls so wrong? No, like they had 4 years to figure this shit out. I don't think I personally don't think that the polls were that wrong. I think that other shit's at play here, and I would like to know what the lawyers are doing right now in each individual state. Yeah. What ballots are being? I'm sure that there's a war going on right now over ballots that we're not even hearing about.
There needs to be.
You know, so I mean, it's. You know, I don't think they had 4 years to figure it out, just like the government had 4 years to do something to shore up our election system and make it safe from outside interference. The government did nothing, and obviously the pollsters did nothing either. So.
The pollsters did try. I read earlier that they tried to change the way that they weighted their polls to include people who were less educated and who didn't have college degrees. However, depending on how it all shakes out, we don't know. Because once again, in some states, I mean, Florida was still close. I mean, there was a good chance of Biden winning, and he still may win it. But I think a lot of it was still within the margin of error, to tell you the truth. In terms of Florida was still one of the light blue, very light blue states that the 538 predicted.
I think I'm down to just pretty much trolls left in my side chat. The repubs are lapping it up right now, but again, and they're saying we have egg on our face. No, we've said this all along. We'll see who has egg on the face tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be when we actually know all this information. You guys are jumping the gun early. And we'll see what happens. So
yeah. I'm rooting for what you say. I love what you say there, Nokasuchi. I hope you're right. Let's just stop for a moment and set aside the fact that that's hopefully possible. The fact that we are as tight as we are right now is egg on my face. Yeah.
Well,
yep. I am that ashamed of this country.
I just want to let you know about what I think right now. I think that there's still... Okay. That I want to tell you that there is still a chance that my nightmare scenario occurs. That Biden is able to close the gap, gets 270 votes, and then it boils down to Donald J. Trump bringing the election down to the House of Representatives, and that he has a straight vote and wins the election that way without winning the Electoral College and without winning the popular vote. Call me a bright-eyed optimist, but this is still a chance.
Yeah. Well, see, that's kind of what I'm saying here about that's what you were saying, I guess, Nokasuchi, about your guy. There's no big red wave. There's not a big red wave. I mean, it's kind of an even, that's the unfortunate about it. I mean, it's not a big, it's not a big blue wave. It's not a big red wave. It's a big.
What we're seeing is the country split along ideological lines. And it's very divisive. Somebody in my chat said, well, we don't like being called a transphobe and a racist. But I'll call you what you are, and that's a fascist.
Yeah.
Because whether or not you understand what the term means, you support that now. So I mean, I'll call you that because that's what you are, pure and simple. And it's my, I am somebody that will fight against fascism. So, for me, if it turns out really bad tomorrow and Trump wins and they have the Senate, well, then the real fight truly begins. And then I think it's time to really get dirty with it. Honestly, it's time to stop playing the high ground and start kicking them in the balls.
That was 2 years ago. Really, I mean,
if
we lose, and I wouldn't be surprised if we lose. There's any number of ways that we've been talking about that we could lose through hacking or hook or crook.
Well, and there's no doubt that if the Democrats lose again to Donald Trump, once again, it's time to blow up the motherfucking party. I'm cursing. Sorry, we got to that point. We got to that point.
This is the late night show here now. All rules.
If the Democrat, for 2 years for 2 elections in a row, you cheated our guy, the guy that had the energy, the guy that was drawing the crowds like Trump does, and you brought in Sleepy Joe, and you gave us Crooked Hillary. It's time for you guys to go. It's time for us to go. It's time for us, the left.
It's too late for that, unfortunately.
It's time to blow it up. To hell with them. To hell with the Democratic Party.
I will tell you this: the good thing about one of the brilliant things about Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War is that he just fired people. If you were a general and did not fight, it might took him some time because he wanted to make sure, but he just fired people. They were just Union general after Union general came up, took charge of the Army of the Potomac. Did not do well, you got fired until you got someone that could do the job. That's what we should have done in 2016. If you blew it out of the water, if you didn't win with Hillary Clinton, then there should have just been a clean slate, bring up new blood, people who were hungry, people who were new, but that is not what happened.
Even if Biden wins, they made the same damn mistake. We could have had that blue wave. We should have had that blue wave.
Yeah.
But they gave us Biden. There's no energy at the top of the ticket. And as I said several times on this program, no grassroots. Trump had grassroots and we had none. They were sending out damn text messages. My phone has been blown up for 2 weeks now because the damn Democrats are afraid to go knock on doors. That even if Biden wins, that bit them in the ass tonight.
Yeah. I remember you talking about that. We talked about that a couple of times on the morning show. Is about how Democrats didn't really do the knock on the door campaign, which
I remember that.
And I'm not saying that is a salient variable because I don't know if it is or not. But it would be nice to have just taken that off the table in terms of possible ways how they screwed up. It would be nice.
Right.
Maine.
Well,
they were predicting that Maine would be
probably
going.
expected. Yeah, expected to be. No surprise there. Well, a lot of what we're saying is that I think we're all true in that this is any defeat here could be landed solely on the shoulders of the DNC. Now, somebody was talking about hacking. I thought it was my channel. I thought it was some jerk, so I blocked him. And then I realized it was Nokasuchi's channel. Sorry, Nok. But we actually did have Russian hacking, attempting to hack in the election in 2016. We have investigations that were intentionally quashed by Trump, talking about those very the hacking instances. And now Trump has taken, the FBI has said there's no effort to protect our elections across this country. There's nothing stopping Putin from attacking our nation. So don't start with this hacking crap with me. Yeah, the Trump is working with Putin to hack our elections. There's no doubt about that. You just need to carry your stupid, ignorant ass on. Sorry, Nok, if I'm...
Oh no, Sunflower is a troll, and he likes to push buttons. And like I said, they're lapping it up right now, and they're lapping it up when Biden is leading 192 to 114. So I mean, I think that they're the ones that's going to end up with egg on their face here. I really do. And again, the Senate is still up in the air. I mean, it's right now it looks bleak, but we said this all night. We have expected that. That's how it was supposed to look. If it didn't look anything, if we weren't going to get that like blowout tonight, regardless, it was going to come tomorrow. We're not going to get the blowout, but we can still get that Senate and we can still get that executive office. So these people, they're trying to trigger us, but trust me, I still got that grin on my face. I am good right now.
The last thing that I'm going to do is get intimidated by a bunch of kids jerking off in their parents' basement, because that's all trolls are. And so I am not going to get intimidated by a pack of wannabes, basically.
Right. Well, again, leading back to the whole thing, let's go on with the whole Trump wins. Let's just do that. Trump wins.
Sure.
We've been talking about this for months. The possibility of Biden, but that Biden was the weaker character, and then the DNC. I want to know, does it matter? I really want to know who controls the DNC, because our last hope at democracy dies tonight because of them.
Well, I mean,
and I think they're sold out. Well, I mean, all right, tomorrow night. Sorry, Nokasuchi. Dies tomorrow night.
The establishment owns the DNC. We had our chance. Keith Ellison, I believe, was robbed in that election when he went up against, I believe his name is Perez. And Perez was an Obama administration establishment stooge. Keith Ellison should have won that election. And they gave him this honorary co-chair that meant absolutely nothing. But they pretend at unity with us, the left, while they can continue to be conservative, moderate, right-wing people, oligarchs, tools of the establishment, not willing to rock the boat, and it's time to get rid of it's Pelosi, Schumer, these establishment Democrats. It's time to blow up the House. All right, we gave you, like I've said this all along. Joe Biden was.
Do that?
It was your last one with me. I'm not giving you any more votes. You're not going to have my support, and you have failed the American people. You're not the party of the people. You're the party of the light Republican, and nobody wants that.
Right.
Well, it's difficult to get passionate over skim milk. I drink skim milk, but I'm not passionate about it.
I truly believe that there has been a surge of socialism in this country, and that socialists needs to come together, because there are more of us than the moderates. We need to form our own political party. It has been done. The Republican Party, Lincoln and I mean, they weren't a major party. They became one because they won an election.
They took over the Whigs. The Whigs were once a party, and the Republicans basically took them over.
It can be done, and that's the route. You have to blow it up from the inside. We try to do it the fair way. Now it's time to do it like it's time to really fight for it, because they don't play fair, and they don't even acknowledge us, and they don't even try to placate us. Like what the guest said earlier about Joe Biden running away from defunding the police. Don't run away from it. Explain it better.
Yep.
Explain it better.
Yeah,
Well, the whole deal about calling it the defunding the police is inaccurate to begin with.
We need to explain shit better. Because they'll say three words that are a lie, and people will believe them.
Well, I would say this. I mean, I said it with Bernie too during the primaries. It's like when people asked him how he was going to pay for it, the automatic response should be, there is always money. There is always money to pay for this. There's money for wars. There's money for tax breaks for the rich. There is always money for these programs. It's as simple as that.
We just pulled $6 trillion out of our ass, and then they just pretended like we couldn't pull any more out of there.
Yeah.
And most of that money went to rich people, the owning class. I mean, it's time. It's really time.
I know.
The Trumpers are going to have their fucking, they're having their field day tonight, but they're on the side of the oligarchs too. I had this conversation earlier. Like, how can you possibly say that Donald Trump is not the establishment when he was born with that silver spoon in his mouth, when he has always been an oligarch and has never been anything but? And you're going to sit here and say that he represents you, a guy that makes fucking minimum wage?
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
I'm ranting.
No, good. Right. Yeah, that is fine, man, because ranting is acceptable here.
Ranting is good. Yeah.
Ranting
gets us through. You're not wrong. Yeah. I don't know though. I'm very frustrated with the situation. I think now you're like, outside of the whole burn it down thing. But, we had riots. I don't see how we could get more riotous in our nation. And yet we lost to this jerk off who
Virginia
evaded
is
after.
officially for Joe Biden, by the way. Just
Yay, Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia.
Is that good?
Expected. Yeah, that's not bad.
Expected. Okay.
It's not
Well,
bad.
I'm not talking riots. I'm talking like a complete exodus of the Democratic Party. All the leftists.
Yeah.
It's time to leave. Stop paying your dues. I don't know if you guys pay dues, but I actually pay dues here in Michigan.
Yeah.
And no longer. It's time for an exodus. If we are the power of the party, and they have abused us for too long, they've ignored us for too long. Election after election after election. Barack Obama was supposed to be that progressive president, and he was a damn liar and played us for fools. So I mean, I'm sick of the DNC. If they lose tonight, it was their last chance with me anyway.
It was, yeah.
Well, arguably,
there won't be an election in 4 years.
This was the last. Yeah, I don't want to be histrionic on this, but you have to ask yourself: was this the last chance for the Democrats to actually stay a legitimate force in the country? Because this could have been the last chance. This could be it.
I'm not sure if it's the last chance, but it should have been the easiest damn chance they had.
It should have been. Absolutely.
and only the Democratic Party of the United States of America could have blown that. Again, they did it in 2016, and if it happens again, we're going to go down in the history books, and it's not going to be Trump was atrocious. It was going to be the opposite. The opposition was feckless and meant nothing.
Feckless without a spine. But we have all those mail-in ballots. I am more than happy to poo on the DNC as much as as much as anybody else.
I'm ranting, but I'm still smiling and I'm still optimistic.
This is fantastic, to tell you the truth. I'm not unhappy with that.
Well, see, now they've given Texas and Florida officially to Trump.
Well, this is the 2016 map that they're showing right here.
Oh,
at least on CNN. So hey, yeah, relax.
Well, they're saying 223 to 204 on Fox.
Well, that's Fox. That's Fox.
No. Well, yeah. Well, even in Fox, though, one of Nokasuchi's trolls was saying, of course, it's a lie, right? Fox is already calling it with Biden or Trump into the way, blah 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 blah, and then our people had to correct them that they're not really doing that. So anyway.
Yeah, the map I'm looking at has Donald Trump is pulling away in Texas. He's at 52%. Joe Biden is at 46.6%, but it has not been called on the map that I'm looking at, and only 78% reporting as of right now.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he won Texas, though. I mean, that's not no shocker there.
I mean, I think that in our blue dreams that we were hoping.
Yeah.
We just want it to be competitive in Texas and Georgia. If it's competitive, that's a victory for us. Georgia is Joe Biden is starting to catch up a little bit in Georgia with 76% reporting. He's starting to make up some ground there. Donald Trump is edging a little bit ahead in North Carolina, but it's still very, very close with only 94%, still 6% out. Going to depend. I think I heard mention of the Grand Rapids and Winston-Salem votes being out. Those are city areas in North Carolina. I know North Carolina well. Those should go for Biden, so maybe that will tighten up there. Pennsylvania, 54% reporting. Trump is in the lead, but again, we won't get a lot of those early votes until tomorrow. Ohio, Trump is going to win that shit. Without a doubt, and that's disappointing because that was supposed to be at least close, and it's not at this point with 94% reporting. So that's a disappointment in Ohio. And again, this is why Michiganders hate Ohio. It's not just Ohio State, but they're dumb.
So I want to talk about what Nate Silver said on the 538 Live blog. Just speaking hypothetically, if Trump wins Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, but Biden wins Arizona, Biden is a 80% favorite in our scenario generator. There's still 6% chance of an electoral college tie, though. So, once again, if Trump wins Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, but Biden wins Arizona, Biden is still an 85% favorite in our scenario generator, though there is a 6% chance of an electoral college tie. Chris, if there's an electoral college tie, who wins the election?
The president.
The president.
Yeah.
All right, we all passed the quiz.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous about Wisconsin. I really am. What is in the cheese?
Yeah.
You give us the Packers, and now you might give us Trump. What is wrong with you, Wisconsin?
Yeah. Well, we'll get to find out, though. I mean, you know, we always say that things will be really bad if they get into office and blah blah blah. So if he wins, we'll get to find out if we're right. At the expense of a lot of people.
Lads, I'm gonna head out for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
If he wins, how long before Joe Biden's arrested?
Well, if he wins, it won't matter.
But
So
I don't think
he'll care.
I think he'll do it to placate and to say he was right.
You think? Yeah, maybe he will.
And then, you know, so the fascism can begin. Then he can just start really going after
Arresting all
anybody
of them.
that says anything bad about him, you know?
Yep.
You said
We'll just
that
have to
same-
see. Of course, he won't do that. That's crazy talk. You know, of course, again, it was on our show that I predicted months ago that he would threaten to arrest his political opponents. No, he would never do that, never do that. And yet, he started to, you know, a few weeks before, a month, I guess, before the election. Let's see what this thing here says. It's got words, I think. If you're going to...
The presidential race still up in the air right now with crucial battlegrounds still too early to call, too close to call. Here's where the fight for electoral votes stands right now. Take a look at this. 205 electoral college votes for Biden right now. That's what Biden has right now. You need 270 to win. It's a very, very important race right now. Let's take a look at the key race alert right now. In Pennsylvania right now, 51% of the estimated vote is in. Donald Trump has 56.5% to 42.1%. For Biden, he's got a lead of more than 500,000 votes right now, but 51% of the estimated vote is in. Still plenty of votes outstanding. In Michigan, still plenty of votes outstanding as well. 48% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 54.4%. Biden has 43.8%. Trump is ahead by 289,000 votes. In Wisconsin, 61% of the vote is in. Trump has 105,000 vote lead over Biden, 51.6% to 46.8%. In Arizona, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 53% to Trump's 45% in Arizona. 207,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump in Arizona. As we follow some of those crucial undecided races, we're getting closer and closer to another poll closing just minutes from now. Voting ends in Hawaii. 4 electoral votes are at stake out of the 270 needed to win this contest. Let's go back to John King over at the Magic Wall. John, right now Trump has 114 electoral votes. Biden has 205.
Right, and so you just mentioned we're going to get Hawaii at the top of the hour, and you know it would be a shock if this went any way other than that. So we'll just do that, and we're going to wait for Alaska, but we assume that will go red. So let's assume here, then you get Joe Biden to 209, right? And so we're from there. Again, we're not done here yet, and we're not done here yet. But that's what it looks like it's trending there.
Hawaii is too early to call, by the way.
Hawaii is too early to call. I'm just saying I expect that's where we end up, right? It would be a huge surprise. It would be a huge surprise otherwise. And if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that. You're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around. And again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't think I've ever been past 11 o'clock on a presidential election night and having not called the state of Rhode Island. That's Connecticut. We'll come back in there. It's a little small. My fingers don't quite get in there. I started my career in Rhode Island, and I never thought we'd get past 11 o'clock before we call it. It's just that's the year we're in, right? But we expect that goes Democratic. So then you're looking at the map, right? Virginia's now back in the Democratic fold. You're in the Biden campaign. You can't count on this anymore. You weren't counting on it, but your hope has gone away. Your hope is fading. You're not sure about Georgia. There's a lot of votes out in Metro Atlanta. So let's play this one out. We'll just wait a little bit and be patient. But again, you're back in this place here, right, where you expect that if you're the Democrats, you think you're going to get most of Maine, but I'm going to take away this congressional district and just put it back in the toss-up. Maine, one of those states that does it. Just let's take this away. Let's be cautious and see what happens. And again, I'm looking at the Biden math, right? Because the president starts at 270. Joe Biden starts at 306. Joe Biden has to subtract to take it away. And so you're looking at the map now. Where else do you go? It gets you back right here again. Now, again, we assume we haven't called this yet. We assume that's going to go there. right? And let's just see. We're waiting on Iowa, but the expectation is that that goes there. So if these all stay, right, and this is the wild card. I'm going to do this last because, again, we're a lot of votes waiting. So any Democrat in Georgia is going to get mad at me right now. It's just a hypothetical. We're having a hypothetical right here. We expect the president will end up with Alaska, Idaho. Montana's interesting right now, but again, the expectation is it's going to go there. So we got some congressional districts here we're waiting on. And so then where do you get, right? You've got 1, 2, and 3 in the congressional district. So we're going to wait those out. Just remember that you sort of have three off to the side as you go through these big 3 states right here. At 243 and 246, essentially, if you get this, you're knocking at the door, right? You get this, then you need one of these, right? If this one, let's just leave this one off the board. We think it's going to be the slowest to count, right? If we're waiting on that, bang, bang, 269, then we're into the congressional districts, right? So then do you get that one? Do you get one of those? That would get Joe Biden there without Pennsylvania. If you flip it around and you're the president of the United States, you think, can you get this back? The polls looked iffy, but again, 259, 56, that's where we're in, okay? These are hypotheticals, but that's where we are. That's where it looks like we're going into the night with those 2 or 3 states out there, a couple of congressional districts in hand-to-hand combat.
We got a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Ohio. Beats Biden in Ohio, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. That's a big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With that, Biden still has 205. Trump has 132. 270 needed to win the presidency. Biden still ahead 205, 132. We're watching this very closely. Let's get a key race alert and see where things stand right now. All eyes on Arizona right now. 76% of the estimated vote is now in, and Biden still has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45%. For Trump, that's 11 electoral votes in Arizona right there. 76%, John, of Arizona is now in.
And so, again, it's not there yet, but that would be the flip, right? We're looking at this map right now. We're starting to fill it in. Nothing has changed from 2016 as of now. So both campaigns sort of in their building blocks. This is where they figured you would be. Now, again, the Biden campaign was hoping, right? Hoping for an opportunity here, an opportunity here, an opportunity here. We just took one away. They thought they had a chance. Remember, Joe Biden went to Cleveland Monday morning. Closer, a lot closer than it was last time, but a Trump win there, we project. And so you're looking at this map. So this one, they're leading in. That's a Clinton state they expect to get. So again, in the Biden campaign, you came into the night dreaming of getting this. It doesn't look that way. We still have some votes to count in Texas. But so if you take off the board, let's not count on that anymore. Take that off. We're still waiting. Take that off. Take that off again. We're back here where we knew we would be. And the question is, what else can change the math, right? So which, do you need the big one? Can you do it with the 26, 16, and 10? 16 Michigan, 10 Wisconsin. This is, you're sitting there now with your sheets, or that's all done digitally now. But some people like old school, even in the campaigns. They're sitting there with their paper, and they're going through this because you got one in the congressional district here, you got one here. The question for Maine, we haven't done Maine yet. I mean, Biden can pick some up in Maine if you turn this off and come here. The question is, do you get them all? I'm in the wrong thing there. There we go. Do you get them all, or do you just get, does the congressional district go back and forth? So that's where the interesting math is now. And normally, in a big race, it doesn't come down to this, right? You're not worried about one congressional district there and one congressional district here, but we have the potential to be in that. For challenge for Biden now is make sure you hold Nevada, clinch Arizona, and flip it, and then you get into the, then we get into the math as we go later through the night. And the issue is going to be, keep checking in on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to find out how much more are we going to get tonight, how much more will we get in the middle of the night. I think in all 3 states, we're likely to be having a tomorrow conversation. And the question is, what else do we get? Do we get everything else? And then, so where's the math when we go into the weight on these? And that's the calculation back and forth. And guess what? If you go into tomorrow, just without a doubt, then you're talking about lawyers, contested fights. Some of them perfectly normal, some of them perhaps outside of normal, because we've heard the President of the United States say repeatedly he thinks you should be able to finish counting an election tonight. It's not the way it works. It's just not the way it works. It never works that way. It was not going to work this way from the beginning this year because of the complexities of the pandemic voting. But it is one thing to watch. The President signaled he was going to do it. We're now at 12:06 a.m. on Wednesday. He has not done it. That's good. That's good. We should let the process play out. But as we get through this later, let's just see.
And in all 3 of those battleground states, the so-called blue wall so much of the outstanding vote are the early votes, which were skewing Democratic.
Right, they were. And again, I didn't have, Rhode Island still has not been called on that map too, which would be a couple of votes for Biden. Let's bring it over here. And just to look, and again, you know, this at this point, to people at home who've been watching all night long, this is getting a bit redundant. But as people tune in later in the night, it's just important to keep saying this. If you look at this map and you think it's after midnight, 56 to 42 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at first glance, you think, wow. But then think about it. Pennsylvania, no matter who wins Pennsylvania, it is not going to be a 14-point race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's just not going to happen. So what does that tell you? That this is an incomplete picture. Every vote in here is a real vote, but it's an incomplete picture. And so you look at places where the president is doing well, 72% of the vote is in here in Lancaster County. Very important to the president. You move up here to Lebanon County. It's a smaller county, but this is where the president, you know, this is where the Trump magic is running it up in these smaller counties, building 20,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there, but 95% of it is in. So if you're looking at this map right now and you're thinking, if you're a Democrat, okay, a lot of these Trump counties, a high percentage of the vote seems to be in, but come over here to this part of the state. Bucks County, 53%, so we're making some progress there. Biden holding the lead. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, up to 40%. We were in the 20s last time we checked, so we're getting some more votes. But again, look at 248,931, so just shy 249,000 for Joe Biden. He's leading Philadelphia County. Go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000 votes. So we just have to, that's simple math, right? Turnout is higher this year. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden right now is at 248,000. The president's numbers are much lower too. We just haven't counted many of the votes in Philadelphia County. And that includes when you move beyond out to Montgomery County. Again, might be 50% here. Look at the numbers there, 168,000 for Joe Biden now. Hillary Clinton won this county with 256. So there's just a lot of math to be done, right? You move down here, Chester County, Hillary Clinton had 141,000. You come up here now, we're at 73,000. That's about half, a little less than half, a little more than half, I'm sorry. So if you just bring it out, this is why we just need to be patient. And again, the key thing, if you're a Democrat and you're sweating this a little bit, number one, you know, most of your votes here have not yet been counted. This is your other big basket here. You're still at 17%. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden leading healthily, 98,000 votes. That's a healthy lead. You go back in time, Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. Joe Biden hopes to do better than her 4 years ago. We'll see if that turns out to be true, but we just simply know 260, just shy of 260, just shy of 370. You come here now, we just haven't counted a lot of votes. There's just a ton of votes yet to be counted, which means we're not done. So you pull it out and you wait, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So it's just deceptive. It's all real. These are all votes, but that's just deceptive because it's not a contextual lead because we're missing so many votes. And it's the very same story when you move over to Michigan. The challenge now is for the election officials in these states to be transparent, to do the best they can, you know, count as quickly as they can and be transparent about what is missing. But you just want to come down here and look again. This hasn't budged. This simply hasn't budged. Wayne County is Detroit and the suburbs around it. This is the building block for Democrats in the state of Michigan. Nearly 20%, 18% or more, depending on turnout of the statewide vote. You see Joe Biden at 147,000. You go back in time. This was a place where Hillary Clinton underperformed. Democrats wish turnout was higher, but still, she got 519,000 plus votes 4 years ago. The leader right there, right now, Joe Biden, 147,000 votes. So it just tells you, that's just one county. It just tells you we have a boatload of votes to count. And you come out here, let's move out to Kent, move out to the western part of the state. You're up to 60 here, right? 60% of the estimated vote. But 119,000, Donald Trump leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Democrats had hoped to make inroads here. Let's see if it stays red. But 119 at 54%. You come back 4 years ago, 148. So even in a place where they say they're up to 60, you just know it's under the 2016
Grand Rapids,
total.
a big city, to be a more blue city. But it's not. It's actually ran by Seventh-day Adventists. It's very, very conservative. So when they're saying we're trying to make inroads in Grand Rapids, we have been working hard on Grand Rapids, but it's taken a while. So that it's not surprising that Trump is doing well in that city. Right. It really isn't. So
I think what he was saying was that Trump's not doing as well as he did last time in that city. Though.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's good for us.
Yeah, and we are making inroads. We are battling the fundamentalist Christians that run that city, and it's also a city that's run by the DeVos family. So yeah, I mean, we are making inroads in that city, but that city is a red freaking haven. So it's not surprising. So if we can shore up and get better numbers than Hillary, that's going to bode well for Michigan. And as he was saying, Wayne County for Democrats is where it's at in Michigan. So we're waiting on a lot of Democrat votes to come in still.
Yeah, a lot. I think that was the point that he was trying to get across, telling us, don't go looking for bridges.
Yeah.
Because, there's still a lot of votes to come.
Messenger's telling me I should be worried. No, not yet. I know Michigan. And if Wayne County's in and Trump is still up 3 or 4 points, we're in trouble. But I am still feeling really good. And some of my friends are nervous, but they're still projecting optimism at this point. We'll see what they're saying in the morning when I wake up.
Yeah.
You just got to be able to hold your water.
Yeah.
Ultimately. And once again, we talk about the characteristics of what it makes a good skeptic. And one of it is just character. Being able to say and to live with this kind of nuanced environment, with this ambiguity, and say, well, I don't know. Let's play this out.
Yeah. Hey, 1964's in the chat. You finally made a show. Nice to have you with us. He leaves comments in the real comments down below after the show because he never gets to catch them. Nice to have you with us. I almost said this morning. Nice to have you with us this morning, but it's not morning. Well, it is for Andy.
It is morning. It's me. It's 12:13 a.m.
12:13, and we're going strong. I just put it in the chat. I think this is officially the longest stream I've ever had on the channel. No,
this is the longest I've either podcasted or on this channel.
Yeah, breaking records. Well, it took this to have it happen.
Breaking records. That's what we do here on the Daily Atheist Mornings morning show. Because we could go through this morning, we go to tomorrow morning. We just keep streaming until this gets resolved on Friday or in January.
Or whatever.
or whatever it does.
We just our little corpses here, and we'll just leave the stream going. Sort of like that stream I accidentally set going on your channel, Andy, that wouldn't shut off.
It would
3
not
days
shut
later,
off.
it's still going.
Yeah, just keeps rolling, man.
Craziness. Yep. So
well, the good thing is that all the guests we had on, like earlier, might want to come back on later on today. Who knows?
There
Maybe
you go.
they would. It's like, you're still streaming? Maybe I am. Maybe I am.
Maybe we are. We'll be seeing. I don't know. I don't know how far we're going to get tonight.
Well, there's gonna be a point that the bang to buck ratio might be. I don't know.
We can't take it up in the morning. We'll just pick it up in the morning and just go on from here.
Right.
We'll probably do that anyway.
Yep.
But I'll be all crying.
Nail
biter election.
Hey, remember Sammy Jenkins just dropping by.
For Trump, that was another one that was supposed to be close, and Democrats thought we had a shot in Iowa. So disappointment there.
Yep.
Yeah, Georgia. Joe Biden he's gotten it to within about 8 points. So I think we're gonna wake up tomorrow and we're gonna have information that's either gonna make us be really cheerful and smiling, or we'll be not.
Hopefully they'll be doing some counting.
The thing that made Joe Biden even this close to winning the election, because once again, I would say if it wasn't for COVID-19, he would have gotten rolled over.
Apparently, no. Apparently.
The thing is that the thing that has given Joe Biden a chance of winning the presidency, which is COVID-19, is the thing that's mucking all of this up. COVID-19, right? With mail-in ballots and waiting for Pennsylvania to count its mail-in ballots and all this other stuff. So we should at least take some kind of comfort in knowing that even though this is a pain in the butt that COVID-19 is thrown at us with all this voting irregularity in terms of counting of the ballots, this is the only reason why Democrats have a chance in 2020. This is it.
It's done. Yeah, it took all that, and still, that's the whole disappointing part. Yeah, even with all that. So,
well, it comes just to the realization that we are a third world country, and that we've been a third world country for I don't even know how long. I don't even know how long we have been, but we have been.
When it comes to Democratic presidents, you notice they got to be really, really charismatic. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, all this stuff. Then when it comes to conservative presidents, not so much. Trump, not charismatic. George Bush the Younger, as you like to call him, not terribly charismatic. George Bush the Older, not terribly charismatic. The Elder, yeah. Compared to these other people, if it's a Democrat, he's got to be just, werewolf in London, I guess.
Werewolf in London.
It's the Democrats are just really bad at organizing
everything.
They're
everything.
And they're so entrenched with protecting their donors instead of being that party for the people. And they had a chance after civil rights. They swung to the left, but we've won some wars. We've lost too many. I think we've been just for too long. We've allowed the establishment to get away with it, and we're seeing the effects of that. We're seeing how just the dumbing down of the educational system is really affecting the country, and the Democrats' lack of even caring to get out into these rural areas and try to make some roads into some of these neighborhoods that they don't even care if they don't even try to speak to these people. They just ignore them, and it's smacking them in the face election after election.
If I was in charge of the DNC, I would have a third party come in and or a group of people of different organizations, different companies come in and tell me, hey, I'm doing something wrong. I keep shooting myself in the dick. And you know what? It hurts. I want to know how to stop shooting myself in the dick. And I want you to tell me how to stop doing that. And I would just sit back and just to have an external source tell me how to stop screwing up.
Hey, you see what it says there? Biden to make a statement shortly? That's bothersome.
That's a problem. I hope it is just keep calm.
We're going to keep fighting. Yeah, don't
keep
worry.
Calm. It's okay. We got the situation under control. That's the only thing Biden should be saying right now.
That's it, yeah.
Well, yeah, and he's in the lead. So there's no concession coming. That's exactly what he's going to be saying. If he comes out and concedes, I'm like, it's time to really just revolt because obviously Putin got to Biden.
Oh, right. This is you're completely spot on with this. If Biden suddenly just says, "Oh well, nice try," then something happened.
Something's amiss. Something's amiss.
I remember there was this TV show back in the 80s or 90s, late 80s, early 90s, something, The Nowhere Man it was called. And this guy, he saw somebody do something in a bad place, saw like a governor's son do something. I don't know what it was. And like everywhere he went, his employers would all of a sudden just turn him out, or his own wife and children. Oh, I don't know who you are. Get away from me. I'm scared of you. And like everywhere he went, the government would get to these people all around him, and they would turn them like that. I thought, well, if you're so good at that, why don't you turn him instead of, and that's kind of how it seems in this case. It's just completely turned. What else talking about? Anyway, but it was good shit.
I do not remember
on the stream.
Our number, whatever we're on. Is this?
There was a point. I had a point.
You had a point. Anyway. That's right.
I don't know what that point was, but yeah, it's good stuff. Shut up, Chris. Somebody said
no. Keep talking, Chris. You're doing fine.
Yeah. Well, Georgia, we kind
of. I will tell you this, that I've had to do a text to one of my friends to be like, hey, it's okay. The night isn't this night isn't the whole story. Relax. We'll see how this plays out over the next couple of days. There are ballots to be counted.
Yes.
And
no bridges. What's going on here? Nail biter. Okay.
I hear someone drinking something. I don't know what.
I was pouring some fluids.
Fluids, I understand.
We don't normally drink carbonated sodas, but every now and then we do.
Sure.
Pretty rare, but we do. We had pizza. You said
I had Chinese food. I just have been noshing some Chinese food.
We did the Papa Murphy's. Got something different. It was hamburger pizza.
I do have to give credit to my girlfriend. When I went downstairs to steal some more Chinese food, she's like, "So when is it gonna end?" It's like, I don't know. I don't know when it's gonna end.
Right.
And
That's
so
true.
we walk into these things not knowing, right?
That's right.
You just walk in not knowing. We think we know, but
we think we know.
Yeah.
But we don't know. But we you know this old saying this one guy told me is like, we don't know what we don't know until we don't know it. Was that you?
I am an old guy, and I am your senior. It's hard to believe.
I guess you say, yeah, I guess that's true. Rub it in.
Yeah.
So Georgia went that way. We kind of knew Georgia. It's no surprise. I don't know why, and maybe I just don't know why. I don't know why CNN is dragging out the whole Florida and Texas thing. I don't think they're close enough to drag them out, are they?
Well, there are counties in Georgia that have to be counted, right?
Florida. I meant Florida and Texas.
In Texas, yeah. Well, I don't think anyone's called. I mean, anyone legitimate has called Texas, have they?
I don't know yet.
No, but I mean, Donald Trump is continuing to pull away. But with Florida, 96% reporting, Trump's up 3%. But it all comes down to it's one of those states that districts that matter. And Dade County, you could have you could have a few 100,000 votes out there for Biden still. So you just never know with Florida. You just never know.
Well, whenever it says 96% reporting, is that all of the mail-in voting has been counted too, or are we just talking about the in-person election voting?
I believe it's all.
Okay.
According to Michigan and Pennsylvania were the two states that really weren't counting votes, the early votes until after the votes today.
So tell me if I'm wrong on this. If my metaphor, if my analogy is correct. In the past, we only had to worry about Florida screwing up the election. Have we gotten to a point that we now have a metastasization of Florida? So now we have several Floridas running around.
It seems that way.
Messing things up. Because that's the vibe I'm getting over here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the vibe I'm getting. Is that we have now a legion of Floridas.
No, I think we've seen the far right seep in everywhere, and they've taken control of the narrative, and I think that they're really pushing it onto their children. You see that with, within the alt right, it's made up of angry young white dudes, right? So it's, we've got to fight these narratives, and we've got to be on the lookout because there's a lot of progress in the youth movement, but there's also a lot of toxicity, and there's underbellies of youth movements that people just aren't aware of. Or I get criticized for calling out MMA Jenkins for leading her fundy evangelical youth movement. But we've got to keep our eyes on these things because they are going after the young people. They understand.
Oh, yeah.
The only way they're going to survive is to basically brainwash people into a bunch of untruth and propaganda.
Yeah, the way the country is going, and I said it before, and I'll say it again, is like we're going to end up like Venezuela in a generation or two, because how right-wing autocrats deal with the economy, deal with countries, is that they just plunder the nation, and when the nation bottoms out, they just shrug their shoulders and said, "Too bad, I have mine." And the sad thing about this is the people of the United States of America are basically voting for that future for their children and for their grandchildren.
I was just kind of looking around the web to see what else is everybody saying. It's kind of looking about the same so far.
Yep.
Kind of lackluster. At this moment, we wait and see. Pennsylvania ain't going blue, I don't think.
You don't think California? You don't think Pennsylvania is going to go blue?
It's not looking good, was it?
No, you don't know. Like I said, it's about the count. I mean, I don't know. I'll say that. That's the only thing I could say. I don't know. I'm going to be agnostic about Pennsylvania.
Maybe maybe I don't know, the ones like Nokasuchi who were talking about the mail-in votes and stuff like that, but I don't know. We'll have to hide and watch. See what happens. It looks like they had one of the congressional districts wrap up a minute ago, or getting closer.
So remember Sammy Jenkins. I just want to say that, as Nock was saying, is that Michigan isn't counting a lot of its ballots, its mail-in ballots, until tomorrow or the days that follow. Pennsylvania isn't counting its mail-in ballots until tomorrow. Well, today. I mean, it's now 12:27 my time in the morning. So I don't think Pennsylvania is counting in those mail-in ballots till like 7, starting to count them until 7 or 9 o'clock in the morning. So it is a whole bunch of not knowing right now about how it's going to play out. Either way, it's not a blowout, and that means it's a greater chance of Donald Trump just winning by cheating. I will say this on the Trump campaign. They have not announced that they are winners. They have been restrained. They have shown restraint, which is, I know, that is strange too. I would not have expected this out of the Trump campaign, of not just going up there and declaring that they've won.
Right. I have to say, I like their Fox's layout on how their stuff looks.
You say that as a professional?
Well, I mean, as somebody who's sitting here monitoring other channels, I can sit here and go, oh, and their stuff is here and here and here and here. It's easy to find.
Yeah.
Looks good. Yep. Good stuff. Just kind of waiting now. I'm still waiting to see what Biden's going to say. You know?
Well, that's a good question. I hope he's telling people to calm down, take a nap. We'll be back in a few hours. I'm going to, get my 5 or 6 hours worth of sleep, and then we'll go back into the breach and fight this thing out and see how it plays out. That's what I would hope Biden would say at this point.
Yeah. They're probably going to wind up their stuff for the night.
Well, you would think so.
Pick it up in the morning.
You would think so, because how much more are they really going to be able to, obviously the election isn't going to be called right now.
It's not looking that way. Well, no. Not with all those votes out. Not like it was before.
A lot of variables.
Damn sure.
A lot of variables.
Yeah. Yep, they're all kind of just riding the same. This has been very anticlimactic. I was expecting climax. And it's been
with a whimper.
I was wanting my blowout. Yeah.
With a whimper.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
What do they have to do to lose?
It is amazing, and it is, once again, this is the wretched fruit that has been born in decades of anti-science, anti-education, and poor healthcare. This is the fruits of these decades of setting up this petri dish just built for fascism here in this country.
Mm-hmm. Dave, it was your typo that made me pop open Fox. I had to go. I was like, "What the hell?" I had to go look, and I was like, "Oh, he just got those numbers backwards." I closed Fox. I felt dirty.
Yeah, you feel. Well, I feel dirty for you.
Yeah. So that was that. Michigan, not looking good right now, but they still got a lot out in Michigan.
But Nock was saying is that they don't actually start counting a lot of their ballots until tomorrow.
Well, yeah, and I have to imagine that they have counted some of the early voting ballots, and Biden has made some ground up in Michigan. So, yeah, I'm not sweating Michigan yet. We'll see what it looks like tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know that if Michigan were to go red, that a lot of people in my family, especially, are going to rub it in, and it might drive me insane. So I'm surrounded by Trumpers everywhere around in this part of Michigan, unfortunately.
Yep. It's just the sound of my computer fan just whirling around. That's all it is. 12:30 in the morning. So yeah, I want to see what Biden has to say. Michigan, 54%. Yeah.
What do you think? I want to see what he says too. What do you think about wrapping it up after watching Biden?
I think that's a good idea. We should hear what Biden has to say. We'll riff on whatever Biden has to say. Hopefully it won't be a suicide note. It won't be a public declaration of, hey, so long and thanks for all the fish kind of thing. Hopefully it'll be more of a graceful, we're in this this is our finest hour kind of speech, some kind of Churchillian kind of speech. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe it will. Maybe it won't be.
I'm over here. Me and you, we're watching this stuff. My wife is watching other stuff. MSNBC, she's watching and actually paying attention to them. And she's not nearly as depressed as we are.
Really?
Yeah, I know. She's
so what's her secret then, Chris? What's her secret to not depression?
I'm still not really depressed. What I'm wondering is something seems to be going on in Texas, and I want to know what's going on in the grounds on the ground level in Texas, because Texas was one of the first states reporting in. Yeah. It's been in place since the very beginning of the night. We got up to about 60% fairly quickly, and it's just stalled out. Like something's going on there, and I'm just wondering why the votes have seemed to really, really slow coming in from Texas. I'm going to be interested in reporting over the next month to see what is uncovered that is happening right now that just nobody knows about. I'm really interested to see what's going on within these states, and hopefully there are some groups out there, Unicorn Riot, to name one of them, that hopefully you're in the trenches and you're trying to figure out what's really going on here, because it just seems very confusing that we don't know where Texas is going yet.
I want to talk about Georgia for a second. Georgia, this is from the 538 live chat from 12:31 a.m. Georgia was one state we were expected to get timely results. Well, so much for that. Separate problems in Fulton County. A burst pipe caused problems. And in Gwinnett County, a software issue have delayed the counting of absentee ballots. In Gwinnett, 80,000 ballots were affected, but it sounds like they're still being counted tonight, per the Atlantic Journal-Constitution reporting. However, some ballots will have to be manually checked, which could cause the results to change. In Fulton, election officials anticipated having 20,000 ballots left to count tomorrow, with results expected no earlier than noon. So this is just how quirky things are. There was a burst pipe and software issues in Georgia, which means that ballots have not been counted, a certain amount of ballots, yeah.
And there's a lot of states that haven't started on their absentee ballots or their mail-in voting. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I think like Pennsylvania definitely has to be counting mail-in voting if we're getting 64% at this point. Michigan definitely has to be. It seems like they're being a little slower. There are parts of Michigan that are really slow on the counts, especially in big executive races, governor and presidents. Wisconsin, I don't know. I think we need to. The Rust Belt needs to just get rid of Wisconsin. They're not part of us anymore.
Just got to get rid of Wisconsin. Very good. This is from Nate Silver. A lot of states have been called on some networks and not on others. If you plug in all the states where any network has called the state for Biden or Trump, it shows Biden at 88% to win the Electoral College, Trump at 6%, and a 6% chance of a tie. But that depends on Biden winning Arizona or Minnesota, which ABC hasn't projected yet. So once again, there's a lot of, I think what we're feeling.
My map called Florida for Donald Trump.
What's that?
My map just called Florida for Donald Trump.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Yeah, no surprise.
Unfortunate. It looks like the Democrats might have blown their blue wave a little preemptively and blew it all on 2018 instead of trying to be,
I mean, it just would we be right here right now if it was Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump?
If it was COVID-19 with all these delays in terms of voting, maybe. I don't know. I'll tell you this.
I think you've got to match energy with energy. And that's one thing that Trump wasn't wrong about, is he was drawing crowds, man. I mean, he was drawing crowds, and that's scary. And Bernie would have, Bernie was drawing those crowds too. And you've got to match energy with energy. And I think the Democrats failed. Even if they win tonight, even if they get the presidency, you failed big time here. You really did.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That it's so close is a fail to me. After all the, it's just, yeah.
It looks like he's going to do better than Hillary did, but does he win?
A loss is a loss.
Exactly. A loss is a loss. A blowout.
Yeah.
And just a little bit of a loss, it still counts.
Yeah, it sounds like the DNC soft punching because they're on the payroll of Trump and the RNC. What it sounds like.
It sounds like.
Yeah.
Once
Let's
again,
not put a real candidate forward. Let's put the guy that we know ain't going to win, just like we did with Hillary. I'm just saying.
I will say it again. The vice presidential pick could have turned 2 points over, 2.5 points over, 2.6 points over in a purple state, and that amount would have helped quite a bit. And let me go over all of my crazy ideas how the Democrats could have just walked through this election. If they had 2 candidates from Texas would have gone blue. You would have had a vice presidential candidate from Texas and a presidential candidate for Texas. If you did that, if the DNC threw their weight behind that, we would have won. We would be asleep in our beds right now, because Texans love being Texans more than they love anything else in this world. They would have voted for Texas, which would have been, sure, they'd be blue, but there's Texans first. And we would have gotten all the other blue states, and we'd be in bed, just sleeping right now. The DNC decided not to do anything bold like that. But, I had another crazy idea. They could have just gotten Oprah to run. They could have had Oprah. They could have had a major celebrity who just transcended politics. And she would have won. Or someone like her could have won. And we'd be in bed right now sleeping, instead of thinking about what Joe Biden's going to say at 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, if he does get around to saying anything.
See something going on here.
We were the back channel.
Is that Biden? Oh, that's Biden's HQ. Let me pop that up on the screen.
Yeah.
So we'll see it when it goes on. If y'all notice him talking, let me know. I may miss it.
Okay.
Expected to speak. Yeah, he needs to give us the whole gonna stick to our guns thing. You know what? If he loses, he needs to be prepared in every state to contest
Florida
and do.
projected winner, 29 electoral votes.
Yep, Biden needs to be prepared like Trump was to fight in every state, and do everything he can to try to win this election.
Yeah, well,
he's just not going to do it.
Nope. Joe Biden, 3-time loser, possibly. I mean, it's still early. Pennsylvania could still be going for us. Michigan and Minnesota and blah blah blah.
I can think of a few progressives out there right now that might be really smiling, and not for a good reason, but just to say hey, I told you guys so, because they took a lot of shit. And I'm talking about Kyle Kulinski and Jimmy Dore. And
Jimmy, yeah, Jimmy.
People that went against the natural grain and said, hey, don't make the same mistake. We all watched as they made the exact same mistake that they did in 2016. And now we're watching it's not pretty now. The path is much harder. There's not a doubt about it. And for the first time all night, as I'm sitting here watching Michigan with 58% reporting now, and the lead stays about the same for Trump, I'm getting pretty damn nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, at this point, I'm getting pretty damn nervous. So, we'll end it with that bang there, and I'm not gonna probably get any damn sleep tonight. And I'll, this is, I'm done with the Democratic Party. I'm done with these losers.
Yeah.
I'm done with the losers, as Trump would say. It's.
Well, I think that's one of the difficulties that the Democratic Party has. It's they're asking. It's like a major league team wanting to draft you, and they're like the most losingest team in the history of losing teams.
Right.
And it's like, oh yeah, I'll be on your team because it's the right thing to do. That's tough for anyone to accept.
Yeah,
and Americans like winners. To tell you the truth, B family. Yeah, I'm not having any good gut feelings right now. Yeah, hold the feelings in the gut. We'll see what happens.
No matter how close it is, if Trump wins, he has a mandate now, and that mandate is blatant fascism because America's too stupid to know what they're voting for.
Oh yeah, it's done now, guys. Yeah,
too stupid. Yeah, for our own good.
I hope he got a nap because I didn't get a nap.
Good evening.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Stop at the damn horns.
We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
That's what the wife was saying.
I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
In an era when car horns are the new applause of 20.
So that was horrible, I think.
Well, yeah.
Oh God, he's gonna fall, break a hip, and die.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. As long as you don't fall off the stage, we're okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I think it was atrocious. I think it was. He should have just not came out.
He should have said something like, darkest before the dawn kind of crap. I can crap out a better speech within 5 minutes than that.
He's declaring he's going to win Pennsylvania with 64% reporting, and he's down.
Yeah.
15 points.
Yeah.
He's down 15 points. What, dude?
Yeah.
God.
This should have been inspirational And it should have been, like I said, darkest hour kind of Churchill kind of talk. And nothing like that. Yeah. There should have been an acceptance and turning that into something powerful and emotional. But he just didn't do it. Yeah. I will say Donald J. Trump tweeted, "We are up big in all caps, but they are trying to steal, all in caps, the election, capital E. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are capitalized, P, capital P, are closed, exclamation point." So the Trump narrative is going forward.
Well, that gives me a little hope. That shows nervousness, and that shows that like full steam ahead. Hey, I'm like right now, if I was Trump, I'd be elated with what I'm seeing. So obviously he's not elated. I'm sure they have numbers of what's to come, and I think that shows nervousness. And so that's gonna allow me to go to sleep, not feeling like I was feeling the last hour or so.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Biden comes out and he's all, "Don't worry, we'll make it. We're gonna win this thing." We're like, Trump comes out and he goes, "They're trying to steal the election." We're like, oh, okay, he's worried. We can sleep, okay. Isn't that weird how that works?
Once again, I think it's typical of how how Democrats don't understand how normal people think or feel, and they wanted something different from what they got from Joe Biden right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's a simple calculation too. It's a simple algorithm. It is I hear your concerns, I feel what you're afraid of, and then you turn it around into something powerful and something that lifts people's spirits and gives them hope and makes them want to fight, right? I mean, the St. Crispin speech from Henry V. It's like, there are 5 against 1 odds. Henry V comes on the field, tells those people, "We're going to crush the French. We're going to crush them here. And if anyone wants to leave the field, you can leave right now. I don't want to die in your presence. If you are afraid of fighting right now, go. I don't want to die with the likes of you with me." And that is courage. That is rallying the troops. And I didn't hear that out of Joe Biden because I don't think he has it in him. I don't think he has it in him. Yeah.
Well, there we have it. You want to go ahead and wrap it up till the morning?
Let's wrap it up. So, my name is Andy Hall. Thank you for listening to this TED Talk. Thank you for watching this 8-hour stand-up special. I wish we could have kept on going longer. I would have just performed for hours on my own, but my girlfriend just wants to have the bedroom back so she can sleep in it.
Understood. Well, thank you everybody for joining us as we watch the fall of society and civilization.
Not with a roar, but with a whimper.
With a whimper, yeah. Yep. Mark, Nokasuchi, you got anything you want to say before we bounce out, brother?
No, it was fun despite not being what we wanted coming into it, of course. But fascinating, honestly, to see that America is shittier than I could have possibly expected. And considering that I've always thought Americans were pretty stupid to begin with, not good at bringing me hope for the country at this moment. But we shall see how it ends, and maybe we'll at least get to say, "Ha, we won the presidency." We'll find that out tomorrow.
Yep.
Hopefully. We'll see. All right, guys, I'm off to save the world. Thank you, everybody in the damnation, all you people in the chat and on Facebook and everybody. You guys are all wonderful. Thank you.
Say this all the time, but I really mean it, and these are the reasons why I say it for situations like tonight. Be strong, my friends. Be strong. That's what's needed.
Tomorrow.
All right.
Yep. Have a good night.
Thank you for watching the show. A special shout out to my gold level Patreon supporters, Cindy Plaza and Ian Davenport. Thank you and have a great day.